grandest stage of them all. We are just one short week away from the largest Golden Tee World Championship in history. The bright lights, the high-tension atmosphere, the best players in the world, but only one can be crowned champion. Who will harness the ice in their veins and rise to the occasion? Who will cement their legacy and board their flight home as the 2024 Golden Tee World Champion? This is the Road to Worlds.
Paul Taylor is the reigning world champion. In 2023, he broke through the mold and put on a stellar performance to claim his title. Could he be the one to win back-to-back world championships?
My name is Paul Taylor. I play on screen as the house and the current reigning world champion of Golden Tee. When I'm not playing Golden Tee, I like to find a casino, spin some slots. Also, stocking a pond with some goldfish and some koi, which is I find very entertaining. In preparation for a big tournament, I try to play the courses or the holes that I find the most challenging to the point where I feel like I can hit a shot under any amount of stress or pressure. I've got some folks from back home traveling out to Vegas for Worlds this year, celebrating a friend's birthday, and I want to make sure those guys see a good show.
Miss Paige Gossett is going to bring your check up here for you. Anything else you want to say, Mr. New World Champion? Here's to Paul Anthony Luna.
It's crossed my mind that I should probably prepare some thoughts in case I do end up on the podium again. My favorite thing about Golden Tee is the competition and the feeling you get from a win or even a big loss. And there's no bigger magnifying lens than the World Championship for those feelings. The house always wins.
Andy Haas is a two-time Golden Tee World Champion and one of the greatest players to ever grace a trackball. Will he cement his legacy and become the first ever three-time World Champion?
Andy Haas, two-time World Champion, plays Ship It, and won 30-plus national tournaments. My favorite thing to do outside of Golden Tee is, besides spending time with my wife and son, is to play golf. It is. My son has started to come and play with me a couple times a week. He's getting really good. He's excited to come to a tournament soon, and yeah, it's awesome. I love it.
Future world champion?
I don't know about that, but I mean, he's getting there. And for me, I just getting ready for a tournament. I try to play just as many games as possible. That's how I get ready. I just get that muscle memory and just play as much as possible and go from there. Well, I feel like the mental is a big thing, but if I don't have reps, if I'm not playing, I'm not going to be comfortable. Even if I see the right shot, I just might not. So that's why I like to have a lot of reps, so the physical part is not second nature, and the mental is all I can focus on.
Andy has got a chance here to force sudden death as he pulls back the trackball, swings it to the left, and
got a good line. He's got a good line.
Unbelievable! Are you kidding me? Holy folks!
Incredible.
Wow!
It's why we watch. This is absolutely madness.
I don't know that I hold myself to a higher standard than any other top player. I may be more outwardly emotive than other guys, and so it might seem like that, but I think we're all, when you don't live up to what you're capable of, it's frustrating, and maybe I show that a little more than others sometimes, but I don't think I'm unique in that regard. Goal for Worlds this year, obviously I want to win, but I haven't had a podium there since I won in 2016, so historically for me, Worlds has been a feast or famine. It's either a win or something much less than that, so hoping for a good year this year. My favorite part about competing for Worlds is just the stakes. I mean, you know, we're playing for a lot of money, and just and not even just the money, just the prestige of the title, and so it feels like a different tournament because it is, and so it makes each match that much more, you know, consequential, and I like playing with a lot on the line. I hope the passion and enjoyment that I show when I'm playing the game, I hope that it makes them bigger fans of the game, and I hope it's fun to watch.
Ed Godfrey has been going through a renaissance in his Golden Tee career, boasting a second-place finish at last year's World Championship. Watch out for Eddie G this year. He will be a tough competitor on the grand stage, especially with some of the amazing shots he creates.
My name is Ed Godfrey. I go by Eddie G, and I finished second in the World Championship 2023. So my routine lately is ramping up like the amount of games that I'll play. Like usually, like when I have a tournament coming up, like I'm going like full speed. I'm playing as much as possible, like almost daily if I can do it. This is actually pretty funny. So I just recently found pickleball, which is like sweeping the nation, right? I used to play tennis back in high school, and just recently, like I found pickleball, and it's great. I love it because I don't have to run around like a big tennis court. My goals for Worlds and the National Golden Tee Tour is to, first off, finally get a PEGT victory, because I've been top 4 finisher numerous times. And obviously my goal for the World Championship is being so close last year. Like I really feel like I can compete, and I'm going to be, you know, someone that's going to be in the mix this year. What sets Worlds apart for me is the competition is so huge, and it's completely different. Like there are so many good players there. Like you have to have your A game. So what I have to say about my family, friends, and fans, up until like probably the last year, my kids have gotten older, and my wife has started to come to tournaments, which has been really great. And when she doesn't come, she's always putting me on the stream for my kids to watch, and I love that. Like, and they'll call me like when I'm not playing and let me know, hey Dad, you know, I saw you on the stream, and it's really the best thing. And as far as the fans go, like I love meeting new people that say, hey, I watched you on the stream, like I really love your game, like that means a lot to me, you know, and those are the type of people where I try to play like a few games with them, like because, you know, like it's the first time they're meeting people that they're used to watching, right? So that, like I try to actively go out and try to play with them for sure.
Paul Anthony Luna won his first Golden Tee World Championship back in 2022. Although his national tour performance so far this year is not what we expect from this dynamo, it is certain that his World's performance will be fireworks.
My name is Paul Luna. My handle in the game is Luna. I'm the 2022 World Champion, the 2-time TOC World Champion, and 12-time PEGT Tour Champion.
Yeah, but even with these two guys, as great as they are, we've seen some ridiculous misputts. This hole has decided this for people.
Who needs a miss?
Oh my goodness!
When you hole out,
Luna holing out, and the look on Eddie Haas's face says it all.
My favorite thing to do outside of Golden Tee is probably sing karaoke. What I like about karaoke is the fact that I can sing, which I love to do, and I love music in general, so being able to sing in front of an audience is exciting. I'm getting ready for a big tournament. My routine is usually to play more games than I'm playing normally. That's basically it. And then I will, a lot of times, take a day off right before the tournament to kind of relax and, bring things in. It's a calming thing, My goal for Worlds, obviously, is to win it. Competing at Worlds is different because, for one, it's in Vegas, and it's the pinnacle of, Golden Tee prowess. It's the most sought-after title, in my opinion, and it's the most prestigious. Yeah, I would just like to say thank you for all your support. It means a lot to me that I have this giant support system and just people that that I love and love me. I feel really fortunate.
Joe Masara is one of the strongest competitors in all of Golden Tee golf. He is a two-time National Tour Player of the Year winner. The only feather missing from his cap is a first-place victory to earn himself a World Championship title.
I'm Joe Masara. I go by Giuseppe. I'm from St. Louis, Missouri, and I'm the two-time Top Gun tournament winner and the 2023 Missouri Open winner. My favorite thing to do outside of Golden Tee would probably be spend time with my family and do some gaming. I enjoy gaming a lot with friends, kind of late at night and sometimes into the early morning, unfortunately. I try not to put too much pressure on myself. I like to try and keep things light, keep the expectations low and just play my game and kind of just let fate kind of do what it's supposed to do, and whatever happens. The goal is always to win, but to obviously as well, entertain people, through my play and hopefully inspire people to want to play as well. Well, to most, they may look like high tension. I think, some of the more unusual shots that I might hit seem unusual to everyone else. Seem like they'd be high pressure, high risk. But it's more of a comfort for me, obviously having a lot of experience with the daily contest and learning from some of the greats over time and just picking brains, and learning a lot about the game and how it works as well. The atmosphere, the energy, knowing that winning the World Championships is the pinnacle, that your name's going to kind of be etched in Golden Tee history forever. Because it's the Golden Tee's version of the Grand Slam, all kind of baked into one event. So you get one chance and you just try your best to cement yourself into history. And the relationships that I've been able to build through Golden Tee is extremely meaningful to me. It's something that I cherish deeply, and to my family, I appreciate supporting doing what I do for a living and allowing me to do it, and causes it's pain sometimes, but it's really a blessing to be able to do it.
This is the first World Championship that Lowell Parks has ever qualified for. He's a much-loved personality among the GT community, but he will need to channel his inner flair for performance if he expects to make a run at this year's event.
My name is Lowell Park. My IGN is Den Grogu because I love The Mandalorian. I played a couple of shows here in town when we've had Golden Tee tournaments going on. I try to keep it quiet for Steve so he can keep people in the bar, but it's really great having the guys come out and support me and show them my other side of what I do. And really kind of shine and maybe show off a little bit for those guys. But it's such a great community to have all these guys come out and support me doing my thing. It's just fantastic. Other than Golden Tee and the band, obviously, me and my girlfriend love to go camping. Love being in the outdoors. She's my soulmate, so everything that we do together, like we love going on these adventures and going on road trips and stuff like that, and then obviously taking care of my kids is one of my passions as well. But yeah, and I love cooking. Cooking is my thing. I've actually never qualified for Worlds before, so I've never experienced it. So I've heard stories and I've seen guys go and show up and make it, like Dave Sandmeyer. But I've actually never been to Worlds before. But I can just imagine when you're on that stage, when you're you're among the elite players in the world, and I was just excited to make it. It was a grind. I probably DNF'd about 80 to 90 games. But I just had my mindset that I was going to do it, and I kept doing it until I made it. So it's exciting. I'm really looking forward to it. All I have to say is that Din Grogu's making a run this year. I'm hoping to make the main bracket in Vegas. But other than that, I love you all. I appreciate all your support, your love, everything you do for me. I can't thank you enough.
The gambler Ryan McCook is a veteran of the game and a wild card in this year's World Championship. When he is on top of his game, he has proven that he has ice in his veins. McCook thrives on the pressure.
My name is Ryan McCook. I am the gambler, and I'm still learning this game to try to be better. So when I prepare for a big tournament, it's definitely it's a process. So you have to monitor, drinking. You got to make sure you sleep, make sure you eat. You're with all your friends. You want to have a great time, but at the same time, you're there to win money and play well at the thing that you love. To me, it's very important to have a good balance. So you have to balance the social aspect of it, and then you have to make yourself go home at 10 or 11 o'clock before the tournament, before qualifying, and make sure you feel good for the next day. So I'm going to Vegas this year solo. I will be focusing on Golden Tee this year, not playing real golf. I'm gonna treat it very much like a job. So, obviously, I want to win. I know I can win. It will be just ultimate focus and doing the best that I can.
Must make for the future Hall of Famer McCook. Shots away, looks away. And what a shot. This is going to be in, and he nailed it! Oh my goodness! Hall of Famer! What a shot from the gambler!
That match with Bryce Lepic was incredible. It was probably one of the best matches ever recorded on YouTube. I knew I had to hold, obviously, either 17 or 18. I was one down. We both played pretty much perfect the entire time. When I got to 18, I saw what he did. He had a high tee, regular driver, just let it float down. He hit the exact shot he's supposed to hit, totally safe. There's no risk, easy putt. So I had to be more aggressive. So I had to go at the hole no matter what. My favorite part competing with Worlds is just it's our grand championship. So it's something that I've played this game for so long. I truly love the people in the game. It's truly a fraternity, high school reunion, kind of all mixed in. We all get along. There's never, drama or anything like that. And we just have a great time. So to be able to compete and have a chance to win ultimately makes me happy. It's more about the social aspect, to be with my friends and compete in something that I love. And if I can beat them at it, then, more the better. I will reach out to my parents for supporting me and loving me no matter what. They're obviously a huge part of my life, and you know, they allow me to do what I can do, and it's truly. So my dad is a very, you know, strict kind of guy. He's an accountant, CFO for a lot of places, and he never understood Golden Tee. So like, as he's retired now and he's older, he understands that it's a passion of mine, and you know, he supports me and loves me for what I want to do. So that's important to me.
2024 marks the second time that Gordy Brown is attending the World Championship. Through repetition and dedication, he is trying to improve upon last year's performance and position himself in the gold bracket.
Gordy Brown. I go by downtown on Golden Tee for Downtown Gordy Brown. I'm from Lake Orion, Michigan. My favorite thing to do outside of Golden Tee, personally, would be hunting. I have a lot of hobbies, but hunting is probably my top one. Everything that goes with it, shooting, bows, guns. Routine-wise, I just play a lot more. I try to ramp up my play like within the 2 weeks prior and just play as much as I can, or if there's certain holes that I'm not like 100% positive on, I just try to work on those. And I know when I play a lot more, I play better. So yeah, so I started playing Golden Tee in 2012 or 2013. I was on a softball team, and we were sponsored by Cheers in Orlando, and one of the guys said, hey, let's go play Golden Tee, and I had no idea what it was. Played a game and got hooked ever since. And then, well, I say ever since, but I kind of stopped playing for 5 or 6 years and then just got back into it a couple years ago. And then in the last year to 2 years, you know, tried to take it a lot more serious. Qualified and played in Worlds last year for my first time. Didn't do as well as I wanted to, so I was kind of determined to do better this year. I qualified on Red Sands this year, and I'm getting really excited. There's just so many good people and people that I call friends now that, you know, didn't have years ago. So that's the fun side of it, but yes, I am super competitive. I do not like to lose at anything. And it's frustrating that I'm not as good as some of the people, so I look at some of the players that are better than me, and I just say, why can't I do that? And then try to get better. That's really my goal, and I would love to podium at a tournament and potentially win one someday. Probably not soon, but we'll see. My honest goal this year, I would say successful Worlds would probably be making the top 32 and making the main bracket. I would love to make the main bracket and win a match or two. To my family, my wife's very supportive, especially when I went through qualifying and went out late nights and multiple nights and things like that. So she's always encouraging me to go play, which is very nice. I couldn't imagine if I didn't have a supportive family. I probably don't have any fans, so no, I'm excited. I'm going to do the best I can, and I'm going to keep trying to get better.
Sean Gervais is a dark horse. He started the year off hot with a second-place finish in Florida and a first-place finish in Wisconsin. He has a unique approach to shot shaping and will try to swerve his way to his first World Championship.
My name is Sean Gervais, and I'm playing currently as Whoop That Trick. It's kind of a wrestling reference, if you don't know wrestling, but whatever. But so far, it's been a pretty good year. Obviously, second place in Orlando, and slightly disappointed the way that ended. So I was like, we need to finish the story in Wisconsin, and sure enough, I did. My favorite thing to do outside of Golden Tee currently is poker. Because of no more casinos now in Texas, playing a lot of poker. My favorite hand, Jack 10 suited. A lot of guys like to warm up and just, you know, get warmed up. I can come right in and just get to it. I've never really broken through at Worlds other than like a 7th, 8th, I believe. And I love the way I'm playing this year, and I feel like this could be it. Sets me apart is the way I shape my shots different mainly than everyone else. I mean, there's a lot of people straight thumb things, or I pretty much swerve everything into the wind. My game, really. Come out and support me in in Vegas. It's gonna be fun, and I'm ready to put on a show.
As the sun sets in Las Vegas, we are only one day closer to the World Championship. The bright lights of Las Vegas set an electric atmosphere for the championship stage. The biggest prize pool in Golden Tee history and eternal glory are up for grabs. Will we see our first three-time world champion? Will an underdog emerge from the pack and set a new standard of greatness? When the smoke clears and the dust settles, who will shine the brightest? Tune in next week, starting Thursday and all weekend long, to see the best Golden Tee players on the planet battle it out in the pinnacle of competition.
You are looking live at the 2024 Golden Tee World Championship. I had to do it, right?
Brent Musburger's in this town somewhere.
Exactly, and you know the origins of football that this booth has. So Adam Kramer, Chris Longino, welcome in to day 3 of our World Championship. But today is Arcade Day, which is why we have you here specifically. You know your way around a mobile device, of course, but you really know your way around these courses and this equipment, and it is qualifying day, moving day, right?
The day where you want to set yourself ready for tomorrow. As the term I've used for the last couple weeks, you can't win a tournament on a Saturday. You can sure as hell lose it today. And these guys are preparing to get themselves in the best place to give themselves the best qualifier possible.
So we are at the Palms. We've been hanging out here all week long. We've got 22 games around this facility, which has been awesome. 20 are going to be in play today, I believe. And here's your schedule. Doors opened actually a little bit earlier. When I got here, Chris, there was a line to get in, to get these games in, right? To get those cobwebs dusted off and start playing. And then we're going to kick the qualifier off at 11. We've got the 8-man speed run. Last year we saw Paul Luna do that. It's pretty unbelievable. I've heard some times being thrown around, by the way, today. I did my reporting. Some pretty outrageous times I'm hearing. We'll see if they come to fruition. And then tonight, really for fun, just the doubles tournament, which when I started going to events, and I know that it's a chill time. Tomorrow's going to be pretty intense. I think the doubles where everybody can relax and kind of enjoy it a little bit.
Yeah, doubles, especially for a world championship with a field like this, and it's going to be an open tournament, so there's going to be other people that will play in this. But to have these guys a doubles tournament to get themselves, a little bit, a few more rounds in, a few more reps in, and also maybe a couple extra dollars in their pocket. It's a good opportunity for that tonight. The speed tournament, 8 players in that tonight. That will be for a lot of fun. We'll see how that goes, but I'm looking forward to that.
On the topic of extra dollars, here's what we're playing for. 35th anniversary Golden Tee, $35,000 top prize.
Big discrepancy between first and second.
Yes. We'll cross that bridge when we get there. But obviously a lot of money at stake, and like you said, it all starts today. Tomorrow, we will do double elimination match play. We'll have a gold bracket. We'll have a silver bracket. The whole general vibe goes through different shifts, I think. But today, a little bit more serious right now because you want to get out of the gate strong, and we're going to showcase, obviously, 5 different courses throughout. So we know that there's a PGA Tour course in here. And I believe that's where we're going to be starting first, correct?
I was going to ask you that. I have not been given the order.
We should probably know this information.
Yeah, a lot of that information did get leaked to me. But going to be one of the 5 courses that are played. PGA course, also a remastered course in Cumberland that will be a part of our day today, along with Missouri Hills, Scablands, which will be a huge swing course.
I know you've been talking about this for weeks. And when you're excited about it, and I'm hearing some of the shots that people are hitting. Will they attempt some of that today?
It's setup dependent, but about 25% of the time it's going to be shut down for one player and the other player maybe not so much. But then those other 75% of the time it's going to be pretty even. So we're going to see a lot of different philosophies today, a lot of different ways to attack particular golf courses. You'll see it in the PGA round, Scablands particularly as we get later into the day, and then Manhattan, which comes to be our if you ask the room, probably one of the harder courses of this year's draw. And I believe that will close our day out. There'll be some swing opportunities there as well. 18 has teeth all day long.
I do want to give a shout-out to XP Network. They're out here helping us run our brackets. They did it with mobile. They brought us honey for our voices today. Shout out to that. Beyond the honey, these guys we're partnering with them and trying to make this process of getting people on and off games more efficient, trying to really elevate just the general display and way we compete at tournaments. And these guys have been grinding along just like us. You can check it out here, obviously, and we're thrilled for the support. And these weekends are long, dude. Weekends are long.
Any help and efficiency is a big deal, and this is going to help really streamline a lot of the way we do this tournament. So I'm hoping for big success with this.
Yes, so a lot to unpack. So we've got a long day. You're going to see 5 courses, and you're going to see them a couple of different times. We're going to showcase a lot of these players that we've got. We talked a little bit about that last night. What are you looking forward to?
Well, as we continue, like I said, the golf ball has a big thing to do with this. We have I think 3 or 4 world champions on our stream today that will get us through the day, and all of them attack Golden Tee at such a different angle now that we're going to see a lot of different ways, a lot of different philosophies going into these, and it may not be on so much display today, but variance in that match play, the ability to gain a stroke here without hole out and the ability not to. It's a big difference. So we'll see a lot of that. I'm really excited about match play tomorrow, but today, it's about the grind. It's about getting through your day. It's going to be a little tight first. Okay, a lot of these guys will just try to survive the first couple rounds, get through it, and then once a little bit more comfort enters the room, you get into your 3rd and 4th round, a little momentum going, and you're loosened up a little bit, and then it will tighten right back up towards the end as we count down to the cut, and we'll see guys. We see it every year, just names that continue to fall below the cut line. Like, wow, this guy missed the cut, really? Yeah. And we have one or two, several of those sometimes every year. So this year, I don't expect any difference.
Yeah, it's loaded. It's a loaded tournament. It's a loaded bracket. There's 32 spots, and we have more than 32 elite players. Obviously, it's a room full of elite players. It was fun last night watching 9 players get into this bracket as well. Talked to some of them, in advance. Tony Johnson, Whammy, did double duty yesterday in the mobile event. I know he wanted last year's world champion, wanted a better finish, but he'll be back, and we'll see what he has. Now flipping over to the arcade. So
makes this weekend feel a lot better for him, I think. I tell you what, he shot well yesterday, and just to lose in mobile the way he did, very Sean Gervais-esque, if you will. You guys talk a lot of it. He shot a couple one-betters, lost in overtime to some good players, and just it couldn't get it going. This is a consolation for him, but obviously, he's one of the 9 guys that you can look at and say, hey, not only is he good enough to be in this field, he's good enough to make a cut in this field.
So in the background, if you hear it, we are calling players to matches to get things going, prompt start, and really our goal, when talking to our production guys, is just to show you as much action as possible as you're getting a look at the room here. We had some really cool shots yesterday in the mobile and watching some of our players get up onto the stage. Now we've had to turn the room over a little bit and get ready for this event. It's been fantastic. Drinks are still flowing.
At a steep price, but they're still flowing.
They're flowing. And obviously it's going to be a really fun day of action, so buckle up here. We've got our trophies in front of us. We've got our honey. We've got everything we need, and pretty soon we're going to have activity. I know last year with the PGA Tour course, and look, these are more straightforward designs. These are the exact layouts. We take the topography data that we get from the PGA Tour, every bunker, every undulation, everything is accounted for. I was a little bit surprised last year when we saw these in action that we didn't see more hole outs. And I'm curious because you mentioned maybe some of the equipment changes and some of the mindset changes, and I think we have a more scoreable course as well. I'm interested to see what the scoring is going to be there. And then, of course, it's going to be a pretty dramatic shift after that with, the original Jim Zielinski designs.
Well, first off, in order for these guys to score well on a PGA course, execution will be at a premium.
Yeah.
So if they're not executing within 50 to 60 yards out, and you'll see the way that they're executing, whether it be low to the ground, chush, chip, click chip kind of shots, or, just a stout player that doesn't and playing with a whole lot of wind. Those greens are very flat, and it allows opportunities for hole outs. But today, the best in the room, they'll still have to execute those shots in order to get some kind of 26, 27, 28 under on a course that doesn't really allow for it unless you execute.
I'm not going to hold you to a cut line yet. Well, maybe I will. We talked a little bit last night. I want you to be thinking about what and of course it's set up hinging, right? Like you got to see what you're going to be. But you've got one PGA Tour course, and I believe we've got remastered in there. But you've got some pretty big pars, right? Are you going to have to average 26 under to make this cut? Is it going to be greater?
Somewhere
than
in there is probably the right number, 26 under. If we can get to 130, there's a PGA course involved, so you're going to see a lot of 23, 24, 25s. Missouri is a 30 under course right now. All right, so Missouri, you'll see something like that. 28 for Manhattan later on this afternoon. That's going to be that's a par for that. You may see 130 in the room out of that. We'll see what happens. Scablands is also another possible 30 course. So if we mix all that in with the PGA course, with Cumberland sometimes just being a 26, 27 setup, 130 is probably a good number to look at. 130 to 130 to 1.
What course? I know yesterday with the mobile guys, Eagles Peak was arcade, mobile, doesn't matter. To me, it's one of the more challenging courses that we've ever had. You mentioned Scablands, you mentioned Manhattan. Is Scablands that course that could be trouble, like that you could have that?
Swings and shots, swings and guys that can actually get to greens and guys that just can't with the golf ball that they're using. And so you'll see them have to adjust, but those guys that are playing with extra distance, extra wind and all that stuff, they still got to look 17 right in the eyes, and it's still one of the tougher golden tee shots there is to play today. So
awesome. All right, again, we're warming up here. I'm looking around the room. It looks like games are getting started. The stage is going to be filled here momentarily. The stage is going to be set for the 2024 World Championship. I expect the qualifier will probably go till 6 or so local time.
Yeah, 6.5 hour process is normally what we're looking at here. 3 guys per machine. With the
results may vary.
Yeah, results may vary. But I'm looking for 40 to 45 minutes per every grouping that comes through here. That's probably about the time that you're going to see. Give a few minutes to let the other guys get started on the machine right behind them. Then they'll take another 40 to 45 minutes. When we get around 5-6 o'clock local time, we'll really start feeling the antsiness amongst and the anxiety with players about what their destiny is going to be on Sunday.
Please, thank you again for everybody who's tuned in already that will tune in today. We appreciate the support. Like, share, subscribe, all those social media, YouTube.
The
metrics, things that help us out. We love bringing you guys content. We will for the next 2 days. And we're really, really excited. So room is warming up. It looks like games are starting here in the corner. We've got basically our venue is broken down into 4 different settings. The one behind us, I think tomorrow is going to be full. This place is going to be overflowing.
We're going to get it close to 8 o'clock local time Sunday night, and you're going to feel the tension in the air.
You could feel that with mobile. We had one of the greatest, forget about mobile arcade, one of the greatest matches in Golden Tee we've ever seen yesterday. Rick Copperthorne shot a 33 under on Mayfield, I think, with 6 or 7 hole outs. His opponent had at least 3, and the general response from the room, my ears were ringing for a while afterwards.
Rick,
it was incredible.
Rick was playing a different game than a lot of guys played yesterday. He played that was from what I spent some time last night going over the video, and the way he approached Eagles Peak very different than how other guys approach Eagles Peak, and that won the day for him.
Yeah, that was his course, and he fell into a situation where he got to play your course a handful of times when you needed it. Just like mobile, by the way, Rick was not the king of the hill. He came out through the loser side of the bracket. You have the same setup on this side. So you have 2 different brackets, gold and silver, both double a limb. If you lose one game, you're going to go to the loser side. I don't like saying loser side, but it is what it is, which means you're fighting for your life. So if you lose early in the bracket, you know that road, right? It's a really long road. I know we're qualifying today, but once you get the bracket set, you really need to start winning those first few matches. Otherwise, every match is the most important match.
We saw this in Missouri, Adam. C.J. Wingler, he won the Missouri Open, lost the first match, won 10 in a row.
10 to get there.
Won 10 in a row to win it all. First time ever in tour history that happened, and it was C.J. Wingler. That's the one thing about playing on that side of the bracket. If you get into a really good rhythm and really good comfort, some good things can happen. So
CJ is a guy I know you're excited to see how he performs. We'll get glimpses of these guys really throughout the next few days. But now it looks like we're ready to roll here.
We're ready to roll.
Speaking of.
World Championship 2024, Adam. I'm going to ask you a bunch of questions today, see if you're playing with these clubs. So here's C.J. Wingler, 2024 Missouri Open champion, here by way of his purple bracket victory last year at the Florida Open. Obviously, I think the Florida Open. It might have been another tournament. Once again, notes on the previous phone.
He's won. Yeah, and he's really emerged, I think, of late, really in the last year. It's a guy that's really come onto the scene and become a factor.
The way I felt about Clinton Grover in 19, the run that he made, and we've been expecting. He's won 3 tournaments now since.
Yeah, it's a great comparison.
CJ is kind of in that area, and look at that. He has got it. Oh, you see that beautiful, beautiful stare. Here is the 2022 Golden Tee World Champion, Paul Anthony Luna, recently married 2 days ago.
Yeah.
And now playing a world championship, and here's also downtown Gordy Brown.
Gordy, we got a big UFC fight out here tonight. Gordy looks like he's ready for the octagon, man. Look at that. That's menacing. And we talked about Gordy last night. That's a guy that I I've known for a really long time that has just elevated his game drastically over the last few years. Super great guy. But today he's got his game face on. So
let's get it started here and watch this equipment set up. Let's go find the salvos.
Okay, so this is your you said you were going to ask me about clubs. Please don't ask me any questions about what equipment. That's why you're here. But I am. Right. This is, I know, something you're really passionate about.
423, 7-degree driver. This is going to the green, dude. Watch it. Okay, he caught sand. But you see the momentum heading in that direction. KOC, obviously, he's going to do the same thing. All of these guys that you're going to see on the stream, I fully expect to go to what they call the arrow or the salvo. This ball specializes in extreme distance off the tee.
It's extreme distance, but you have to hit it straight, correct?
Yes. Yeah, you're required to hit a straight 180 shot. And here goes Gordy. I'm sorry, that was Luna. So here we are. Arrington. Now, he's a streaks player. All right.
That ball was moving.
Mm-hmm. Sorry, that was KOC. Now he is a streaks player. He will play streaks across the board today, and I say streak is also known as the flush here on Golden Tee PGA Tour.
So this is Heat 1, by the way.
Yeah.
We will have. It looks like that little bunker is a little popular spot here.
Popular spot, but you saw got right past that was Gordy Brown onto the green with the putt. So I would expect, Adam, just on this first hole alone, that there's going to be, I would say, a third to a half the field will make eagle on this hole.
Okay, so right there, here's a couple of eagle putts. Interesting, Paul. There you go. Yeah, world champions abound. We're going to have to keep up. I know last night, double wide target rush, I felt like my head was spinning.
There is an important eagle first to start the round off for Gordy Brown. Let's see what Paul Luna can do here. Fringe putt. Click chipping. Watch this.
Now, okay, please explain.
1-2 clicks. You saw 3 pixelations and then fire straight at the hole.
All right, so explain that to the non-initiated, because this is new to me. Obviously, we've heard a lot about it. I've heard you talk about it, but what is the premise for click chipping?
When you're bringing your club back, you'll notice that. When you just bring it back,
you get a click.
It's called a click. But it's basically just the pixelation moving from your club drawing back. And each one of those clicks represent a yardage. All right, some of these guys might be 5-6 yards, and the goal is to fire as hard. Most guys will do it with a thumb. Some guys can't because they can't thumb that hard, but hit a solid, very, I would say 95% thumb right at the hole, and it will be pure. If you hit it online, it's going to go in. And these guys have dialed it in so much to where people like James Hickey, Gordy Brown, Paul Luna, it's almost academic. It's second
it's unbelievable.
So you'll see a lot of it today. Then you see like Chris Wingler, he's going up and get up as far as he can, and then it's kind of far back, so most guys are going to use irons, but I've seen guys pull out 10.5-degree drivers and pull 4 clicks and see what happens.
Yeah, for those who watch the mobile, could be some mobile elements to some of the things that these guys do. This is the good old-fashioned way of Golden Tee.
Yeah.
And now we'll see who can get these to drop. And that's kind of what I alluded to last year. There's some, you get some pretty good looks. And this is where you do want to hopefully take advantage.
Now,
it's a good shot.
Important to know, the extreme distance only comes off the tee. Everything is all even. Once you get in there is a Paul Taylor ho-hum hole out.
So he missed a putt on hole 1, gets it right back. And that's what you expect out of a world champion.
So if I'm thinking about this just out loud in my head, par is normally between, it's like 24 and 20. Like somebody's going to have a 27-28 in this.
Well, so far you've had, 2 good looks. And again, the one thing about these courses, because of the nature of the greens, you can be buzzing cups for the next hour and a half. And it'll be interesting to see how many drop. So far, we've seen 1. And I imagine more are coming.
The last year we had a PGA course. I believe the top qualifier had 2 hole outs in it. So that's, I would imagine the person that, as far as that scores the best on this particular course, will probably have something similar to that, or just drive it so close that they can, chip it in and be able to take advantage. Oh, and that clipped a tree. C.J. Wingler. He played that, I think that 7 degree, and there was a bush or something right in front of the tee box. And now, first off, he can't get to the green.
No. And
I mean, this could cost 2 right here, Adam, just early in this qualifier.
Wow. So he was in that lip on hole 1.
Yeah. Didn't take his eagle on 1. Now it looks almost like a 2-shot swing really on this.
We got more fireworks.
More fireworks on the other side. And
I don't know if that's game 1 or 2, but either way, on the right side here, we've got balls dropping.
Yeah, that was for Arrington, the Aloha snack bar.
All right, so it's interesting, right? CJ early on, a couple of moments. This is not where you're gonna.
But
wow,
Gordy Brown. So Eagle's the first hole. Eagle.
That's a great start.
I'm sorry, this is their 3rd hole, so I think it was eagle, birdie, eagle.
We're just trying to warm up ourselves here.
Yeah.
That was impressive, though. And if you're Gordy.
And that's 6 under after 3. Now, back in the day of Golden Tee, that's eagle start. Back in the early days of Golden Tee, you were supposed to buy shots for your group if you're 6 under after 3. Bombs. So just a small announcement coming our way as we had a no-show from Noblesville, Indiana, Derek Collins, who did not make the World Championship. The 10th place player from last night, what was that name we got? Nathan Webb will take his place today in the World Championship. So still 96 players.
Now, this is a really interesting area here as we're looking at Gordy on the left side. He's been all over it, and this is a great opportunity here. You've got a really favorable wind.
Yeah, and like this is the click chipping I'm telling you about. This is, for a lot of these guys, this is going in. Watch this, 9 wood out. He's going to count the amount. Trying to buy the, or he's chushing and also went left on him there.
Yeah, it did.
The chipping wedge, by the way, makes an appearance in the World Championship, and it's going to be around again this year.
Yeah. All right, well, here's a guy that knows his way around these shots.
Now watch this. 1, 2, 3, 4. Watch this. 5, 6. 6 clicks. Fire hard. And he got it.
That is the black belt masterclass of chipping right there.
You see that? He was counting how many that was coming back. Each one of those representing yardage, and just fired right at the hole.
I do appreciate the chush, of course.
Yeah. Now, this is important, Adam, important for CJ to make this.
Yeah.
And
nice.
he got it.
Very nice. That's obviously big for the score, but also big for the nerves. And long day.
Execute. So that's a shot right there that some guys are going to end up taking birdie on. Downtown Gordy Brown.
So Luna ho-hum honors. And now it's,
Yeah.
We're seeing a lot of, so far this setup seems like it's been quite favorable,
now
to say the least.
This is the thing on these par 3s, all right, because some guys, you notice that they're not playing a pullback, and because they don't play a pullback, that means they're not going to get that extreme distance off the tee. It has to be a straight shot. So I see guys that play these par 3s that want to bring their club back and accidentally hit a straight shot.
Because of the ball?
Takes it to Pound Town. All the way. And but we'll see how many people make that mistake today. For me, it's easy to mess up and hit a 180 that I don't mean to hit.
Yeah.
I'm trying to hit a cut shot, and
I have a hard enough time hitting a 180. Of course, this would be when you find one. And actually, I think that's what you saw right. Oh, no, he's playing streaks, isn't he?
Yeah, that's.
But that was deep.
Yeah. Now here's KOC with the salvo right here, and he'll in the rough click chipping time. He can do the same. And you're going to see, especially on this course, that's going to be a lot of this early part of the day. But yeah, that's a chush, and he makes it. Gosh, you see these guys?
It's unbelievable. No, it's like truly. Sitting here for 2 days and watch mobile, there are vibes to that of how much of a formality it is in a lot of these cases. Of course, I don't think that will be the way on a lot of these courses as we get going. But right now, I love this because this is more fireworks than I remember we saw last year, and we're watching these guys just destroy the setups, which, well, get used to it.
Mm-hmm. So right now, you've seen some hole outs, some fireworks early. You're seeing some great execution right here from the first two streaming groups. Chris Wingler's fighting back now. He's going to need to make some of these shots. But the best part about this, it's the first round of the qualifier. All right, there's a lot of room to make mistakes. Don't compound mistakes.
Did you, when you were in a qualifier, did you find that you got better as it progressed? That you had said, we had talked on the podcast that you're trying to leave emotion at the door. It's hard to do that.
Yeah.
So you would improve as the day went.
Yeah, the more you play, the more comfortable you get. The first day. The first few hours of this. It's just there's nerves. There's just trying to get Paul Luna, trying to just get yourself to this even keeled. As I say, try to emulate what you do at home. All right, a lot of these guys play a lot of really great rounds of Golden Tee and can do it at a very high level when they're in the comfort of their home, the comfort of their bar, the comfort of what they normally do. When you get into this element, a lot of that stuff it's hard to manufacture. It's hard to get yourself in that place. And watch this right here with Paul Luna, 10.5. Watch this, 10.5, that's an 8.5. He's got the 8.5 out right now. It's going to have to be over to the right side, but this is very achievable. 418 to the green.
So when you say over to the right side in terms of his...
There's a tree to the left of the green.
Yeah. Okay, so he's going to want to bring it in.
Yeah, from the right side. Like trees guard the left. There's a sand bunker over there as well, right in front of the green. So his miss needs to be to the right if he does miss. But he's got 10.5 out. Like I said, 10.5, 290 club, and okay. So he
interesting.
Yeah.
Are you surprised by that?
A little bit. I'm curious of his strategy. We're going to see what happens. Chris Wingler doing the same. He hits 143, but he's, like I said, getting himself into a makeable distance. So we'll see what they're doing from right here. I'm a 9.5. I carry. There you are.
There's Paul. Yeah.
Taylor almost getting there.
I'll tell you what, I've been talking to Taylor quite a bit the last few days. That guy seems like he's in a really good place for this event. I feel like he's all. I've known the guy for a long time, but it feels like his Golden Tee game and his general disposition has changed when he won. And that guy's just going to be, talk about a grinder.
Mm-hmm.
I used that a lot with Rick Cropperthorne yesterday. Paul's the same way, man. Relentless player.
Yeah, a guy that's really open, and will tell you that the cash games, the guy playing with guys he doesn't know, like that's what he enjoys about the tournament more than say coming in finishing first or second. Yeah. Really, I mean he loves those little side games.
Yeah, he competes. He's not alone.
Yeah. Now here we are. Look at this KOC. Click chipping out. See if he can. Oh no, hits the hill right in front of him.
Yep.
A little bit of a rise right there in front of you. This is 50-50 whether this goes in, by the way. Probably better than 50-50 knowing Taylor. And that also went off the hill in front of him as well.
Interesting.
Mike Arrington. Like none of these guys made eagle in this hole. This is an eagle hole for a lot of guys. I'm very surprised. Michael Arrington, his wife, also playing in this World Championship. He will tell you that his wife may be more popular than him. It's just okay.
Well, it's been quite a rise. It's been fun to watch.
They had to play each other in a tournament in Florida last year, and Jamie won. Word has it, Jamie had to sleep on the couch as well, but that's just rumors. So,
yeah, I don't know if playing my wife is very competitive, and so am I. I don't think that would go very well. Not that either of us could play this particularly well now, but yeah, she will be featured in the Speedrun tournament later tonight, which is awesome.
Yeah, Jamie.
What a cool showcase for skills.
I saw her earlier. She's raring to play today. See Jordan Cook over there. He's getting ready to play. Jordan Cook, one of the 9 last chance guys to come play in this field. 10. I'm sorry, we just got announced 10.
Oh,
good
man.
shot. From
Early on, that's a guy that looks like he's all over it.
Defending world champion. Never had a world champion defend, have we?
No.
We've had national champions defend. I don't believe we've had a world champion defend. I guess technically Andy Haas, we did have an 8-year break between. Yeah, I feel you, though. Kevin Lindsay corrects me out of technicality, and he's correct.
Right. He is right. We've had a defending, but it's.
I've told people, by the way, I'm telling Kevin this, many people, you probably beat me in the Golden Tee Trivia contest so far this weekend. It's only because I'm missing my phone, though. All my notes are there.
Somebody is like, wow.
Look
at all this information.
So we had, no, this was talked about on the stream in Missouri, like, Steve Sobel sets up the trivia contest here at Worlds, and me and Kevin go at it. Golden Tee Trivia.
I think you two could put on a display. Absolutely.
It would be good. Per courses and stuff of that knowledge.
Yep.
I think he has a slight edge over me as far as knowing, when years come out, names of courses, what hole they may be. He's much better at that. These guys, no, that's why I'm here, because I know these guys and I know where they've done and how accomplished they are. And that's, I think, part of the reason why they appreciate me a little bit is, I make sure I
do your homework.
Yeah, do my homework, but also just, excited about what they've accomplished because, I've done some of the things that they've done. And
Absolutely.
It's, it's a really cool thing to be one of the top guys in this game and be able to play at this level. And that's how you really scratch a competitive itch with this game.
Absolutely, yeah. It's hard to get those kinds of emotions these days for a lot of these guys. Whether it's on a real golf course or here, they're finding it. And again, if you're just joining us, we are at the Palms in Las Vegas, Nevada, the Golden Tee World Championship. Please come hang out with us. You can watch these guys play. You can have a couple of beers. We are right off the casino, so you can go gamble a little bit if you want to do that. We're going to be here for the next couple of days, and tomorrow night we will crown a champion at some point. In the meantime, right now, we are doing the qualifier and looking for our top 32. And I'll say this, some fascinating nuance to what we've seen so far. Even shots like this, exactly. The shot we just saw kind of rejected off that fringe. This one,
oh.
Okay.
So it puts him in a roll. But very makeable.
Yeah.
We've just seen in this first 9 to 10 holes now, just a huge variance in shots that can be made from the fairway, from the green. And the guys that are executing right now, that's going to put them in great position in the first part of this qualifier.
A couple of eagles there on the right.
Yeah. Downtown Gordy Brown, 13 under after 9. Yeah. Very, very good. That's about a 25, 26 pace. Let's see if he can get there with this one. Now, what I haven't seen from these guys, and most of them because they keep the 7-degree driver, man, I'm still a fan of that 309.5 driver.
Yeah.
I am still a fan of that, and I'm still a fan of using it on these courses.
Well,
left-handed Mike Arrington, once again playing with the flush. You may know that as the streak from you legacy owners at home.
What is your ball of choice on this course?
This course, I am playing the salvo as well with these guys. A lot of, getting the extreme distance off the tee has become very, very helpful. And the courses are not hard enough to deal with extra wind.
Sure.
And that was a poor effort, I think, from Taylor. But, that's also a good downtown Gordy Brown, baby.
He is
he has made a few of those in this round.
I think he's feeling it.
Yeah. This is. If he can finish off this round with like a 27, this is going to go a long way to making them having a good day.
Bring your chipper or chipping device.
5 hybrid out. Count them up. Watch this. 1, 2, 3. I think there was a 4th. 5. He's got he messed up. He's got to do it again. No, he's going to look at the sand wedge really quick.
Interesting. So worried about that crown on.
I think he doesn't want to be long. He doesn't want to have to make that chip again.
I think that little hop, that little elevation in front of the green, which we've seen impact some of these chips already, just veering him left or right.
That's correct.
It is a marathon, as Paul knows extremely well.
Yeah. All right. This will go a long way also. Click chips. He's got the 4 iron out. Now, he's using both hands, making sure, because it's important that you bring it straight back. There was 3 clicks right there. Fire home. Got it.
Wow, really nice.
And this has made up a lot of the first mistakes of the qualifier for him.
He's really recovered. It's a little jarring, you hit a tree, you get put. Oh, man, Paul, wow.
Mm-hmm.
So there you go. You mentioned the.
Yeah, I thought it was a 4 tee shot, but no, it's just chippable distance for him.
Strategery. Holy cow, that was a window of about 45 seconds where I think we saw 4 hole outs.
Mm-hmm. And look at this. Get to the green. Salvo City.
That's an interesting putt in the early going here. I know there's not going to be much on it to the left, but
453 to the green. Am I reading that right? 450 to the green.
Yep.
Or 450 to the pin.
So you're looking at the overhead and watching what that did. It's, the golf ball obviously doing a big part of it, but
mass exodus to get to the salvo ball. Look, it's going to crawl right up there.
That's a nice
that 7-degree driver, man. If you're watching at home, if you don't have it in your bag for a PGA course, you need to get it now on the GT Caddy app. If you don't have the GT Caddy app, go download it now. Available.
Oh, look at this guy. Did you re-download the Caddy app yet?
No, I did not.
You got to do that.
Yeah, I do need to do that.
Up our numbers.
Yeah.
Is that? I think it should be good.
I hope that it is. Oh, yeah, it's right there. I think this might have a little left one in this. We'll see what happens. And it does.
Oh. All right, so these are these putts, man. So you. Oh, and a miss there as well. Again, these are, even though these are flat putts, can he keep it going? And he can.
And Gordy having a good PGA course qualifier so far.
Gosh, that'll help too in terms of get your mind right for the weekend.
I'm excited to see the second group play this, by the way. I mean, Gordy's 17 under after 11. You'd think he's playing Bonnie Moore Black. No, he's just playing the Summerlin.
He's playing the handicap. It's a great point. And again, back to in terms of setup, this has been about as favorable as you could probably ask for, correct, in terms of what we've seen?
Yes, for guys that can get close to the green and get on. I mean, at this point, if you're not getting a hole out from one of these fairways, then you're probably losing one to the field. So when we get to about an hour from now, let's see what that looks like, because after the end of this course, there could be from first to last place maybe 10, 11 strokes that separate, which last year there was only 4 strokes that separated.
That's a good shot.
Look at that. 423, 7-degree driver. Oh, no, I'm sorry, the 8.5. They're going to stick with the 8.5. And this is heading to the green if he hits it right.
That's just short.
Now, Gordy, you've made just about every single one of these, but the wind's going to the right a little bit, green's going to the right, so whatever chip he does here needs to be pure.
So his club here, interesting. What percentage of players are using the click chip at this point?
That's a good question. I would say I think most of the players in this room have some version of it in their bag at this point. Not everybody. Because when learning this, it will take probably a good couple hundred rounds to see results from. All right, because it takes practice, it takes time, but once you and look at that, just simple. Yeah, once you get it down, it's something that can really help your game. But you got to work at it. And just simple, academic. You're seeing a lot of chips going in just by using click chip. Oh, KOC, no. Went into the water. That's aggressive.
That is aggressive.
And now he has to stare.
Back up.
Yeah. Now look at him. He's only 13 after 12. And, I mean, I would say in a normal PGA round, you'd be okay with that. In this field, you're not.
Yeah, and we've seen others taking full advantage.
Once again, you're watching live streaming coverage of the Golden Tee World Championship here at the Palms in beautiful Las Vegas, Nevada. If you're watching this on YouTube, you're watching us on any of our streaming platforms, please go down and hit that like button for us. We got 54 on the YouTube. Let's get those numbers up, ladies and gentlemen. We appreciate you tuning in to this very beautiful and very free stream, I might add.
Yes,
and
extremely free.
Yeah, I hope you guys are enjoying the action here early at the Golden Tee World Championship.
Already, it's been an education for me just to see some of the things that we've seen. I think that theme is going to continue here. Again, this is Heat 1 or Heat A. We will do a second heat, so you get to see this again, and then we'll be onwards to, I think, Scablands. Somebody could check that, what the second course is.
Yeah, we'll get that information up here really soon.
But either way, it's going to be a strategy pivot, I think, in terms of.
Yeah, you'll see maybe some less aggression, if you will.
Yes. So Scablands is indeed our second course, which
it's going to offer some variance. Get these guys woken up, ready to go. Some guys are going to be frustrated. Some guys are going to be really happy to see that course.
I think if you're Gordy, let's just play all the PGA tours. I mean, truly, it's been that kind of a start.
Wow. And Gordy just showing the champs how it's done right now.
Yeah, he's
Taylor, who's 18 after 12, and he's going to go for near hole out.
Lots and lots of hole outs and near hole outs. And here, just easy birdies.
That's just what you want. Par threes, they'll take the birdies all day long, as long as on the par fours they're getting their chips in, getting their chushes in. I see a lot of guys make that. .22 after 14.
Pacing it. Wow.
Pacing it, and now another drivable par 4. Now,
this one more accessible than some of the others we've seen.
Yeah. Now watch it, just kind of a smooth. Didn't pull it back just to make sure
Mhm.
doesn't get the distance that you would normally get. And
That's a great shot.
High T thumb. High T thumb, 8.5.
Is that I mean, to not pull it back, because obviously you don't want to, mash the thing. Is that for me, that's would probably be a hard process to learn. Granted, you play with thumbs and you're plenty of shots without pullback, but for you, was that a kind of a unique thing?
For the first couple times playing it, and just because I'm normally a guy that doesn't mind playing just a soft 180 or just a small pullback shot. But when I first played them, like in playing par threes and playing a shot like I would normally play it and watching it go 40 yards past the green, it's definitely an adjustment.
So I'm curious, and we'll start to get some scores out there of where does Gordy's round sit compared to the rest of the room. I would imagine he's got to be very much in contention for top overall qualifier. We'll see how the rest of the round goes. But I think some of the heavy lifting he's done has been just spectacular here early going. And you're right, like the courses will change, but but every stroke counts the same, right? So
Yes,
you get a couple of chips here and there. Depending on how things shake out, you're buying yourself some equity here later on in the qualifier.
Yes, sir.
Because things will go astray for everybody in this room at some point, one would think.
I'm seeing where that link is available, by the way, for our. Oh, there it is, Vegas qualifier. Got it. And it looks like Chopper, Meow Chopper, the 2018 world champion, up at 26 under right now. Kenny Callis, 26 going into 18.
I'll get us going here, too.
Yeah. Sean Gervais finished with a 25. Frank Aguiar finishing with a 24 and 24. Anybody's with 24s and 25s, I think, are going to be a little bit below the line here. Especially the way we're seeing these guys execute right now. 26 for Gordy going into 18. I'm sorry, 17.
He's looking good.
Looking very good. Downtown Gordy Brown. Now we're looking at KFC over here, who is 18 after 15, and that's right now ranging to about a 21. Alan Wilcox right now 21 under, finishes his round. Hold on. Did have Vegas qualifier on there. So here we are. Got one group on 16, other group on 17. Gordy trying to make this for 27 right now. Kenny Callis finishing with a 27 on that course as well.
Yep. So Gordy in a position to be the top, at least take over top qualifier spot for the time being.
A few 26s out there, some 25s.
Scoring surpassing your expectations so far?
A little bit, and this is very gettable. Very, very, very gettable, but water is in play, so you got to be careful.
Because you have to hit it.
And that wasn't a pure 180, so he is short of it.
Yeah, you could see it in the pullback. You know, yesterday in talking to Shrum, talking about, the swipe being right. Now it's
the pullback.
The pullback.
The better look right there. Quick chipping distance. The fact none of them are, the fact none of them are teeing at 8.5. Oh, there comes Paul. We'll see what he does. And he's going to the water. Didn't hit a pure 180. And that's the penalty. You'll see that in this, when you're playing that golf ball. If you don't execute, the penalty can be extreme.
That's very interesting. That was a severe penalty, granted. Mm-hmm. Something tells me he'll be back.
Yeah, he'll be fine. And he's already played a pretty good qualifier as it is. But now puts him in an area to where par comes into play, and he'll have to finish with 25.
Still very much. The
Right.
top is
now,
Paul Taylor.
remember CJ24. He's 24. If he can make this and get 26 after those mistakes in the first part of this qualifier, this will be something. This texture Moxie right here. Clicks are out. 6 wood. There should be, if I'm correct, close to like 9 or 10 of them. No. That was a little off.
That's still all things considered, where he started, I think a really nice.
Yeah, no, 26 is just fine.
And how about that? There you go.
There you go. Gordy Brown.
Gordy Brown, now you're
28.
currently at the top.
Yeah, 28.
28 under.
That's going to be a hard one to beat. Andy Haas is getting ready to step up here, so he'll be one of the ones I look at. But now, Streak's not going to take water into play. KOC, I think, needs to take this on. And 21 under, staring 22 in the eye. The way this field is just scored at this course, it's very easy to stay back. But if I'm him, I'm getting 484 to the green. And that wasn't in pure 180, so.
Yeah, that was. Let's see if somebody can get one to drop or get one close.
Yeah.
So Gordy Brown in at 28, Ken Callis at 27. You got a slew of players in at 26 under, including Evan Gossett and Ryan McCook.
Michael Ratcliffe.
And it looks like we just had a miss hit. I was looking at I don't know if he had pulled back. He pulled back, and it looks like it was a.
Oh. So he had one little small click back, and then, I hate when that happens. That's my notes. Huh? Oh, I don't know. Just being told no.
So, this group, good shot. This group definitely, obviously, are reigning world champ here. Navigating around quite well, can become this
chipping wedge out and just going to bang it. See if he can roll up there for him. No, not quite.
So he is going to get there. Join the group at 27 under. Now it's a group. There's two of them. 128, 227s. I think and now with that, we're going to get our second heat ready to play.
As guys are making their way up, as we're going to get a look right here at the two-time world champion, Andy Haas, 2008, 2016, 34 times a tournament winner. 14 of them coming on the National Golden Tee Tour, 15 of them.
He's played a fair amount of games, as you can tell.
Yeah, the most highest volume player in the history of Golden Tee is Andy Haas. Nobody's played more rounds than him, and I'm not sure if there will ever be any more that play more than him. He is everything that makes him great involves repetition, getting good muscle memory. That's a big good. It's a good attribute for a Golden Tee player to have is good muscle memory and guys that can hit repetitive shots. Nobody's better at that than Andy. So we'll see what happens to him in this round. He's the guy that I'm expecting to challenge 28 right now.
So, if this is your first dive into Golden Tee competitive play, pace of play, style of play, we talked about the emotions that he wears on his sleeve. You kind of know where he stands at all times, both good and bad when things go. He's a dog. He's a dog. This is a room full of dogs.
Yep.
But this is a guy that's done it a really long time. And now, of course, wants to close the void here between his last championships.
Christopher Jusic, he had his dad in the last chance qualifier last night, has had some tournament moxie. Very young player, but he has got the skills.
For sure.
We'll see how he does today. One of the Cedar Park, Texas players that are in this field. Pontevedra Beast, one of the best click chippers in the game. That's right. This is James Hickey, his second world championship. Him and Gordy play a lot together. They play a lot on Discord together.
So when you are qualifying, I used to love qualifying with Jeff Harlow. And for some reason at tournaments, I felt like I was with Jeff a lot because, I didn't want to watch Jeff play because it was not how his style was so very different than mine and I think different than a lot of people played. So I couldn't really get much from what he was doing, but I always just liked the vibe. So if you're with an Andy Haas, who is all out of the gate strong, did you like playing with a high-profile guy? Did you want to be maybe off, and again, streaming's come around a little bit differently? Like, what was your ideal qualifying setting?
I've qualified with Andy twice in my life, and both of them have been in IT run events, regional championships in 2007 at the Atlanta point. The downtown Weston, the Peachtree Weston at Atlanta. Where he shot one of the greatest 5-course qualifiers I'd ever seen.
Because of you?
Yes, exactly because of me and him following me around. I did beat him one of the rounds. It was on Indigo.
Great course.
Yeah, Indigo. But at the time, no tees, different game, but shooting 25, 26, 28, 28, 29 to finish with a 136 qualifier at the time.
Massive.
Not exactly heard of.
No, massive, yeah.
So I always appreciated Andy, and the one thing that really makes what Andy thrives on is the speed factor, just to keep the momentum going. So while we played that qualifier, and guys, we had the machine to ourselves, guys go out, take smoke breaks, they take their time. We were done with that qualifier 2 rounds before everybody else was. And he ended up shooting the best round of the day. I shot really well for me. Didn't make a Team USA, but however, I shot a really good qualifier that way, and I like playing with Andy.
Well, it's like
you just don't follow him around too much because if you try to emulate some of the stuff he does,
that is the issue.
Yeah,
and it's interesting for these guys too, young, emerging players who have obviously lots of tournament seasoning, but good stage, and again, like something like that where
went off the pin.
You got to ease into it a little bit. That's a good-looking putter right there, by the way.
Yeah. Tang.
I came up with that name.
Oh, did you?
Yeah. They still let me name the putters. There's a handful of things that I can still, the creative. I can't, some of that stuff go. So if you hate a name, that wasn't me. If you like a name, that was me.
that development team pool that you have.
Yeah. They just kind of let me have bits and pieces of the fun stuff of my former life. Putter names being one of them.
Other machine also getting started right now. A lot of Golden Tee experience in this next group. Eddie Godfrey, Michael Jagger, and Robert Brown.
That's fun. That is a fun collection of players. Talk about styles. My goodness.
Yes, sir. So James Hickey also will play with the Stouts. Will not give you the. He's not a guy that likes to play with the salvos unless he absolutely has to. Today, he'll just keep it with the Stouts, and you're still going to see some accuracy from him.
I didn't really understand the importance. I know we talked in advance of just how important these were going to be. Mm-hmm. I understand it now. Salvo. No, truly. I mean, especially with that setup, which seemed awfully good. You're giving away shots if you're not using a distance ball. You just are. Mm-hmm. That's a good shot. Don't get me wrong. Yeah, you can still find hole outs. You can make your way to a great round.
Yeah, and this this would have been nice for Haas,
whose T-shirt game remains consistently on point.
You find some good ones.
Mm-hmm.
I love indoorsy. I just saw a lady walk around there. Oh, Cindy Casson. No. We do know this bush right there to the left does come in play for a 7 degree.
Boy, how do you hit that?
It's a good question.
Well, I can see it now. Never mind. From that turn, I get it.
Mm-hmm.
All right. Looking at the qualifiers still here as we're in our second heat. Gordy Brown still at the top with 28 under. Michael Ratcliffe, Paul Taylor, Ken Callis, 27s. And then a smattering of players here at 26. At 25, I see a Joe Masara, Sean Gervais, Chris Brewer, Paul Luna.
Some of the red
Mouth at 25.
And 25, that's halfway. I mean, that's the first part of the field. So right now you're looking at just breaking it down into the top 32. If you're not shooting 25 under, you're not in the mix right now. But it doesn't mean you have to go chasing strokes either. You know, this is still the first round of the qualifier. Long day to go, Adam.
Long day to go. Yeah, we have got brackets if you want to follow along on goldent.com.
The live wire.
Qualifiers and brackets. We'll have both. I want to thank also, we talked about XP Network, but all the IT folks that are here making sure that this runs smoothly. Steve Sobel, Paige Gossett from Power Events, who just powerhouse tournament runners. It's about as big a group as we've ever brought out to a tournament, and everybody has been working hard. Again, we've been out here since Tuesday. Not fun getting out here with travel, by the way.
We're really close right here, by the way. Eddie Godfrey, we're looking over the left machine. Eddie Godfrey, not a guy that's going to really change golf ball a lot. So you see him playing with a flush right now. But this shot right here, pretty academic for most of these guys. Click, counting the clicks. You see him. And fire. Got it.
Reps on reps on reps.
Mm-hmm.
Guy, you know, in terms of volume right now, is playing more Golden Tee than anybody, I believe.
Yes, sir.
And whose confidence is high, who last year was phenomenal. It wasn't just about him making his way through the brackets. It was emphatic shots and holes in one and some of the more memorable Golden Tee moments we've seen. It's also a guy stylistically, I think, is a really fun guy to watch. He's moving. He's like making his way all the way around a Golden Tee machine as he's hitting it. Sobe Southpaw, right? Yeah, yep. and then throws in his other arm. I mean, if you're trying to learn how to play Golden Tee, by the way, don't watch Eddie. Like in terms of how you actually hit the ball.
His own style.
It's his own style, and it is really, really unbelievably different.
Haas, I mean, this is going in 90% of the time. I'm letting you know that right now. We'll see how well it does. Likes it lip right in front of him. Lip right in front of him.
Which we saw catch in the first heat a few players for sure.
Yeah. I think this is going to be fine, though. Yeah. You see it. Just counting how many, and that's the thing. It all represents yardage, so they know that ball's not going to be far.
Yeah.
It's not going long.
It is very mathematical and pretty brilliant.
It's called click chipping. Originally, I tried to give it the name the JoJo chip because he was the first one really playing, counting out yardages per how many clicks the golf club comes back. The community has assumed the name click chipping. So
it does not surprise me that it emerged from JoJo, who, again, is a really mathematical, repetitive guy who can figure this game out and has. Incredibly insightful when it comes to talking about Golden Tee and strategies and everything else.
Yes, he is. Got to hear it a lot at dinner the other night and just kind of his philosophies. He is no short of confidence in this tournament.
No, man, absolutely. And that was a guy I remember when we brought the World Championship back at our trade show, and I didn't really know much of JoJo, and watching him play Andy Haas and just did not back down. And that was kind of his emergence. You talked about Clint Grover and, these moments that these young players have where they become the guys you really don't want to face in a tournament, and he is every bit that. If you play the daily contest or money shot, you know him.
There was a narrative for a while like that JoJo couldn't be a top player based on just being a good daily contest player. That thought applies maybe to a lot of other people. It does not apply to that man. No, not at all. Very, very embracive of the moment, and just kind of stays in his element. Very analytical too. Super smart to talk to Golden Tee about. Well, getting through some of this, I don't know if we're seeing quite amount the whole outs that we were earlier.
Not.
Except for Mandy Haas, obviously.
Yeah. Which, again, not all that shocking. Mm-hmm. If you're just joining us, we are at the Palms for the Golden Tee World Championship. We've been here all week. Today is our qualifier. This is course 1 of our 5-course qualifier. We will play all 5. You'll see multiple cracks out on multiple machines here, and we'll have our bracket by this evening.
Now, I've already gotten a threat from our producer Andy earlier that if we didn't get to 100 likes before the second hour, that he's just going to go put Skipper Ripper's stream on instead of the World Championship. We can't let that happen, ladies and gentlemen. Let's just get this up to 100 likes, please.
You know
he's
what?
throwing threats out here, guys. Don't let him execute. All right. Get to that 100 likes. As we get to what hole are we on? The 4th of the.
I don't know, man. Skipper's content is pretty hot. I'm just saying.
It is. It is great content.
But man, what a company, man! I don't even know who you are anymore.
So here's Jagger. He's also playing with the flush.
Haas. The Gino like bump.
So that's the thing. These guys are playing the flushes, and they still can't get there. But the arrow player with that 7-degree driver, too. Now here's Robert Brown. I think he just plays the grabber. Kevin Lindsay would be proud. You got the X machine out?
I do. I am tweeting. If you're gonna, give us the like bump, I'm gonna try as well. We're gonna drive these numbers up.
Also, follow me at Gino the Alpha on X.
Wow.
And that's a That's the thing with that shot right there. I mean, now he brings par into play. There's a lot not right with that, but we'll see what happens.
That's a nice shot.
This needs to go in for Eddie.
On the other side. Eddie hoping to duplicate that effort.
He does.
And there you go. When you have that much confidence in it.
Won't hurt him a whole lot. Appreciate to the Golden Tee community out there. 100 likes on YouTube right here within the first hour of our qualifier. Love you guys. Appreciate you supporting our stream.
You got to move the goalpost now. 200 likes.
Oh, we'll get there later on today. Trust me.
Influencer style.
I might threaten that if they don't do it, then Chad Trump comes over here and takes his shirt off. People might like that. I don't know.
Play with fire. Well, there's a Haas miss, and he's not happy.
Yeah.
See, every shot, he lives and dies with every shot.
Yeah, no, he wants to throw a 30 up here right now.
And now, it is funny, though, because it does not impact his next play.
No.
The days of tilt, I think, are long gone. Doesn't mean he's going to execute the next shot, but it's a guy that when you see people getting, both positive and negative, I think it can really have a long-lasting effect on whatever holes are to come. Haas, his programming does not allow that.
No, not at all.
I don't know. That looked like I'm surprised that didn't drop.
Yeah, a little bit. But still just keeping this going here. We're seeing a lot more excitement with this than we did, I think, last year.
Sure.
These guys have learned more. They have learned different ways to attack these PGA courses now. And I think these guys have also taken that to some parts of their other game. Oh, and James misses a putt. On a par 3, I might add.
I was going to say we saw a couple early last round on some of these, drivable par 4s, which all right, we're pulling up scores here. Clinton Grover joins the 27 under club.
I would have to ask him. I haven't got a golf ball check on him lately, but he was just exclusively Titans for a long time.
Some really good scores. But Gordy Brown still. Is that a.
Andy Haas had to come over here blow his nose.
Nose?
Could hear it right in my mic.
Hey, man, you want access.
Yeah, no, we're close enough to smell it, guys.
It scared me.
Yeah. This is close enough to the sweat coming off the wrestler's distance here.
Yeah, we'll see what that does for him. Do you know what Andy Haas listens to when he plays?
Tool. Yeah, almost exclusively Tool, I think. Him and Stenmark both had a very affiliation with Tool and the music. A lot of good fans of that. So it's about 25 songs. I've gone through and asked what these guys like. Joe Masara is an EDM guy.
Yeah.
Yeah, got some electronic dance music going on. Brittany was telling me about her. She's only got 9 songs in her playlist. Only got 9.
It's all right.
Yeah.
A couple of rounds throughout a qualifier, I guess.
Well, for her, she really doesn't typically use them in the qualifier. It's more about match play.
Yeah, that's true.
Out there, I'm just surprised I don't see more guys driving this green. I want to say if they carried a 9.5, they would be, but no reason to have a 9.5 when you don't need one for most of your round.
Andy got there and went to go grab himself a beverage.
Mm-hmm.
Could hear the can crack.
Yeah, got a can crack right behind us.
I don't know about that can placement, though. I feel like that's your
dangerous
game right there.
That's about a right foot away of going south.
Yeah. You already saw someone jump off stage last night.
That was an interesting sight right there, by the way.
That was great. I got some play-by-play on that.
I
was told there was some alcohol involved. No worse for the wear, although this morning I'd like a check-in physically how we're feeling.
Took it easy for the first couple of days here. So
it's like you're right, though. It feels we've had some holdouts, we've had some moments. I'm really interested to see what kind of first off this chip. Well, you got a couple of chips here that I think are going to be. Oof.
Appreciate Big E from RZS Sports Bar out in Fort Worth, Texas, for liking our stream. I know there's a lot of public establishments out there that host a lot of Golden Tee players, guys that didn't make it to this tournament. They're showing it in their bar. I know Callaway's back in Columbia, South Carolina, has the World Championship going. I know a lot of other establishments like was it Redbirds in St. Louis?
Yep.
They're another one that they'll put it up on the TV for guys to watch.
Love me some Redbirds. Haas, by the way, again, unable to capitalize on the eagle. And it'll be interesting to see. We just saw him miss a long putt. He's going to have another one here. We saw that putt give our first heat some trouble, I guess. This hole was not their cleanest effort. That looks like it's going to be a chip.
Robert Brown, one of 4 players here from Canada that are in our field, 2 from Western Canada and Calgary. He's one of them. The other 2 from Regina, Saskatchewan. Go Rough Riders.
Robert's been around the game a long time too, man.
Mm-hmm. Played in a couple World Championships and is on his own. His first one since pre-pandemic. I remember talking to Cam and Dan Usselman when they came down for the 22 World Championship and just how big of a deal it was for them to get there
for
right
sure.
after the pandemic.
Absolutely. That's an interesting shot here.
While we're watching a little bit of this, Interlake Games, Craig Levis qualified. Interlake Games, is that a large ITS Games Canada vendor?
Yes.
Okay. Their largest maybe, or one of the largest?
One of the largest, absolutely. Yeah. Long-time customer. Oh, it's tough. That's a tough chip.
We have a lot of these units, probably, 18,000 units in commercial establishments?
At least. There we go. Yeah, more and over the different platforms and everything else of years.
Still a well-consumed game.
Growing in the home now, obviously, the number of online home games over the last 5 to 8 years is really, really.
A little bit of a product of the pandemic, a little bit.
For sure, yeah. I mean, the momentum toward the home, I think, was, had started before then. And then, of course, I think that changed.
Expedited some things for a lot of guys,
sure.
I think. But also with I looked at this as the transition. A lot of these legacy units that were ending up in some homes, and it's kind of helped some people get some units.
For sure, absolutely, yeah. So it's and even mobile as well has gone through various, peaks with the pandemic, and then now, of course, you've built out this very active and engaged community that we got to see here the last few days.
And we also not only have Golden Tee online right now, we also have the arcade collection going online soon.
Yeah, so there's a lot of bowlers, maybe some bowlers out there now. So commercially, those are just making their way onto the street.
Will there be a prize play element to that?
Yes, yeah. We basically took Silver Strike in its live form and completely rebuilt it. And it's a multi-game, so if you like Power Putt or you like Target Toss Pro, both are actually, I think, are incredibly fun games. It's a great hole out there.
Yeah, absolutely. That's where James makes his money right there.
I've said it before in my house. I think the arcade collection, beautiful. Yeah, that's a beautiful shot.
No, my bar has been there's a lot of new Power Putt players we have in my bar. That's been cool to watch.
It's fun, yeah. And Target Toss, the lawn darts is a blast. Poker darts, 301.
I still love classic bags.
Classic bags, for sure. It's
with a little bit of raw talk involved.
Oh man,
Dollar Don Pesciani.
We did have to revisit some of the raw talk lines. Some of them didn't age maybe as gracefully as the others, so we had to reevaluate that. But Raw Talk, you've never heard it. It is shocking. Not on in my house with my my kids. But in a bar setting, you have endless fun with it. All right, still 427 unders. Gordy Brown pacing at 28 under. It's interesting looking at the great shot points here. I see 56,000, but a lot of these top guys, 48,000 for Clint Grover, who had a 27. Gordy, 37,000, but a lot of his work, I would imagine, in watching it, was an accumulation of chips over time. And, you know, probably got that 37,000 from within, 50 yards, a lot of it.
Closing out the first round here, a little bit faster on the right. If you play with Andy Haas, you're always going to go faster. He doesn't like to slow down at all.
No. And he'll make your putts for you, just so you don't have to get up there.
He'll keep it going. Although for a lot of guys, a nice 20-foot right one looks like you're hitting it from the parking lot.
Yeah.
20 under after 13, and he's executing. He's right around that Gordy Brown score area.
And he's missed two shots that, a putt and a chip that he, I think wants to have.
Yeah.
It's a good shot there. Points.
Chris Jusic with the Titans here. He has the RAR. He misses his dinosaur outfit from the Legacy game. Big fan of that.
We'll bring some back.
There's a few of me. I got a guy in my home bar. He loves the fat guy on his Legacy.
Oh, on the bodysuit?
Yeah, the body. That's a big fan of that one.
It's funny with mobile. I don't know who saw it yesterday, but they're not body. I mean, they're full-on characters that we're going to be doing in mobile, and we'll be doing more stuff with PGA Tour too. The conversion of clothing is always so tricky because you had, thousands of kind of ancient art that is not easily transferable in terms of making it up to the graphic standard that we want, which we'll keep building on. But some of the more popular items we've talked about bringing over as well. Coming in hot. We'll talk a little bit about the update throughout the day, too. I know some of the things that we're working on. Because we go home after this, we enjoy 4th of July, and then it's a sprint to get things wrapped up.
The KJ Choi story.
So you're looking at Eddie trying to figure out what the loft is for this chip.
With arrows, can it be an angled 180? And by the way, it's a way I love the way they say that, angled 180. That means not straight back, straight forward. You're angling your pull back to one direction. You're pushing it to the other direction. That's what we call an angled 180. The question Jason Pack would ask, can it be an angled 180 when you hit the arrows? I believe so.
Mm-hmm.
As long as it is a straight line, straight back, straight, or some kind of straight line towards your pull back and a straight line towards your follow through.
Harder for some of us to hit than
not
others.
The easiest. Not the easiest for everybody. Sometimes that does. Sometimes it's easy for guys to get that, and then it turns into a cut shot for a lot of other guys. Casey Mattingly, to answer your question, what courses are we playing today? Well, we've seen Summerlin. You're about to see Scablands here real soon. We'll play Cumberland some point today with Missouri Hills and Manhattan. Will be on the docket today for your qualifier at this Golden Tee World Championship.
Good shot. Starting
Just a classic. Look at this.
Oh, man.
That's a great shot by Eddie.
Yeah, Eddie's missed a few chips, but, I think he's just getting started. And, the one thing about this course probably, Haas just nearly got another. You'll see some of the creativity, I think, on the the next course, Scablin's unlocked.
th World Championship, Adam. 14 of these bad boys.
Yeah, now a yearly staple for what we do. It's important. In a weird way, we start planning for the next one now, right? Last year we were already planning this event at this venue.
Get this right. 13th World Championship.
Could have fooled me.
Make sure I have all my stuff right.
Yeah, we want to, we've seen the viewership go up every single year. Obviously, support everyone out there. That's a nice chip for Jaeger.
And this, hopefully, everybody will be tuning into us tomorrow. Match play. This room is going to have some tension in it.
Yeah, it's going to heat up.
$35,000 that everybody here wants a piece of.
I think the layout of this venue too is going to make for an incredibly tense kind of main room. We've got the stage. We've got these two games side by side. Oh, that's a tricky miss there. And I think that's going to add to the environment. These chairs are all going to be filled that you see behind. You're going to have people standing. I'm expecting you to break my eardrums. I want you. That's.
Well, we got to get there.
Oh yeah. No, we're not.
But I'm
not yet.
really close to the guys. I need. We'll have to keep it.
Did you hear Kevin yesterday though?
I did not hear Kevin.
Oh, yesterday. Kevin, I think it was yesterday. I don't know. It's been a long time. He made me jump out of my chair. He had a couple of good yells at it, and nobody on the stage was worse for the wear. This will be a fun shot to watch Andy hit here coming up. Still 427 unders. 526 unders. Uh-oh, that's got to be careful. Oh. That is trouble.
And I think, and he's playing the Titans too. Like, that was unnecessary. He didn't need to take that on at all.
We saw Paul Luna, unfortunately, find the same fate. Paul still went on to shoot a 25 under.
And he's still having this round, keeping it together a little bit. I think it's important he walks away with at least a 23 or 24 here. Chipping wedge. Once again.
That's a good go at it.
Good here now. Andy Haas for a 28 under right now. If he can nail this. This is a tough one to make. 69 yards.
Nice.
Gonna have a little break to it. I want to say this is the third click I've seen. My four clicks. Oh, just a little short. Wanted that one.
He looks
like, nah, that should
perplexed by that.
I don't think he needs to be. I think that was just a quality shot, maybe just a little short.
So we saw him miss a putt, still fire a 27. He'll be happy with that.
Yeah. So right now, Gordy Brown with the only 28 in the room looks like he's going to be the top qualifier.
Good for Gordy, man.
Glad we got to see that.
You know what? And look, whatever happens, like you beat this room, that's a cool moment, man.
Mm-hmm.
He Road to Worlds catalyst to the.
He told me when they interviewed him to be a part of that video, he was kind of excited. He's been ramping up the gameplay.
I have to give a shout out, by the way, to the production of that video, which I've seen now in full. It looked like when you watch like an interview before the World Series, the quality of the video is off the charts. Seriously, it is fantastic. I have now seen it, and I was floored. I'm not just saying that because it's incredible.
Did it get you excited? I think that's the most important
we're
question.
All grown up.
Yeah.
We're all grown up. The guy did a phenomenal job. Yeah. Knowing the time that goes into that thing too, man, I hope people enjoy it, and you haven't, go watch it after we're done here. It'll get you pumped up.
Oh, yeah.
So I think now Andy Haas and co. are going to stay up and start scablancing.
Yeah, so we're, to be clear, we're doing the ABBA route.
Yes,
okay.
yeah. So the reason we do that, of course, is because if you went A, B, A, B, A, B, technically Group B would be able to watch Group A and maybe take something from that. So the reason how we avoid it is Group B stays on, then Group A will stay on, so you get back-to-back matches of these guys at various points.
Now, there's two sides to that. You got the one side to where, guys are going to stay in rhythm, play a couple games at a time, and then Gordy, who just got over there, and he's sitting on this 28, and he probably
that's a great point.
Yeah, he wants to go touch the trackball probably really quickly and just kind of keep that energy going. But right now he has to kind of sit for an hour and just kind of coast, and that's where you see him. They're just kind of making talk, and just right now he's seeing where he is in the qualifier. As we now have guys, Gary Sheldon, Reese Waldmeyer, and John Tatura have started their second round.
Yeah, we're starting to see some trickling of scores start in here, and it looks like our TPC Summerlin scores for the moment are. Oh, that's right. Okay, so now that we've got other games coming in of guys moving along, we'll have to do our due diligence to see where.
Yeah.
But we'll keep you updated. This is fluid. Just had a minor panic attack looking at the. But no, we're all good. It's actually doing what it's supposed to do, which is to update.
Yeah. So we got Eddie, Robert, and Michael just kind of finishing up their first round here.
It's a pretty drastic pace of play difference, of course. But you're right with Andy Haas, who looks like he's.
Not a quick. He presses the quick shot. He doesn't keep it locked. Some guys still do that.
Press it. I do that.
Yeah, keep it down. I think I learned that a long time ago. Especially if I'm going to play a bunch of games over at a time, I want to keep my rhythm going. And the fast forward button's always been a way for me to.
I like. I want to say it's Jeff Lannon. We'll use it to kind of assess the shot. Mm-hmm. It's like a part of the rhythm of. It's almost like slowing down or speeding up a slot machine. Like, what's it going to do?
Yeah, Taylor kind of does the same thing.
He does. It's suspenseful, right? Dramatic effect. Oh. All right, it looks like we've got now our second course.
Josh Schindel asks, any reason why PEGT events have not gone to that? That's a great question, Josh. I just knowing how the tournament directors think in this, they want to keep things as simple as possible, and just allow just alternate and just
that's a good
do that
question.
way. And just like I said, not really, especially with a lot of new people.
That's exactly it.
Come into a tournament
is this event. Everybody kind of knows where they're supposed to be for the most part.
Yeah.
Not that that's not the case at a PGA, but you're definitely inviting. You have a lot more locals. You have a lot more people, hopefully, trying a tournament for the first time. And I think it just, you're you're here, you're here, you're here, you're here.
Yeah.
I think that's probably your answer. So.
Yeah, I mean, just a lot simpler to let a new player know where they need to be every 30 minutes to 45 minutes. It depends on how long a qualifying group takes.
So, okay, as we get started here, we're wrapping up on Summerlin. We've got a couple more holes to play, and then we're going to be Scablands, which we are on the right side. You've talked about this course a lot. Are there certain holes that you're really looking forward to seeing the setup on? Like, what should we be looking out for?
2, 10, and 16 will be the three holes that we really have an eye on. Now, here's James. Now, James is playing this in the bunker purposefully because he knows this shot right here where he can
nice.
He's played that many times before. And here is Andy Haas, by the way, doing the same thing. A little lip in front of him is not going to hurt this 5 hybrid, and this has got an excellent shot of going in. And it is.
Wow.
And you'll see this. Now, if he
entirely too easy.
Yes.
And if I'm being honest, kind of annoyingly easy.
He makes it look easy for sure.
That was incredible.
So, a 3-under, a 2-under, and this is drivable for all parties, including style players. 416. Now, here's how Andy's going to take it. High 7-degree driver, right to the green, just fine.
Sorry, I don't mean to cut you off, but on the 7-degree driver, how prominent is this on courses now?
Well, relatively prominent, especially it's almost a requirement on a couple courses.
Okay.
Now here's him, James. Stouts. Watch this. Ramp, and then jump. Go up on the green. You're seeing a ramp shot. They're playing medium tee, not high tee. You would think high tee would give you more distance. No, they want to be able to ramp that green. They want to get the extra roll. Here's the Titans. And now all guys with opportunities for eagle. I would say today 60 to 70% of the field will eagle this hole. A lot of guys will end up taking birdie because they have chips just like this, or maybe they don't even get to the green. 416 is a really long way to go.
On the left side here, we are wrapping up. Last shot of a
getting done.
18. That's a good-looking ball, but
so let's wrap these scores up. Eddie G going to get himself a 26, and I think he has to be happy with that.
Yeah.
Robert Brown, 23, and a 24 for the glove bandit Michael Jager.
I don't think a 24 is going to hurt you there. I think you're all right.
You're in the mix. And like even a 23 is not going to hurt you. I mean, it's going to be in the mix, but these courses, especially the one that they're going to play next, can allow for some drop shots. Here's Andy Haas, 2 under after 5.
All right, so those guys are they're already looking like they're getting logged in. So we'll have double Scablands going. We've seen Haas, I think, start eagle.
Very close to.
Not too bad.
Double eagle, double eagle.
Eagle, now eagle.
It'll have.
It's a fun hole, for an early going. I think where you can. I love having the options to go every which way around or through trees.
These guys right here they'll all move to the left, and the trees are kind of out of play at this point.
It's a nice look.
I like the 3 wood more than the 5 wood, but we'll see what he does. Yeah, thumb 3 wood, high tee, solid shot.
Longino approved.
Yeah, that's, I think, the correct way to play that hole. Only 4 mile-an-hour wind too. I mean, the wind's not really a factor on this hole, so all these guys are going to be able to take this. Now if he high teed it, I wouldn't recommend a really hard thumb here. But he's going to medium tee and just play straight at it. No, he's going to play a cut into it, but that's just fine.
That's fine.
I'm sorry, 5 under after 2. Think of Rage for WA. I said 2 under after 5. 5 under after 2. 7 under after 3. And with
Nick Walsh with a 27 under on Summerlin.
Good for him. Had him having a little heat on tour this year. He's had some good finishes. Has been playing at a good volume for a home edition guy. And also these guys that stream now, Adam. I mean, you really get a good idea of the eye test and what kind of player they are, how they approach the game. And Nick is another guy that's been streaming a lot here lately.
It's a good shot.
Guys like Connor Franta, you see, and then all the Discord family, which is Al Jazz, Gordy Brown, James Hickey.
Chris Anthony, 27 under.
Chris Anthony is a big-time PGA player, one of the best in this field. Plays a lot of them.
Well, it paid off there. So, in the late going here, we're seeing more big scores, moving some of those 24s, 25s down a little bit, but we got a long way to go.
Now they're go ahead, get it started. You see nobody going to that bunker.
It's interesting. Worked well for Andy. Either way, you're going to have a nice look at it.
But, God, when you see a wind in your face and it's just barely angled to the right, it's just so hard to angle yourself a really great shot to the right and be accurate, especially if you're having no pullback. As we're getting in the middle of our second round of our qualifier, I want to thank everybody watching our YouTube stream and all over Twitch. You're watching live streaming coverage of the 2024 Golden Tee World Championship. We'll be here all day, speed tournament and doubles tonight. Appreciate everybody following. Give us a like on the stream if you're watching. We'd love you.
I think now the nerves are starting to loosen up in here a bit.
Sure.
You know, you've pretty much everybody has played a course, which is good. Some of those early jitters start to wash away. Maybe you see a few more cans or cocktails being consumed. Did you have any qualifying? Oh, man, that's a good shot. Did you have any qualifying rules and regulations in terms of alcohol consumption?
I think we talked about this a little last night. Like a good base for me was strong. Like making sure I have solid food, and then I start incorporating the and that's one shot. That's a green he needs to make, and he missed.
Yeah.
But and then just kind of keep maintained. So I would drink a light beer through most of the day, and just try to keep a level of comfort.
No double IPAs, huh?
No, I'm not face smashing with beer. If I'm going to be playing Golden Tee, I need to be chilling out. Now here's Robert. Now here we go with Eddie, Eddie should be on the screen. The fact that he's not is a surprise. And now, I mean, he could take birdie here and be fine, but eagle's important. Good shot from Hickey on the right.
In terms of someone you'd think is capable of adjusting off of an errant shot, this is a guy that fits the script. But no, that was... You know, so far, Eddie will be fine. But Eddie has been, just a smidge off. Just a smidge off, I think.
Just a little bit.
That's a good shot.
But
no, he'll be fine.
Now, how does Jager chip these days? He doesn't seem like a guy that would click chip. No, he's not. It's still comfort for him. Just play his normal style. That style hasn't changed for a lot of years.
No. There's some old school vibes to that.
Anybody want to notice the 12 under after 6 from Andrew Haas right now? 12 under after 6.
He buzzed a cup already. So
and this is
go zone.
Yeah, this is green light.
He still looks pissed.
Takes a birdie. What's wrong with him?
I don't know. He wants it, man.
Yeah.
He wants it. When the expectations for yourself are so high, it's just he does have to keep himself kind of centered because he expects that to go in and genuinely probably should expect it to go in, but there's also a danger in that, I think, when you set the standard.
He's got a very even-keel personality about him when he plays, and for him, it's keeping his comfort and keeping the shots going. The fact that he's not playing with Chisholm today is probably better for him because Chisholm, who is the exact opposite of Andy as far as speed is concerned, I think he's in a good space today.
Thanks, Travis.
As my buddy Travis over here brings us what we need.
What did you get?
I'm ginger ale.
Oh.
With vodka.
Well, hold on. Cheers.
Cheers.
Thanks, Travis. I want to say we have Travis Stresser who came back to IT. Travis had to leave for a little bit.
Yeah,
and
I gotta shake that man's hand, by the way.
Oh, my God. It's wonderful to have him back. Travis has come back to help us. We're really putting a lot of emphasis on leagues and something you know a lot about, localized tournaments and contests. We have our new Score It software. Travis has already been back not terribly long and has talked to a ton of operators, a ton of locations. He was running leagues in Michigan, and he's loves the game. I think people that join that specific position, even in marketing, come from a place of passion. And, man, it's good to have him.
You've talked to me a lot about how you were able to carve your own path when it comes down, and a lot of this is I see a lot of you guys as just kind of carving how you want to be successful.
Well, everybody truly, you don't have to love this game to work at the company, but for whatever reason, the marketing side of things, even starting with like Dan Scrimetti, started at a place of just loving to play Golden Tee. I went to regional tournaments when I was in college in Joliet, and I got my taste of Golden Tee, and I've told this story before, but my mom wrote press releases for IT, and I got my job through my mom. Hounding. And Gary Colabona, who, by the way, I just saw not terribly long ago, had lunch with Gary, who's, just shot a 72, basically shot his age at
again.
Arboretum, which, of course, he tells the whole universe when he does on social media, but we love him for it. And, it's always been that kind of passion. It's the greatest game ever made. And I see it even still with like a Larry Hodgson or a Jim Zielinski or people that have lived and breathed this forever still have this strong connection to it, whether they're working directly on it or not. But Travis has that. Travis has the vibes. He's here obviously to work, but he's also here just to see how are people going to push this game.
Came back to he's been on my podcast when he was running tournaments in Michigan. Gave him a little bit of time. Him and another guy that's up there, I think, is Matt Miller. Mike Miller. God, I can't remember his name. Poor me.
It's all right. You're all good.
But anyways, they came on, talked about the tournament they run in the Michigan area. Gets a lot of love from the locals up there.
It's a great area for Golden Tee, by the way.
Good to
Always
see,
has been.
Good to see him back with you guys.
Yeah, we are lucky to have him. We got to do a great shot point check on Haas, because even the ones that aren't going in are pretty close. Speaking of going in, oh man.
So Haas 16 under after 9. The next hole, watch this, Adam. This is going to the green.
So this is another hole you said to look out for.
Oh, and I don't think that was pure. That was short.
And I think
now here is, watch this, low tee. He doesn't have the distance, so he's going to make up for it, and he's going to try to ramp this over the left side. Low tee, 7-degree driver, and it goes up this hill.
Oh wow!
And
that was
gives yourself a chip.
That was a path. You were all over it.
Yeah. Now, Jusic is just going to get himself up into the bunker and give himself a shot. I think people like that bunker shot a little bit more than hitting from the fairway, to be honest with you.
Really?
True story.
Just because you're
closer to the hole. I mean, sand's very easy to control, especially if you're playing with a plus spin iron like he is.
Yep, that's nice.
Now this, just coming up the hill, it wasn't going to move that much. And I don't say he's mad at himself, but I think he's
mad at himself.
He's expecting eagle there.
I think again, it's
now if anybody's going to make this shot, it's going to be James. Now, click chipping time, count them out.
Yeah, essentially, looking at the qualifying leaderboard, you've got half the field has really started. Scablin's games.
Just behind the hole.
We're moving here. If you're just joining us, we're at the Palms in Las Vegas. Golden Tee World Championship qualifying day. This is course number 2 of a 5-course qualifier. We'll try to keep you updated on all the games going around the room. I know tonight is a night where people have some plans because it should be a relatively early ending, and then we'll do doubles, of course, so people are going to hang out and do that, but others maybe venture out and get some Vegas in tonight.
We'll see. There might be some dinners from some people. There might be, let's go ahead and read a book and go to bed early. I mean, we'll see what happens. I mean, some of these guys are going to be in here at 9 o'clock right when the door opens, ready to get their machine and get their games in and get themselves into a good mode.
There's a UFC card tonight. I've checked tickets.
Okay.
I don't think that's my scene tonight.
Okay.
I'm not reading a book either, though.
No.
I'm be reading lines.
No.
Point spreads and lines. Got to be clear. Point spread lines.
No, he's not going home to have Bible study, ladies and gentlemen. He's
no. We're gonna curl up. Point spreads. Andy Kuhlman has dropped his knowledge on us.
Oh, I went to the book right when he gave it to me.
I may have to use the bathroom, air quote, to go do some studying. When we got prelims start, Kuhlman?
It's probably here.
A couple hours here.
Couple hours.
So we got some bets to make. That's what this laptop is for, Gino, by the way.
Yeah.
I'm sorry, it's for the qualifier only.
But I went and got a physical ticket of a parlay tonight.
That's, you know what? I need a physical ticket in hand, too.
Yeah, that made me feel good. Went over to the Billy Hill. Used the kiosk. Didn't actually go to a guy.
Yep.
That kiosk is, it's like having a sports book from your phone right in the kiosk.
I did want to see where the closing odds finished up for the World Championship. I don't know how we get our hands on that. But maybe we can at some point throughout the day. Andy Haas looking at the just general qualifier leaderboard. And again, if you're using it, it's kind of all 5 courses jumbled into one. So over the next couple hours, as players get in front or fall behind, I think it can be a little misleading just in terms of, you know what I mean, who's playing where.
Yeah.
But right now, Andy Haas is number 1 overall.
Oh, no, Edward. I mean, just through the 36 holes of this qualifier, this has been a shaky start for Edward Godfrey.
Yeah.
Ended up with a solid score on the PGA course, but that right there.
No, we mentioned it, hasn't.
And also playing the same golf ball right here, Jager. Better shot.
That is not an Eddie golf shot.
Yeah. He's in the rough.
Like we've seen already, can he help, curtail the damage a little bit?
No clicks for him. He's going to execute a normal chip right in the hole.
That's about as mad as you'll see Eddie, I think.
Yeah. That's him raging right now.
You know what it is. He's a pretty collected guy. He knows it's a long run. But that is not the score you expected to see after, you kind of mentioned it. It's been a pretty decent, overall the setups I think have been pretty positive.
Yeah. Now notice he's not even playing a pullback. Doesn't want to mess around with the pullback. Just go ahead and hit something out there. James will play a little bit more of a controlled shot that involves a pullback. Jusic, a good story. He had his dad playing in the last chance target rush qualifier. Talked about that's how he learned Golden Tee was, sitting in the bar stool with his dad at Buffalo Wild Wings and learned a little bit. So kind of came full circle last night. Good to see him. Got to meet him.
It's awesome.
Mr. Jim Jusic. So 24 after 14, Adam.
Is that good?
That's fantastic. And now here's this shot right here, which is funny because it needs to be a cut. But if he hits it too hard, which he didn't, hits it well,
just fine.
But I mean, take some confidence to play a shot like that. Now this is where it hurts it right here. Now I think he's fine. I think he can keep the medium tee, hit it full, and get it onto the green.
Good shot.
Needs to play that hill just a little bit, as you see, and notice that was a little bit too much cut.
That should be a reasonable look at it from there.
Yeah, and his chipping is pristine, so I expect him to make that.
Thank you to everybody who is watching, subscribing, who is liking. We hopefully will put on a great show for you guys over the next few days. Thanks to the production crew who's helped out and been grinding away here for the last few days, who's making this all possible.
Appreciate all 270 people that are on our YouTube platform, also through Twitch, all the other streaming platforms that we are, Facebook. I appreciate 150 on the Elon Musk X platform, formerly known as Twitter. So you guys, please go out there, give us a like, subscribe to all our platforms. We appreciate it. Also appreciate XP being out here helping us run some of our tournament stuff right now. Trying to expedite our process a little bit. Right now, just kind of a test. Right now, I think we'll see how this goes. But we're appreciative of them.
Absolutely.
once again trying to get up the hill.
Yeah, that's an interesting shot.
And they're doing it with the streaks, or the flush, if you will.
I'm interested to see how a hole like that would factor into match play as well, because obviously it's going to be important for every stroke. But
now Hero on the right side, they're already to 16. This is one of these swing holes.
Oh.
And Edward.
That's a big hit.
And so here's Hickey going to the right side, going to play from a kind of a straight wind look. Going to attack this differently. 7-degree driver. Watch this. Low T. He is going to ramp this to the green. This is very uphill when it starts. He gets on up there.
What would you have done there?
Exactly what he did.
Right there?
Exactly what I mean. He's so close in chippable distance that.
This is a great look, though. I mean, I know he didn't make it, but I like.
Once again, if somebody's going to make something like this, James Hickey's that guy. Heavy rough. I don't know what kind of click chipping he has in this area, but it needs to get up. It cannot be so. Here is count them out. No. Always goes full, but one. Let me see it. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 6 clips. Fire.
Oh,
got it.
Nice. Eddie on the left side could not make his. Oh, and he missed a putt. Eddie G.
Thank you, Instabrawl, to watching the Target Rush tournament last night. I did feel some energy from that Target Rush tournament for sure.
That was fun.
There was some good energy with that, good streaming quality as far as watching those guys in the 60 seconds. That was really cool. So appreciative of that.
So officially, Gordy Brown is our top qualifier in TPC Summerlin with his 28 under, which you got to see.
Are you guys giving prizes for that?
Yes. I don't know what they are. But yes, I think so. A hug.
A hug, okay.
I think we're giving more than a hug. He's earned it. And you'll get to see him again here shortly.
Oh. And then a missed chip and a par now for Andrew Haas.
Well, I believe said duck.
Was not happy with that.
That changes the complexion of the.
That's what he said, duck?
Yeah, just duck.
Like, I ducked.
Oh.
Nothing came my way. So here's where the streaks are going to, where the arrows. Well, that really, he just missed the chip coming back. He had a bad chip going forward, got into heavy rough, and then missed the chip coming back. And he doesn't do that very often.
That is unusual.
But in a setting like this, especially during match play, you never want that.
And I'll tell you what, man, I'm curious how Eddie.
Great shot.
We saw him miss a chip and miss a putt. Kind of a similar situation in terms of that, compartmentalizing mistakes.
So didn't pull that back and just let that fly, and he'll chip again. Going to make some putts for some people before he does. Wants to get to that chip as quickly as he can. And he putted it instead.
So
in the rough.
After watching him essentially navigate 32 holes of stress-free Andy Haas golf, he's still fine, but you've seen it.
And there is.
That's a great
Michael
shot.
Jager.
He's been having some good moments, by the way, here. Early on, maybe struggling a bit.
Yeah,
that's a great reaction to. That is some good old-fashioned, straightforward.
Duck, yeah.
Oh, yeah. Some ducking going on here.
So here we go, 10 to the left. Chris Jusick with the box on the last hole here. Sorry, Hickey, I think, already played his. Haas rarely going last on the final hole, but he's doing it here. A little fringe help. A little fringe help.
And Andy is tilting a little bit now.
Maybe a little bit. I know that chip's still 29 is not going to be the best round we see here, Adam. There's no way.
Agreed. We're seeing guys put up some decent scores. You could see one here as well, if this is, to be. I'll tell you what, pace of play for these guys on the right. off the charts.
So good rhythm. Andy, I think we'll go have a cocktail and might even play a round of blackjack. We'll see what happens.
Yeah, he's got a bit of a wait here.
Yeah, he's got an hour. I'll never forget when we qualified together in 19 at the Orleans.
Oh, hey.
Hey, Andy. Good to see you, pal.
Hi, Andy.
I gotta go buy a sweatshirt. I'm fucking freezing.
So, you heard it here first. Andy Haas is going to go warm up.
Yeah. He's got still good attitude with him.
He's fine.
Yeah.
So 27-29 for Andy Haas, who currently sits on top. Again, asterisk to that comment because right now there's only 3 players, I think, that have played both rounds. James Hickey, 25-29 start. That's pretty strong, I'd say.
Very strong. And this will be a good time for downtown Gordy Brown to come back this up.
Chris Anthony, 27, and then 22 under through 14 as well. That's
good.
That's a very good start. We saw
he has not played a single game on another machine besides his qualifying machine.
Nick Walsh, 27, and then 17 under through 11. Pretty strong.
Mm-hmm.
We'll keep these scores coming. Mark Gomez, 12 under through 7. Now we're watching
Michael Jager and
who's been firing some bullets here, man.
Yeah, he
and it's fun. He's one of these guys, a Greg Kinsler style, the old school. When it's going well, he's moving a little bit more. He's in the moment.
A glove player. I'll never forget when he went to the glove and he never went back. He had hurt his hand in at the NIV in Richmond one year. I was there that year. I think this was 2009. And he hurt his hand, went and bought a just regular motorcycle glove, fingerless motorcycle glove, and has not stopped playing with it since.
Now, we can talk a little bit about Eddie a bit. Now, Eddie has had a rough start for him. Plenty of time. Yeah. Plenty of time. Needs to recenter. Even a putt like that is not, center cut, where I think the best thing now that could happen for Eddie is golden tee par the rest of the way and then go take a walk.
That'll be on his mind. Just keep it together till he gets the end of it. He's a well composed guy, so that probably won't be an issue. But both Robert and Mike Jager, 23 after 14, and that's not a great score. This is going to be a situation like last year with Evan Gossett. And Evan Gossett, who had the first 2 rounds that he played was very poor, and he had to work. He had to shoot great rounds for the rest of his world championship just to have a shot. And it's getting that feeling for Eddie right now where he's just going to have to work for the rest of this championship.
Yeah,
he's going to win.
That guy, though, just, get a few things going right, and then it can a lot of things will fall into place. He plays so many games that I don't think the struggles are – and I don't know what his particular favorite courses are. Hopefully they're still to come.
They probably don't matter.
I guess when you play this many games, they're all your favorites.
Look at this beautiful 9.5 shot coming down. I haven't seen him hit a thumb shot, and it's famous for a lot of early years in Canadian Golden Tee that none of them play with thumbs. It was all straightforward pushes and very Jeff McClellan-like, if you will.
I've heard Jeff McClellan's name a handful of times the last few days. One of my favorite Golden Tee people.
One of the multiple-time World Championship qualifier, 2-time Team USA guy. From a guy that was able to be a part of this game and play at a high level, just what we called a bronze player at the time, and he's developed him for overtime to be one of the better players. But his range is also very. He could win a tournament.
Oh yeah.
He could win a tournament.
He could be a match play beast, and
he could win a tournament. He could win a pink bracket. It is it is very high and low for him. But
so Jaeger missed a putt, so still assembling what is a pretty decent round.
And I say Jeff McClellan. I think he's been commenting.
Miss Jeff McClellan. Also a guy, we talked about the old school guy and then maybe to a more traditional rep-based. shots on shots on shots. When I think of that, I think of Jeff. I think he really was a trendsetter in that regard.
Yeah. All right, so important to note also, I didn't notice this earlier, but Jager's playing the stouts. He was playing the flush earlier. He's playing the stouts now. And he's just going to high tee up into this area right here. Didn't play the low tee. I don't know if he knows the low tee ramp right there with the 7.
I like that look if you're not going to get up for a chip from the I guess with stouts it makes sense because you can. That's a pretty good line. And now
the second round going for Paul Taylor, KOC, Kevin O'Connor, and Mike Arrington. So we got to remember Paul Taylor.
It's been a while since we've seen these guys.
Yeah, defending his championship this weekend.
Yeah.
His last day as the 2024 Golden Tee World Champion, the defending world champion. It's up to him if he wants to maintain that title tomorrow.
Like I said earlier, I like his mindset. I think he's even the way he's dressed, as weird as that sounds. Did you hear a machine get in?
Yeah, I think there was a machine that was kind of given a little bit of an attitude adjustment.
Well, it sounded like the the machine was giving it. Yes.
Like a person that said Golden Tee saved his marriage. That's good to hear. So the 17th hole of Scablands over here. All guys except for Jager playing with full wind. And that's a good shot from Robert Brown.
Yes. How about you?
There you go.
That's a great shot. This is a pretty favorable look, but that's nice. All right, good. Fireworks.
Just a little shove here from Mr. Eddie Godfrey, and
there we go.
Ho-hum shot point. So
Eddie needs, all good vibes.
Mike Jager needs to make this or get this close, get the trifecta on the points here. It's a good line. He'll play from the fringe. It's called 2 yards, 6 foot.
All right, so here is your hole 2, by the way, which I think with the way Paul plays, it'll be interesting to see. Oh, yeah, that's going to be nice.
We are approaching the 1 o'clock hour here in the Las Vegas. We are here at the Palms Hotel and Casino in Las Vegas, Nevada. We are here at the Green Street, and if you're in the area, come on, check us out. We're going to have a great day tomorrow, too, in match play. If you're watching us online, we appreciate you doing so. Please, hit that like button, guys.
All right, that's got to get down. That's going to be a tester putt. Anything over 30 feet in these, with some break in this environment, I think is a tester, at least for me.
It's an important shot right here for Eddie. 22 under, looking 24 at the eyes. I mean, if he can somehow get – that's a good shot.
Nice shot on the right. That is.
If he can somehow get this to go in, it would go a long way. But he's going to stick with 24, so he opens now with what, it was 26, 24?
26-24.
So if you think at the top guy right now, he's 6 shots behind the pace of the top guy, so that probably would equate to being maybe about 4 shots behind the cut line, maybe 5. So he'll work for the rest of this championship. He needs to be gaining strokes every time there's anything below par could potentially hurt Eddie to make this cut. So we'll see what happens. He's a solid player, but I wouldn't say that's the most optimal first 2 rounds for Eddie Godfrey.
I would agree. It's not easy, and it won't be he's not the only one.
Got some players coming over to that George Von Koschenbar, who
good to see George.
Yeah, GVK, great player, representing one of our top Golden Tee spots in the country, which is the Vector Room.
Just looking at some other scores from TPC Summerlin, I see Greg Kinsler, multi-time world champion with a 24.
Andy
Fox, 23.
Oh. So we're getting down the leaderboard here.
It looks like, yeah, I mean, obviously we called Gordy as the winner here.
That's interesting. So 7 shots separate the first place and the last place score in the first round. 28 with 21 being the worst of the first.
Andy Haas, now with a smattering of scores in for the second round, is still top qualifier. And again, I want to make sure I articulate, like, there's only, I don't know, 8 or 9 players that are probably done so far. Robert Brown, 23-29. That was a nice bounce back for him. We saw the ace.
Yes, sir.
That was a really good response. Yeah. Looks like 29.
So, getting an idea of who was all playing what on this course right here. I believe you're going to see Taylor play with the Salvo golf ball. You will see Kevin O'Connor play the Stout, and you'll see Michael Arrington play the Flush, previously known as the Street.
I made a joke with Paul with the wall decor here that he could just stand there and just probably blend right in.
True story. You know, let me tell you something. You mentioned the Road to Worlds video.
Yeah.
The sunglasses and the cap. That's
it's awesome. Dude, look, I'm not saying Paul wasn't cool before, but his cool factor.
No, it went up a little bit.
Dude, he wins the Worlds, and all of a sudden he's like. Style increase, right?
For sure. And
it's like you get drafted, you know, you had a first NFL contract, and it's like, okay. Yeah, we're seeing this shot, Paul. Look at that guy.
Yeah, no,
amazing.
That's cool.
Oh, good shot.
Yeah, he came on the podcast after he won the championship, and we talked a lot about that, and just it just kind of came to him a little bit when Paul Luna was making his acceptance speech. He mentioned here's to Taylor doing something, and I think it got fired back on our big stage last year.
It did,
and but he's
no. I using that, I look at just how even talking with him, like I. He has the look of a champion now, and he looks. I think he kind of also realizes, because he was a guy historically was, you know, maybe in that second tier of players that could win a tournament and compete. And I think now, after that,
you think about the pantheon of great Golden Tee players and multi-time champions on our tour and our World Championship. The Mark Stenmarks, the Haasses. Evan Goss is a 7-time winner on the tour. I believe Andy Fox is a 7 or 8-time winner. A lot of those players, they're holding that kind of regard. But for a guy like Taylor, who has had a lot of podium finishes, has a really unique way he approaches the game. Also, just only having a couple of wins on tour, a couple of them coming from the NIV. Like I don't know if he quite had the respect of some of the top players before last year. Now,
yes.
No, he is one of the more prominent players. It's like a podium for him is getting close to expectation level. And
boom.
Beautiful shot
there
from KOC.
He had some miscues early on, and that helps.
You can tell that was needed.
You know when you hear like it's your favorite player's favorite player. I think that's like what Paul was. It's like your favorite Golden Tee player's favorite, because he does it his own way. And another guy that's been very influential in terms of technique and not afraid to try new things. And, again, you have the breakthrough. I mean, even the way he squares up the machine when he putts, which I like.
Daryl Rayner, and this is a Hummer question, by the way, from people at Wilmington, North Carolina. And if you know Wilmington, North Carolina, you know Paul Taylor is essentially the mayor of Wilmington, North Carolina. Daryl Rayner asked, if Taylor wins this one, will he be on the Mount Rushmore, right? Give me a couple months, all right, and then we'll talk about Mount Rushmore. I'm not a quick to anoint guy, all right, just because somebody does something very recent. I don't give the recency bias. So you got to let it soak. We got to let it marinate.
Man, we're seeing some
I'm not Taylor. That
shots.
Was Paul Anthony Luna, the 22 world champ.
We got the Pauls on Pauls here. Nice. So we're seeing this group back into the mix here as well. So buckle up. You know what's kind of cool about that question? Because my snap answer would probably be no. And then you think about winning back-to-back with this field and what you have to navigate to do it. And I think you have to really consider it. I think you'd have to really consider. We got a long way to go before we get there, but I think that you do something like that and you change the conversation. Oh, man. Luna gave that a go. All right, so 29 under. Still your top score on Scablands. Let's see what Gordy Brown.
I can't read these comments sometimes. No, it just one per because I know these North Carolina, South Carolina. Everybody knows I come from South Carolina, and
go Tigers.
Go Tigers, go Clemson. Gino is such an anti-NC guy, right? And the difference between a North Carolinian and a South Carolinian is purely sophistication. Okay, trust me. It's a South Carolinian knows how to act. A North Carolinian has their issues, and that's just really what it is. But
to be clear, this is create a mutiny.
Yeah, that's true. They're never going to make a show about Columbia, South Carolina, but the Outer Banks, no.
Oh. All right, so Gordy now has had to sit a little bit, like you mentioned. Mm-hmm. We came over here just shortly before he came on, and he just looked happy. Yeah. He's a happy dude, but he looked like he had joy in his eyes.
Joy, but also just like, look, let's do this again.
Yeah,
let's go back this up.
No nerves, none of that. Like, he just looked like a guy that's ready to play some excellent Golden Tee again. And I think that putt, we're off and running.
We're on a good pace, by the way. If I'm just kind of keeping time right now, we're about to finish up our second course of the qualifier. All already 1:15 local time. If we keep going this pace, 5:30 shouldn't be unachievable. And when we get close to that time, we get the laptop out, as I call it. We count down to the cut, as some guys will start falling below the line.
Get some more scores here for anybody interested.
We're basically getting the dap up from all the streaming players right here.
Which I appreciate.
Yeah.
It looks like about 66 players have taken a shot on the second course so far. Yeah, we're moving.
Things feeling good here. You can tell the room's loosened up a little bit. There's a little lubrication in some people, and just kind of talking about their qualifier, try to talk about what's going on, and they're just keeping themselves in the moment where you got somebody like Kevin who is in fighting mode, Kevin O'Connor. You saw him.
I thought you meant Kevin Lindsay.
Yeah, well, Kevin Lindsay's in fighting mode all the time. But Kevin O'Connor is over here just trying to fight back from having a rough first round.
Yeah, but he's had some moments now. I mean, yeah, we saw some kind of errant shots, water ball on Summerlin, and ebbs and flows. These guys off to a pretty good start here.
I didn't catch if Gordy Brown was able to make the second hole. 3 under after 6 would imply that he did.
6 under after 3?
6 under after 3, I'm sorry. My dyslexia has come out.
No, it's all good. I knew what you meant. Everybody knew what you meant.
Yeah.
Save you from the comments.
No, that's fine.
If there is any saving from the comments.
Yeah, they like you more than they like me. Trust me.
Yeah, okay.
Appreciate everybody watching here, live streaming coverage of the 2024 Golden Tee World Championship. I always have a little fan engagement question that I ask them. I've done this for the last couple of years here at the World Championship. I call it the ASL of Golden Tee. As far as you remember America Online?
Yeah.
When you met somebody, would you ask them ASL? Well, what is our ASL in Golden? What does it say? Where are you from? What's the weather like? And what are you drinking? So, in our comment section, ladies and gentlemen, if you guys want to just let us know, where are you from? What are you drinking? And what's the weather like? I mean, it's 108 here. I'm drinking a nice little short vodka and ginger ale. And
Go Tigers.
Yeah. Well, no, hold on. What I said.
Where are you from?
Where are you from?
Oh, I guess you're from. You're not from. Yeah.
Greenville, South Carolina. Yeah.
What's the weather? So you covered it. Yeah. Okay.
108 here in Vegas.
Same.
I spend about
Tito's and Red Bull.
How many days in a year do you spend in Vegas, you think? Probably like 20, 25?
Probably like 25.
Yeah.
20, 25. Yeah, it's a lot. We're out here for shows. We're out here for all sorts of stuff.
Yeah. Well,
I do love the city, though. I will say that.
No, I like coming out here. I've joked around. I turned 40 back in January, and because being around with you guys, and then I made a quick trip out here back in April. My 4th time out here in the last calendar year. It's my midlife crisis,
Adam. When is your birthday? I'm a
January.
January what?
10th.
I'm 15th.
Yeah, I think we talked about it. Yeah.
All right. Well,
real close. Capricorn.
Yeah. I love this city. I do. I love it. We're out here quite a bit, and of course, it's really, really hot. We're out here in March for our kind of yearly industry trade show, and the weather in March is it's either really nice or had it when it's 40 degrees and rain.
Tell me what a Kona. When you're drinking a Kona, what is that?
That's like a lager.
Yeah, it's a lager.
I think it's a lager. I think.
Okay. Adam turns 40 in January.
I turned 40 in January. Yeah.
Oh wow.
Old man.
This coming January?
This coming January.
I'm older than you are?
Wow. Yeah. What the hell does that mean?
I don't know.
What the hell? We have a good thing going here, man. Let's not blow this. In Golden Tee years, though, you feel like you've been around a long time.
Yeah, no, this is...
Now we're just going to start insulting each other inadvertently. Yeah.
No,
we were a lot closer. We got a lot more in common maybe than
I think
thought.
I told people the other day the pictures that were being shown to me from the Silver Strike World Championship here. Adam Kramer and
Frosted Tips.
Frosted Tips. Pure Frosted Tips going on. Beautiful.
Beautiful head of hair.
Yeah.
God damn it.
Wasn't losing it yet. I mean, I've already gone full.
Yeah. I'm hanging on for dear life. Sure, going to Vegas 25 days a year ain't helping. All right, so these guys, let's take a look here. Andy Haas, again, still hanging on. I would guess he is not going to be the top qualifier after that. Well, I don't know. What do you think? Do you think 56 with what you've seen is going to be good?
So he shot the 27. Okay, there's a handful of guys that shot 27.
Yeah.
So in order for them to match or beat that, they got to shoot 30 in this first round. So right now, I mean, you got somebody like Taylor who's going to challenge for it. But if I had to throw the prediction game out there's probably going to be a handful of guys that are tied after this second course at the top. But 27-29 is going to be the leader in the clubhouse.
Mark Gomez with a 25, and he's at 27 under through 17. That's a good start for him. Orlando Ayala, 26 under, and then he's 27 under through 15. So
the O brothers, both here. Orlando could play. Orlando's got games. I mean, that dude, him and his brother, they're the two guys I don't want to play Golden Tee with, and I also don't want to pick a fight with. Like, I want no part.
Options are limited.
Yeah. But I'll have a drink with them any day of the week. They're some cool-ass guys. I love seeing them.
So we have a handful of players. Ken Callis, who shot a 27, is yet to touch a trackball yet. Clint Grover, who shot a 27, still waiting. Ryan McCook with the 26, Chris Brewer with the 26, Sean Gervais, who we haven't talked about much yet, with a 25.
Yeah.
Guy that, again, is one awesome run away from winning the whole thing, and I think changing the way we view him as a player, having his moment.
He mentioned in the preview video that he is not a guy that likes to warm up. He just gets up and gets it going. He mentioned to us yesterday that didn't really work for him much in Missouri. He's going to play some practice rounds tomorrow. He's fully admitted he's going to do that.
Orlando, by the way, 28 under through 16 on Scavlands.
28 after 16?
Yes.
All right, so he's going to challenge for this.
He's going to challenge.
It's in the 31 area. And we got actually kind of a view over there because he's playing with Danny Boy. And he's got a difficult putt, and he just drilled the center of that on 17, so Eagles.
All right, so we'll keep you updated on the 18th hole as we're watching. Oh,
and Taylor
wow. Holy cow.
Overdrove that.
That is not.
No.
I mean, it looks like he's thinking about it.
Orlando playing with B-Man. Good to see him back in the World Championship.
It's great to see him.
Know a lot of Chicago guys. I don't know how many Springfield people I know. He's one.
B-Man has been around this game a really long time. And Gordy again. True to it.
Gordy's having a good, solid qualifier so far. 14 after 8. Look at Luna. 15 after 8. This lovely par 5 right in his face, too, and this is not hard.
Next course, we'll figure out what the next course is. For those curious, we got a little ways to go here on Scavlands.
It feels like Missouri is.
I believe you're right. The remaining courses on here are Missouri Hills, Manhattan View, and Cumberland, which I love that course, by the way.
Finish on Cumberland.
So Missouri, that is going to be your order. Scavlands, and then Missouri Hills, Manhattan, and Cumberland. So there's a lot of meat on the bone here.
Yes, sir. Lovely full via Mark Stenmark. I'll never forget you guys talking to me about. I mean, this is when you're first learning what a full shot is, and him just kind of having it in the World Championship, which had been a part of his game for a large amount of time. I don't know if it had been put on display the way it was at high scores that day, but
that was so cool.
Yeah,
it was so, at least for me, unorthodox at the time. To see someone not in the daily contest.
Standard operating procedure for a lot of these guys.
It is, yeah. JoJo and others. I mean, it's amazing. Yep.
Oh, good Lord! I just got some information in from Andy Coleman, and we're coming up. I appreciate everybody, all the 263 people on YouTube, also over X. Appreciate you hitting that like button, but now the hostage situation has come back, and
it's tough.
Skipper Ripper has got his trailer. He's got about 20 pizza boxes in the background all stacked up, ready for you guys to see quality 23 handicap Golden Tee. So if you guys really want to see that, go ahead. Don't hit that like button. But if you want to continue to watch the World Championship, I'd hit that like button. I'm a little scared, by the way.
Skipper, I just want to be clear, okay?
Andrew Horner, I love that man, okay? He knows I love that man, all right? I love Skipper Horner. I go and I make sure I comment.
Skipper, go Mets, by the way, okay? You know, all right? Like, go Mets.
Go Mets, all right.
Mets are playing hot right now. Skipper's feeling good. We're feeling good. We've got some synergy, Skipper. I feel you.
When the name Wilpon exited his life,
we all
very happy.
Had an embrace. We don't have any sports teams to bitch about at the moment. We will.
And watch the ramp up. CJ tries the same thing. Didn't work out for him.
So let's see. Are those guys still playing over there on 18? Because I haven't seen this score refresh yet.
No, make sure I look over
It looks like
there.
we're finishing up now.
And I think Orlando's about to hit a putt. Yeah, he finished. It looks like a 31 over there.
It does. All right, so we'll wait for this to finalize, and there you go, Orlando, 57 under.
I am O.
Through 2 courses is now number 1 qualifier. That's a
It's a good
big
start to your
time
day.
start.
Good start to your day.
Love it. Like you mentioned,
no, it instills confidence. It gives you comfort. No, Orlando will should have a great rest of his day. I would imagine that he's going to be around the top 5, top 10, unless something just really crazy happens. Good for him. So 143 right now. We're not doing bad on the like machine over there.
No.
We're going to keep working at that for the rest of our day here.
I appreciate it. We appreciate it. A lot of work goes into these things. Every like does matter.
It's all a preference game when it comes in the world of streaming and these guys. And the more engagement we get, the more exposure we get, and that's so that's why everybody watching. I appreciate everybody that puts it on their TV. Orlando's coming over here.
Yeah. Feeling good. Looking good. Feeling good. Orlando dropping big scores, and we love being at the desk and getting the,
We're getting a lot of dap up over
yeah,
here.
we
I
are.
love
But,
it.
well, you know what? If you want to shoot a good round of Golden Tee at the World Championship and come over and celebrate with us, we will.
A lot of love for those O brothers, man. It's good to have them around.
Absolutely.
Appreciate everybody. Oh, look. Oh, no, never mind. I read that name, Ryan. Oxy Osborne. That's a great name.
So now you start to get into the kind of the dog days of qualifying, meaning that, the nerves are done, you've gotten loose, and now you have to keep
just keep it going.
Focus, right? You got to kind of relentlessly stay at it.
Yeah.
I think we saw it with the mobile qualifiers, which, again, there wasn't a cut, so a little bit different, but keeping that intensity for a prolonged period can be hard.
Yeah. Absolutely.
Especially, by the way, when you got to sit for a little while for 2 courses now as we get into heat A and B and then B, on the machine again.
So on the machine 2 over here, they're kind of moving along here. We got on the right side Paul Luna. I think they're finished. They just started their second round. These guys are just finishing their second round.
Hole 12 and
all right, so this is where I've seen this little ramp shot where people will play the 7-degree low and just knock it up there as far as they can. And I've seen James do it and do it well. Let's see if Paul does this. Notice the fairway, it just rises right there in front of you. So when you hit that low 7, it's going to bounce right into this. And just look at that, almost to the green. Now, you almost bring in water play. If you get a crazy bounce from that hill, it can bring water into play. But
that was as close as that thing was hit hard. That was
a nice equalizer for the stout player.
Yep. So both of these groups now moving through. Again,
22 after 12. Luna's on pace. Luna's on a fantastic pace. Playing the arrow ball.
So certainly looks comfortable. Obviously, it's been a big week for him.
Yes, sir. Got a lot of friends, a lot of people in town with him. A lot of love. And now here's KOC hitting that low 7-degree, getting him up into this chip range. We saw James make it earlier. And he's 20 under after 25 after 15. After that first round, if he can get this down.
Yeah, it's good to see him recover.
Kevin in his 6th World Championship.
Shot for Paul. I think he's got some serious game too, by the way, when he gets it going.
Oh, and just
short.
Tough to judge out of that heavy rough sometimes. And here is Luna. I mean, Taylor, I swear, it's going to happen.
No, the balls are.
We're
not the last time.
With Taylor here, this is not the position he wanted to be at. He wanted to be a little bit more towards the left, and I mean, he was close to actually being on the green. So, but it wouldn't surprise me if he made this either. 26 after 15. This will get him right in that 31 range if he can. Look at that click chipping.
Wow.
So Kevin on pace for a 29, which will help him. Orlando Ayala currently the best of the best right now, 28-31.
I will say, Paul Luna, who we're
want to make sure. As we're going to, after these two rounds finish up on their respective rounds, I'm going to go run and take a break real quick, come back and continue this qualifier.
Likewise. Or we could,
Yeah, I think we're all right. They can handle it without us for
sure.
Just a minute or two.
Thank you again also, by the way, to XP Network, who's helping us out and running brackets, did it for mobile. Reiterate now with arcade, with especially tomorrow, because there's going to be matches galore throughout. They've been here with us all week. They brought us honey, which, I've taken a few swigs of already, which does help the vocal cords.
Yes, sir.
It's a trick of the trade here, especially after 4 days of talking. That honey's going to be a big factor tomorrow. And Paul is very happy.
He'll
Hands
take it.
up, walks away.
He'll
Yeah.
take it.
And actually, that's what I was going to look at here. Luna with a 25 on his first round, and now 25 through 14. So squarely in the mix.
So that means he'll need a 34 to tie Orlando. It's going to be a little short of that maybe, but right now he's on a fantastic pace.
He is. Exactly. He's just,
on a really good pace to be at least the top qualifier on this course. Oh, man. What a shot from C.J. Wangler. So here's the house now. As he says, the house always wins. Got a shot at 30 under right now. Luna now also looking at the bank shot. Low tee, and he gets extreme distance. So what's going to happen here? It's going to take a shot and up there, and just about the same shot that Taylor was.
Oh, that's a good shot from Taylor.
Excellent,
wow.
excellent from
that's
the
a great
defending
close.
champ.
Great close. So Taylor, 27-30.
Yes, sir.
So he's also going to be at 57. Not too shabby.
Question on the stream: will we post the qualifying code when we get done?
I believe so. Yes.
I think some home edition players would
Absolutely.
like to give it a shot.
I love that. No, I think it's an awesome way to do it. We will find a way to get the code out there. We'll have to.
Yeah.
Awesome.
Great news there.
So from Andy Kuhlman, we'll also give you the lock code for the speed run, so you can also try to time your round. Good luck compared to some of these players. We'll see where they land.
I'm talking to some players about it. It's gonna have a good energy to it, I think.
Do we know what course speed round course? So Missouri Hills speed run. I think that's going to allow for some
Kind of important shot for Michael Arrington, but look at that. Just beautifully done. Kevin O'Connor to finish with a lovely 29. I think from what we've seen so far, if you're shooting 27 or 28 on this course, it's that's not going to cut it. You need to get into the 29s and 30s right now, especially with this field.
Evan Gossett in with a 56 after 2.
Art DeVries asked me what is the speed run. Tonight will be players that are playing just based on how fast they can play a round, not exactly their best score. How quick can you get done with your round? We watched Luna do Petra last year in 6 minutes. The average time I keep hearing is between 6 and 6.5, so we'll see what happens.
I've told that there's a 5.5 minute chance on the board tonight. That's what I've
looking
told
at
for
that.
somebody that his timing has been playing this, and 5.5 minutes is on the table. So we'll see if that's the case. All right.
So Luna finishing up his qualifier, and
that's got to stop. Okay.
Say he did not like how that landed, but bite might have been the shot for him there.
All right. So Paul Taylor in at 57. Orlando still number 1, edging Paul by 3,000 GSPs.
Yeah, now, where's Gordy at right now? Gordy lining up his 17th shot.
Gordy is currently 12th, but in a really good position here to.
Yeah, and gives himself a putt. Gets a little dangerous when you get near the fringe over there.
Gordy's got a chance to tie these guys. And I'll say this early on, looking at these leaderboards, looking at these scores.
It's got to stop.
We've seen that chip a few times already.
Now Gordy, be nice if he can get himself into the 29 range right now, give himself a shot.
Nice putt.
Nice putt. So that means if he can go 28, 29, he can tie the top.
Yep.
Gordy Brown in prime position to get himself to the cut, past the cut, and well into a good seat into the main bracket tomorrow. CJ needs to make this. And
That's
he does.
nice. That's good.
Now here's Luna right here on a 32 pace, looking to be the top. 31 pace, I'm sorry.
Yeah, so 31 still the top score we saw from Orlando. He can tie that. We haven't seen really have any teeth yet.
No, these guys have been pretty solid in making the green. Wicked green, though. If you leave yourself a long putt, then.
When these guys wrap, we're going to take a very quick break.
And we'll come back. Look at the beautiful skip shot from the 7 degree. That club is showing you some utility in this qualifier, Adam.
Well, I hope I'm not the only one that
that's learning some stuff.
Was processing. Yeah.
And it looked beautifully done.
Oh, that was a good go at it. That's one of the best we've seen. Taylor had a good go at it.
Important putt to make. Get you some good feelings going into this next round. Drills it.
Yes. Nice job, Gordy.
Gordy Brown.
Gordy joins the group at 57. I'm seeing Missouri Hills is getting started here as we're going to tap in
to a quick break here.
All right.
We're going to just put our headsets down here for a couple minutes. We are watching live streaming coverage of the Golden Tee World Championship. We appreciate you watching. We'll be right back. Back here live here at the Golden Tee World Championship, getting into our third round of our qualifier here.
So we both left the room momentarily. I'm not sure if you took a peek at the slot bank right outside the room. I happened to, on the Dragon Link, a woman on a $3.75 bet hit the grand for $11,000 about 5 to 10 feet from our facility. So getting in and out, there was quite a commotion. Good for her.
Yeah.
It's a good day.
Beautiful. Some luck there. Good for her.
Somebody in this World Championship is going to walk away with $35,000. Massive top prize.
Yes, sir.
And now, recentering a bit, we are on to Missouri Hills. So we've talked a lot of Scablands. I know you've talked about this course and its scoreability. It's give us the blah blah blah. I know people have been watching here, but we're just getting started.
The majority of the players, I would say not the majority, but this is where you're going to see a lot of players maybe go back to the stouts and just kind of keep some conservative nature to their round. It's doesn't lend itself to be able to. There's not holes that's going to benefit you to play something like the arrow or even a full wind golf ball. Now, most of those guys will continue to play with a full wind golf ball, just don't let half wind enter their mind. They just keep it there. But guys like Paul Luna over here, he's got the stout / breeze ball out, and he's going to play that most likely for the rest of his qualifier.
Ran into Eddie G out there, who we've seen, of course.
I was kind of making a beeline. I had to just give him a fist bump along the way. I didn't see him.
Eddie, I was talking to him momentarily, and what he said is, hey, man, I got this, no worries, which – of course he would. That's Eddie G, always and forever. It's why he was competing for a world championship last year and still could again here. So, but also Eddie in general. We'll see what happens with him. But you get a couple of these great players who maybe stumble out of the starting block or maybe stumble later in this round. Who knows? And that's what makes the end of this day so interesting as the bracket takes shape, right? So, okay, an Evan Gossett or an Andy Haas or Orlando, whomever is going to be number one. It could be somebody else. Yeah. Long way to go. But somebody's going to have a bad day. And that round one matchup is never going to be easy, no matter how you qualify today. You're going to have to get through a bulldozer.
Yes, sir. And with this field, either you can end up with a really good player, or you end up in the silver bracket and you're just not happy with yourself. So we're getting through Missouri Hills. This hole right here was in the previous season, Adam, a reason people played with longer distance. This was about a 415-yard shot just to get to the green sometimes. Now this one's shortened up. I think it's kind of made it more of a course for the stout player. this one and another one later in the back nine. I think it's 11 or 12.
Yeah, I think it adds such a unique element to these courses too, and I can tell you, I'll give a little smatterings for next year's update throughout the day. I'll give you a little tidbit right now if you'd like one.
Save some for the podcast. We got to talk later.
Well, this is just a baby one. So one of the things that we're going to be bringing back next year is we're going to have seasons, 3 different seasons. Now, the season and the club pass have been intertwined, right? Normally when there's a new club pass for unlockables, you'd have new tees. But one of the things we are going to do at the end of next year's update is we're going to take all 3 seasons, all the tees, pins, and combine them into one. So we're really going to do 3 different pins and tee sets, and we've done so many more than we used to, and then we're going to have a 4th, which is going to be a combination of everything. Now you think about the timing of the World Championship,
yeah, that's
right?
What I'm just right in my
and
mind.
we don't know when that's going to be, but I can tell you in the back of my mind, I would love to have that. I would love to have this event be, a culmination of what it's going to be. So we'll be dropping things along the way, and that's,
Beautifully said there, and I can't. That would be awesome. That you're speaking of something that a lot of players in this room have absolutely been clamoring for. Would love to see like a mixture of tees right before we get here to the World Championship. So.
Yeah, no.
So you're speaking like it's going to be a quarterly season change. That's really what you're talking about.
Well, and what we got to figure out, because will it be a blitz for the combined, or will we extend it out? We want to look at that. Like, you also, we want to change these, but we don't want to change them like we've got to be cautious of just flipping it too much. But I think what we'll do is we'll definitely let each season. Is that a wrong drink?
Red Bull.
Would you like an IPA?
I'm good right now. I can drink Red Bull.
Okay.
I can only have one. I gave up energy drinks a few years ago. So.
Okay. But yeah, so we've got to lock in the timing a bit, and I think definitely what we do with the World Championship, when we do it, will be a part of that. But there will be a time and place next year when you can play all of these things at once, and with all the combinations now, I think it'll be pretty exciting.
That's. Boy, you could sprinkle in some excitement for this tournament. If we were just to have like a new season, like if we were to combine the seasons right before we get here, that would be.
We've talked for a really long time about, do we do a specific tee set for this tournament that you won't see until you play here, right? Like, we've played around with that idea, and that's still something we wrestle with. It's I like seeing these. I say you as well. I like seeing players squirm. I think, we just watched the U.S. Open in real golf, and you watch these guys get pummeled by a course. They dried out, and I think there's something cool about that.
Yeah.
Now, we want to also the reps and work people put in throughout the year. You should earn that, right?
Yes,
that
sir.
should come back and help you here too. So there's definitely a balance, but. As I've told you time and time again, the only thing I don't want to be is stagnant. We want to try stuff, and but combining all the sets into one, I think, again, we did it previously. We kind of redid the way we do all the season stuff. We're going to do it again. I think it's going to be a lot of fun.
Yeah, getting some good feedback from there. That sounds awesome. And
thanks, y'all.
Be like I said, hopefully about 4 seasons of tees next year.
Yeah, I think it'll make for really interesting equipment decisions, right? In that last, catch-all season, whatever you want to call it, season or not. I think it'll make it a really, because I could tell you, that's what brought it up. You mentioned the differences.
You guys released any course names yet?
Not yet.
Outside of one of your employees accidentally releasing one of them. But
what was the one that they released?
Was one with the name Banana? Is there one with the name Banana on it? Or no, Bahama something?
Bahamas.
Bahama something. And
Bahama Isles.
Bahama Isles, that's it,
which is, no, we haven't done that yet. That'll be soon.
Yeah. I said banana. Banana.
I was like, I had to check myself. Where are we? Oh, there we go. Yeah, we are going to the Bahamas. So
awesome.
There will be some tropical.
Well, that's a Jim Z staple, though. I mean, a tropical beach-style course.
It's funny, we're not. We data. I live in, when I'm not in Vegas 25 days a year, I'm in Chicago, where it sucks weather-wise 6 months out of the year at least.
Yeah.
And so we see the data, like a Coral Vista. If you look at just how older courses are played data-wise, Coral Vista is like an outlier, which is interesting. And it's not the most accessible course in like the course carousel.
No.
But because I think tropical courses, because it's depressing in some of these winter months and where we're from, and we see some of the data on Illinois and Indiana and Michigan and all these different places. I think tropical courses are feel-good vibes in crappy winter weather months.
So you come where I come from. The people don't want to play. The people don't want to be outside, so they're in the summer. They come indoors and play some Golden Tee.
Well, it's like Texas too, right? Texas, of course, is our most popular state in terms of gameplay. It might as well be its own country. It's unbelievable. And Florida up there, of course, another one where kind of bucks some of the logic and the trends. Mets are up 5-1, by the way. Skipper Ripper. Don't listen to these guys.
Skip.
Shout out to you, Skipper. Shout out to us. Mets surging. All right, so these guys now settling into their round. I will put the Mets box score away, and I will get some updated scores. Evan Gossett, 15 under through 10 on Missouri Hills. I see Gordy, who we're obviously seeing, a lot of. Just playing quite well.
Looking at this trophy, I'm trying to see how many names we have. 19 names, some of them duplicated. So this will be the 20th engraving into our Hodgson Zielinski trophy. Speaking of the Hodgsons, where are they at? I want to say hi to Larry. Shout to
I
them.
know they were bummed. They were unable to make it. I don't know why. I know there was a complication. I can tell you, I've been texting with Larry here and there. He loves seeing this thing. Obviously, Elaine does too, and they were bummed they wouldn't be able to make it. I know they'll probably watching now and will be watching. So
I hope so.
Yeah, they're into this still. Larry, what Larry and I do, and even though Larry's not directly involved in the programming day to day, after every one of these tournaments, we'll do a hour's decompression of what did we see, what did we what can we move, what can we change. Keep
the commentator. That's all I care about. And you can change anything you want to. Just keep the commentator.
There you go. I don't think that's any plans to change that soon.
As we're seeing these guys just roll through this Missouri round.
We're moving, by the way.
Yeah,
it is rolling.
Third round, first qualifier. We're here. We're not even here at the 2 o'clock hour. And it also speaks to a little bit of the skill of these guys in the room, too. Nothing's going to hold them up. They're just going to continue to move. Guys that have played tournaments, been around this long enough.
If you guys have questions for Chris or myself, by all means, we'll answer what we can answer. If you want to know where somebody is in the bracket and you don't have access to it, ask us that too. We can give you an update.
So Jason Stark mentions we need to do a course in Wisconsin. So would it be in the Dells, or would you go to what?
Well, Madison? I could tell you we don't have a interesting for Paul Luna. We don't have a Wisconsin course. I don't think. So this is the weird thing. I got to catch myself. So the way our development for Golden Tee works, right? We're already working on next year's courses. Next year's courses.
Yeah.
So Jim Zielinski I call him like our tugboat, because Jim is already in the lab, not just for these years, but for what we're going to be doing for the next update, as weird as that is. So when we come back and we get into this cycle, of course, he has to do a balancing act of going between what's going to release here coming up in the next few months and next year's. And I get crossed up on that because in some ways my brain, and there's another water ball, unfortunately, is already that far ahead.
CJ missed the green. A lot of guys with stouts, and it's a long distance to get there. 7 in your face. So there's a couple stout players missing this green. I haven't seen the Jim Z suggestion box in a while, but if I have it, my entrant is the 700-yard par 5. I want one for the next year or two.
We'll have to double check.
Yeah.
We got some fun. We got some really fun designs, and actually we've got some of a tweak on the way we've presented courses currently that we're going to do to, I think, bring some life to courses in a way that we haven't before.
Woodland Farms is in Wisconsin.
I couldn't remember and that's where I got crossed up on Iowa or Wisconsin. That is one of my favorite, my personal favorite courses ever.
Okay.
The barn hole, hole 18, I thought was always really, really tough.
The fourth hole is one of the first
Obird.
Obird, but also that was the first time we had learned what a chush was.
Yes.
One of the first few times were, which was the current term chush is a combination of the word chip and push.
That was my word, by the way. Did you know that?
Oh.
Adam Kramer joint, me and Sobe.
Oh, really?
Yeah, it was a chip, it's a push, let's call it a chush. And Sobe said, yeah, sure. So that was,
all right.
Back frosted tips, Adam Kramer. But
we did love that. Adam
I also Woodland Farms hole 9 in my previous life, right, with YouTube becoming a thing, and we had the one of the, I think when that feature was introduced, which God can't push for and campaign for internally, was we had the ball bounce off a pig, and you could hear the oink, and then it goes into the hole. I think it was a pig, not a cow. I think it's a pig, and if you watch that YouTube video, it's I don't know how many frames per second. It's not firing like it is now.
I remember, yeah.
But it was so cool because it did, you got into this theme of Woodland Farms, and I remember Bonnie Moore, hole 9, in an era where you could start to see the shots that people had. And now, of course, here we are, 12, 13, 14 years later, and it's a little different.
Adam Kramer, a question for you.
Yeah.
Why did the rain get taken away from courses? I noticed it's still on older courses, but doesn't appear on the newer ones.
So one of the core reasons is, well, there's two reasons. And we could bring, this is in the Jim Z suggestion box, if you will, bringing it back. It does do a number on frame rate, for one. And the way also that rain, what we had seen with more of the casual players and the way our game works, and all this stuff could be changed, is, and you know this, with the overhead, it really can be deceiving in terms of how far your ball's going to travel and how far it's going to carry, right?
Yes, sir.
So you have an 8-iron, and the information you'll get from the overhead versus how far it will actually go, it just never didn't quite up line up. So the feedback we got, people didn't love it. It's also, you talk about like a game that visually is, you want it to pop, and there's something to be said about sun, and you know what I mean? But it's something that we could talk about absolutely bringing back. And you're right, on the older courses, we just kind of left it be. So I also think for, when you watched, and this is just my opinion, this isn't why, I think if you were to have rain in like a qualifier, right, and you have the ball stop in the green the way it does, I don't know, I'd argue I want natural settings. I want that ball to be able to roll in the cup. But it's a nice variable. It could be a change of pace or something.
I'd like to see how these guys would adjust to it.
For sure. And that's, you could make that argument on the other side saying, yeah, that's cool, but let's, make these guys' lives hell. I'm up for that.
Eyes on him as well. And also, I want to, like a Golden Tee tournament with the U.S. Open kind of feel like these guys have to just gut through it.
Yeah, that comes back to like the specific tees and pins, and you'd probably have a collection of players that really love that. Like, hey, just kick the hell out of me. And then you'd probably have a collection of players that are like, hey, I put this much time into this thing, and you're gonna, where the hell's this tee box coming from?
Yeah, no. We want to give the hardest test for everybody. Let's just do an entire Golden Tee tournament on your 3 or 4 club contest that you did at the World Championship back in 19. Let's do
That's a fun. We can talk through that. Yeah. So we, with events, we have all the different hooks, and I remember we were testing it at the Worlds at the Orleans, and I had put a course together, and I played the course earlier that day, and I shot like a 25 or a 26 on it with 3 clubs. That's not a good sign, right? I was a much better player back then than I am now, but I'm not anywhere close to any of these guys. So I was like, well, that's not fun. And so we scrapped the course, and, I can't remember what it was. I know Sunnywood 17 or 16, the par 3, which is a miserable hole with a full set of clubs, was on there. And then so you got to watch these guys really struggle. I can't say it was probably the most watchable thing in the world, because it was cool to watch these guys squirm, but like it took a long time. It was a long day. It was It was a neat thing to see, but man, oh man, I
It went
overcooked it.
Yeah, that was through the ninth hole. I wasn't enjoying myself anymore.
That's right. Yeah. No, it was a little pendulum, if you will.
But that
Swung
being said, like, I played with a couple good guys that day, and the format had a little bit of extra change to it.
Yeah, do you remember who won? I know
Mark
Stenmark. I was going to say, I remember watching him, of course, navigate the chaos, probably more so than most.
Yeah, it was him and Joe Masara once again fighting the finals.
Makes sense.
But there were some guys that I wasn't expecting to be, like Lee Chepnick was one of the final 8 that got in there. He was making he wanted the 8-way chop. That's what he wanted after he made it. He goes, "You guys want to chop this up 8 ways?"
That's right. In fairness, I think he got to that moment and felt like he had done enough.
Yeah.
And he probably had. The old 8-way chop.
So you're going to see this hole over here, 15th, and we're going to, with Taylor O'Connor, it kind of has a full to it, but a lot of guys like hitting over the trees.
And on the left side here, by the way, you want to talk about heat checks. Here you go for Gordy.
And there's a heat check right there.
That's a heat check, man. That dude's playing some golf. I like the outfit. I like the disposition. I love the shots. I've loved everything we've seen.
Just a comfortable look to Gordy Brown today.
Has been.
Took good care of my bucket.
You can leave your bucket with us. I only had 2.
Couldn't find a hoodie I like.
Giving us a good can crack.
That's a great can crack.
Epic can cracking going on behind us.
A championship level can crack from Andy Haas.
He's done this once in his life.
Had a championship level nose blow earlier. Oh, that was a good shot from Taylor. If you have more questions, by all means, fire them away. I enjoy it.
We'll get a couple questions in here, but I'm going to get through the last part of it because the thing about this course right here is, other than 17 maybe having some icy looks, like these guys can coast to the end on this one.
Yeah.
But 16 is generally an eagle hole for these guys. 17, we'll see how that sets up. If it's got a lot of green to work with, most guys will take birdie on that. I see the Aloha snack bar. Mike Arrington, 20 under after 12.
Oh, good shot. Yeah, I think now the room is starting to mobilize a bit.
Loosen.
Energy levels boosting up, which is good.
Like I said, we're going to get close to time here around this 5th course. We're going to hear about 2.5 hours, 3 hours from now. Let's again just approach just after the 2 o'clock hour here in Las Vegas, Nevada, at the Palms, Green Street. Please get on YouTube. If you're in the area, by the way, this is a cool room. You're more than welcome to come hang out, have a few drinks with us.
Hang.
As you see CJ make his chip. Also, if you're watching on YouTube, watching on Twitch, watching on any of our social media platforms, please hit that like button for us. We appreciate you hanging out with us today. This is live, free, by the way, streaming coverage of the Golden Tee World Championship.
$35,000. Sounded like a pirate.
Yeah, somebody having a little bit of an explosion. I don't know if a joyful explosion. Ooh. Don't want to end up with a green face slope there. But this is a very attackable look for a 17th hole, so I don't expect anybody to hit anything other than hole in one or birdie on this hole.
What have you seen from CJ so far in terms of?
Just a little bit of steadiness right now. We saw some leaking oil at first, but he's doing all right. He's just getting through his qualifier. Nothing major here.
25, 28, then 24 through 16. So again,
he's in a solid range right there. That's a little
cozy, comfortable.
Around 26.8.
All right, so I checked in with you before we started, cut line wise. You've seen, I don't know, half of the qualifier, more or less, give or take. Anything that you've seen to? Oh, there's a miss from
There's
Gordy.
a missed putt, and that's
been rare for him.
Been very rare for him, and that's the first hiccup in this qualifier for him, really.
He's playing great.
But
he just needs to
keep that 28 going.
Exactly.
But you can tell he wanted that as his first mistake, really, of the day.
Yeah,
So.
well, I mean, he's essentially, 3 courses in, and if you're going to have your first mistake, that's not a big mistake. That's just
I would move my number to 132 right now if we're gonna play that game.
Yes,
132 to 133 right now, just the way these guys are shooting and just seeing some of these numbers. But 130 may have made you feeling good. 130 right now, I'm not sure if you're feeling that great about it.
Jeff Landon, who we haven't really talked about much, is
Former
24,
player of the year.
Fired a 30 on Scablands, is 22 under through 13 here on Missouri Hills.
Looking good, by the way. He's thinned up a little bit. Good to see old Lemon, 4-time winner on the National Golden Tee Tour presented by Power Events, and also former player of the year. Good shot for KOC there. But right now, Mike Arrington having a heck of a round. Kind of in the running for the top qualifier for this course. And just keeping it with the streaks, playing the flushes, if you will. So, guys, I'm going to get to step away here for just a little bit as we're watching. Actually, can I sit for the rest of the 4 holes? I'm going to sit 4 more holes for the rest of this. And then Kevin Lindsay's going to jump in here.
All right, nice. We can.
I do want to see the end of Mike's qualifier here, but this is a full. This is a full right now. Okay, if anybody looking at home and you hit it over the trees all the time with a wind heading towards the water like this is a shot you need to learn to play. This is going to be a powered full a little bit, and he clips the trees. 5 wood, high tee.
That's that.
And it goes. I think that went into the water.
I think he gave up on the possibility of going to the water.
Yeah, he was like, don't do that. Now you can tell he reacted because he knew he had a good round going. So, but from where I'm sitting,
did it go in? Did we confirm that it went in? I
didn't.
I couldn't see with the button management.
There's a little helping rough down there that does catch balls from time to time. So But hitting it around is a lot more helpful than hitting it over, guys. So just important for you guys looking at home. Good shot, just giving him a chip. I'm thinking 6 wood is the play, not 5 wood. But
so Casey in the chat, I'm firing up the chat now too.
Oh, good.
Asked about a scramble mode.
Yes.
Eventually coming into Golden Tee. I can tell you, as a kind of a shitty real life golfer, I love scrambles. And I can tell you that some sort of form of this is in sight. It gets tricky. It's harder than you like when you actually go through the logistics. It's a little. There's going to be levels to this game, and I think there's going to be levels of finding a way to do it. But some sort of communal elements of Golden Tee is something that we've talked about a lot, and I love. And by the way, look at this, Gino.
Yeah, boy.
Now,
not only that,
okay, I have not seen that.
It's on cliff, which means fairway, by the way, ladies and gentlemen. All right, so he has to play this like he's in the fairway. A lot of wind's going to take this, but he's playing a super spin. Well done, and I think that's fortunate. That goes in the water a lot of the time, so good for him. Excellent. Good eagle from KOC. Avatars, is the world's winners being put back in the game on the table?
Yes, we've talked about that too. The tricky part that we have.
You guys
right
are taking all my
now-
podcast questions, guys. By the way.
Well, we'll give you scoops. So the tricky part we have right now is the timing. So getting somebody's head. There's all different ways you could probably do this now with AI and other things, right? So probably the wrong guy to be talking about implementing this, but I can tell you the tricky part we have right now is timing. So like when we release software, and we're still building because we do updates on like a 12-month development cycle, even though we're staging content. We'd want to get those guys in early. So what we'd have to figure out is a better way just to, and we can do obviously software updates and patches, things like that to get it in. So it's just, more or less resource allocation, right, and figuring that out. But I definitely think it was a cool ode to those players, and again, something we could look to get back in.
As we're 280 people watching us, I appreciate everybody.
Thanks, all.
Watching the qualifier here for the Golden Tee World Championship. Remember, guys, hit that like button down there for us. Super important for us. Give us some preference amongst the Google people. Good shot from Mike. Curious how he finishes this up.
Yes, and let's do that. Let's go to scores again. So Evan now currently in first.
Tied with Gordy Brown.
Yes, you are correct. Both at 85 under. Evan Gossett kind of quietly bulldozing here. 30 on Scavlands, 29 on Missouri.
So the goal for O would be if he shoots 29 or better on Missouri, he'll be in the driver's seat.
Oh, all right, that did sit. Paul Taylor certainly putting himself in a really good position here after firing a 30 on Scavlands. Scores are good.
Yes,
I think
sir.
you're right, moving the cut line a little bit. Andy Haas, you can see him kind of waiting in the bullpen, warming up, getting ready.
Yeah, getting himself ready to go. He's ready to get his hands on a trackball. One person that probably doesn't care for the AB so much. By the way, look at who's using the chipper wedge down and almost in the hole.
Dylan asked about the Stenmark bag. Talked a little bit about it last night. So the Stenmark bag will be available in the next update when we release on PGA Tour. We're going to use his last club set from his championship run, and then all proceeds of those purchases will go to the charity, which I want to get, and I'll get access to shortly because I want to highlight the charity specifically that his family picked.
Good run from KOC there.
So
Jason Stark real quickly asks, real-time rivals, any chance that comes back?
Yeah. We want to figure out a better way to engineer those shots because I think we've told the story. A lot of that was Kevin and I. All of it was Kevin and I re-engineering those shots. And the way that we did it was we should have recorded the way we recorded these shots because it would have been good content.
Kevin, no. Didn't mean to interrupt your answer, but that was discouraging from him. That is not a putt he needs to miss.
We do have a Golden Tee tournament going on of rather significant importance.
I'm getting ready to take my headset off here in a minute. He might get a smack upside the head with that one. All right. I love that man. I love that man dearly, but that's not one he misses. Now a green face slope for the Aloha Snack Bar. Did we get a 30 in this round? We did, right?
Hold on.
No, we have not gotten a 30 out of this one yet.
Not gotten a 30 yet.
So that's interesting.
But we do have that.
Yes.
And we got some
from Jagger.
Jagger's having some good mo.
Jagger gave you a look in the camera right too after he hit that. So the house to close out with a 29. Oh, and that how did that not hit trees? Unbelievable.
So the charity, by the way, that the Stenmarks have picked is the National Alliance of Mental Illness in the greater Houston area. So you can go to NAMIGreaterHouston.org. Wow. By the way, we are also donating. I want to get a number on this, and I'm glad this came up because so we did the club set, and we talked about last night. We're also donating a portion of tournament entries from last night. And I want to say that people here just contributed donations anyways. Donation from shirts, donation from tournament entries, and I want to make sure I get the number right. But the number that I was being told last night was like incredibly touching.
Yeah.
And I do think, first and foremost, I want to, the Stenmarks who we've talked to and wanted to make sure that they were on board with all this have been amazing, are always amazing. They've been a part of Golden Tee forever. And the community, I'm getting chills. I got to be careful here so I don't break down the camera. But the community always steps up.
Yeah.
And so when I hear that stuff, and we'll get a number, we'll make sure we're transparent with all this. It's amazing to hear people stepping up on a weekend that is, when you think of the Golden Tee World Championship, you think of Mark Stenmark.
Yeah. So these guys are finishing up their third round right there, catfishing with a tough putt miss there at the end. But looks like a pair of 29s for Michael Arrington and the house, the defending champion, Paul Taylor, 27 for KOC. I'm going to stand on up and give Kevin Lindsay the seat. You guys are watching the 2024 Golden Tee
Gino,
World
see you back
Championship.
in a bit, bro. Great job. All right, so Gino's subbing out. Kevin is subbing in. Gino, of course, incredible narrating this game. Awesome to have him on, as always. And now, Kevin Lindsay will be joining us here as we are watching Eddie G.
Oh, Eddie G, what perfect timing. That guy.
So Eddie G has had a rough go of it. Oh, need more shoulder massages.
Yeah, right.
That's what we need. Yeah. So, welcome in, Kevin.
Thank you. You can't, no offense to Gino, but you can't have a day one world championship without People's Champ and Mr. Baby Gap calling a couple of qualifying matches.
So we've been answering some questions and giving some update tidbits along the way, and obviously narrating these matches. Now, I want to talk Eddie G for a moment. I'm not sure what you've seen. I've been kind of glued into this, both this and the bracket. Eddie had a little bit of a tough go of it early on. So we'll see what he can get going as we're looking at Andy Haas's group getting ready to fire up here. So we'll go double wide here shortly. But everything else going smoothly out there?
Yeah, everything's good. For me, the biggest thing is let's just get it to qualifying. Once qualifying starts, we got 96 people solid. We're good. But honestly, the location's been great. Got a lot of compliments from the players and, husbands and wives that are just here visiting. They really like it. So if you happen to be near Las Vegas, near the Palms, get out to Green Street. We'll be here all day and tomorrow.
Just watching Eddie G.
Eddie G trying to get some of those strokes back.
I talked to him. I brought it up in the stream, and we, Eddie's going to settle in here. So we're taking questions. I can drop another tidbit, an update tidbit, because we talked about next year adding all tees into one combination, and Jason Stark had asked about Target Rush sticking around and what we're going to do. So Target Rush is going to stay, but I can announce that closest to the pin, the original closest to the pin for prizes, is going to be coming back in the upcoming update. So we will save the long drawn out. It's funny because Gino was like, save it for the podcast. I got to save it for our podcast, all this stuff too.
Yeah.
But no,
Which we still need to record an episode of.
Oh, no way. Just listen
this
to the
is
stream.
our podcast, pretty much.
But
just listen to us
But
bullshit
like we
for a
talk
while.
about listening to the data and listening to feedback. We're in the 35th anniversary edition, the original closest to the pin with a larger prize pool, where if you make a hole-in-one, you're in. We're going to bring back a form of that will be slightly modified, and we're excited to do it. We got a new logo, we got a new look. Again, we follow the data, we follow feedback, we do listen, we do, despite many saying otherwise.
Despite the feedback you might see online
for sure.
sometimes. Well, it's the thing. You and I have gone back and forth with some of the other members of the team, and it's like, hey, if we've got the opportunity to do it, the data tells us one thing. Let's see how we can spice it up, and hopefully it's version 2 with a cooler
I do want to say with
3.
Target Rush, I thought last night I think that mode, which will stay in various forms and styles, I thought it was really, really fun to watch on the stream. I've not seen it like that in a way. It was actually with the double wide was kind of
Chaotic.
brutal to stay up with. But I thought it was really, really cool. And I think generally talking to people around the room, they agreed.
Well, see, now that you announced that Close to the Pin's coming back, then everyone's going to say, well, why are you doing that?
What the hell, man?
No,
And we'll keep it, right? We're going to hedge our bet here a bit. But there's a couple of morsels we wanted to give along the way. I think this is a great place for us to highlight the game for people that are watching right now. I think it's for your support and loyalty.
No, that's awesome.
It's exciting. And so we're bringing it back, and we'll talk more about it, sir.
Yeah, and I'm sure you probably already said something, but if not, we basically – actually, I think I heard you say this earlier. We're not even taking a week off, but we have some days off, getting back from a week in Vegas, getting recuperated and, all energized. But as soon as we get back, we're starting 2025, content teases, course logos, screenshots. Well, maybe not screenshots. We'll see what Mike Sanchez said. Hopefully he's watching, so I get a text from him, our art director.
Well, it's funny, right? This time of year, the pie is being made. The pie is coming together, and there's always, and I've done this for 16 years, and used to get into, I don't want to call them screaming matches, but
intense debates.
There were screaming matches with Jim Zielinski and others about wanting to start the marketing engine up, but also showing things that are final. This is all video game. I think video game companies have this balance of showcasing things when it's right. And of course, our course team, they're tremendous. They want these things to be displayed in the highest of qualities because,
that's what they're doing.
Of course, that's their job.
Yeah.
And us, we want you guys and everybody out there to have get excited for the courses as well. So closest to the pin, it's. Oh, God, that just rattled off the. Speaking of pin, I think that looked like the Hakeem Olajuwon rejection of the pin. If I saw that right.
Yeah,
that was wild.
Now, did you and Gino talk through the click chipping that a lot of these guys are doing?
Yeah. Certainly for me, it's been an education process. Especially on Summerlin, of course, because it felt like every other hole was an opportunity. Have you incorporated this into your game yet?
No. It's kind of just how I've stuck with grabbers for years and years. Sometimes you can teach old dogs new tricks, but for me, if I'm going to get lucky and play a good game, I'm going to do it just the way I've been doing it for 27, 28 years. I can't thumb for the life of me. Every once in a while I'll try it just, for the hell of it, but it
you got pretty good palm. Target rush was built for your style of
yeah,
play.
Just going
saw a lot
right
of it
at
last
it.
night. I thought about you because you.
I was laughing watching the stream just because there were so many people that were getting that last second 0.5
well, also
off.
with the arrows, watching on the PGA Tour courses of guys not being able to pull back to avoid overhitting some of these normal shots. I was like, man, that is Kevin Lindsay style.
Yeah.
Which is good. All right, we take a look at the leaderboard here. Let's see. We do have a 30 under on Missouri Hills. It's Corey Neely, who's in with an 82. Paul Taylor with an 86. So now Paul Taylor is your top qualifier. Evan Gossett and Gordy Brown, who's been on fire.
Oh,
man.
James Hickey, not want to end up in that sand, but when you can make chips like that in qualifying.
Did Haas do an outfit? No, never mind. He's putting in for someone, of course. How silly of me.
He's had the same outfit for 20 years, hasn't he?
Yes. So we're making our way through. A lot of guys have finished through a handful of rounds.
Yeah, I know Gino said it earlier, so I'm not going to repeat it, but it does feel like flow.
Yes.
Going well.
Good flow. Good flow.
Very interested to see how tonight's doubles tournament go, because it's not, at least in the years that I've been around this game, we've not done something like this. Robert Brown.
He had a good round earlier, Robert Brown. We were talking outside for a minute. He, I think, aced, was it 17 of Scavlins and put together a 29?
Yeah, he's always somebody it's great to see at these things. He's always excited to be around and to get out to the States and play. And, of course, we always have to fix his U.S. account, get him hooked up with all of his Canadian equipment. But happy to see him on the stream as well. Interesting.
Okay.
Super low tee shot there by Mr. Jaeger. Waiting for Eddie G later on the qualifier to just do the shots that he doesn't need to do, but he wants to because he's on the stream.
Yeah, this is probably a shot he's messed around with. Yeah, I got to see him settle in here.
Yeah, but the thing with Eddie G, very rarely do you see him in the kind of spot he is today where he's made a handful of mistakes, especially in qualifying. But he's also one of those guys that if he can turn it around, he's going to turn around with a vengeance. He's not going to just get a couple strokes back. He can bounce back a lot higher.
He had a really odd stretch of holes earlier, and this is the kind of stuff that you need. And there you go. That's a pure putt. Even putts he was making, it looks like it was not center cut. That's a good sign for Eddie.
Now, of course, we're going to beat this continuously over the next couple of days, but you got Andy Haas, Greg Kinsler, these guys, two-time world champs looking to set themselves up with a great qualifying score to try and get that record-setting third world championship title. And especially with the action of yesterday's mobile tournament, having a second two-time mobile world champ, it's in the air.
For sure. Yeah, I mean, there's opportunity out there for a handful of guys to make some history here. As I said earlier, watching Eddie play, if you're learning how to play the game, certainly from a shot standpoint, this is a guy you want to watch. From a body positioning and standpoint, you'll injure yourself trying to do what he does.
Yes, there's a few guys and gals in the community where they have just such interesting stances. It's like, how is that comfortable? How is that comfortable for 5 hours on end?
Good shot.
Now Mr. Brown missed a putt on the last hole, so he is trying to get a stroke back. That was a beautiful shot. Unfortunately, not dropping to the bottom of the cup.
Eddie and Paul Taylor, I think, is like one of the more interesting, just general, gesture matches that you could possibly have. Bucket's still there. I got you, bro. Andy Haas coming by for a can crack. Elite
Appreciate
can
that.
crack.
Going with the neutrals. Love those. They're delicious. And if the 2X world champ's drinking them on a Saturday qualifier, maybe you should be too.
Yeah, he's got to stay loose.
All these guys on machine one there, getting real close to the cup there as we're basically making that turn.
So Andy Haas, we haven't seen in a while, back in action. We'll see him twice in a row. That's going to be just fine. Looking at the leaderboards once again. Your top qualifier right now is last year's champion, Paul Taylor, Evan Gossett, Gordy Brown, Paul Luna, Corey Neely, Sean Gervais, who we haven't talked about yet, 25, 28, 29. Doesn't surprise me that Sean Gervais is putting together a good qualifier.
Oh, nice shot there by Chris, whose last name I refuse to even try to say, no matter how many times he tells me how to say it. Giuseppe.
You can see it on the board.
John, as much as I've stayed the same when it comes to my Golden Tee play, I do have those days sometimes where I can still shoot pretty well. I'm going to have to – I was telling a few people who were asking me if I was going to, ever get into a world championship. I said I'll have to negotiate with Adam, for the next year contract update. Is, hey, boss, let me get in. Put me in, coach.
I would say I like your chances.
But interesting strategy there for Hickey and just giving it too much gas, getting too big of a bounce. And that's the risk you take there, trying to bounce over the sand onto the green. Don't worry, Chris Longino. We made sure to not lose the phone for you, buddy.
It's all starting to make sense now, Gino.
Poor
Already
guy.
one phone down for the weekend, nearly two.
I love this setup
We
here.
should have turned that phone off and put it on the
I didn't even
desk.
think about it.
That would have been great.
Hole 12, I don't know if you're going to have a better setup in qualifying to ace par 4 like this as Eddie G. Oh, getting close there.
That is a really good look. I mean, that is a...
And I think this is the part of the show where Adam regrets that I am back on commentary with the sound bites for Andy. The more work I do now, the less I have to do down the line, you know?
Well, the qualifier, qualifier juice is always interesting. And, and you're coming in, so it's good. Energy is good right now.
Chi is on the up and up.
We got UFC starting in 25 minutes. We have a
Oh,
live
geez.
bet thanks to Andy Kuhlman, who I will appreciate here momentarily when we get going.
Get it? Oh.
We've
Mr.
seen Jaeger,
Jaeger,
who started off maybe a little shaky, I thought, in his first round, play some good golf. Had a hole out or a hole in one earlier, and here's your dog person, Andy Haas, who said he was cold and tried to find a sweatshirt but couldn't find one. So,
how are you cold in Las Vegas when it's 115 out?
well, Curly not feeling the pressure, by the way.
No, not at all. Now, these guys on the left-hand side getting the non-drivable look on hole 13 there. So these guys are going to try to pound their shot as far as they can to take that massive rock out of play. Now, they've got an 11-mile-an-hour wind, which will help them kind of cut around that rock. But again, not for the less seasoned players in the qualifier, not an easy look there.
No. Good pin, though.
Yeah.
But that's about it.
Now, I was wondering if he was going to do this. You see Jaeger looking at the other, the original layup spot. Have that straight line. I think that's a smart idea. It's a smart call there.
Yeah, that's not a bad look from there, especially with,
James Hickey.
Nice.
Getting that double eagle. He needed that.
Oof, good shot.
That's a beautiful shot by Jaeger,
Jaeger's
too.
got a bit of a flow going here, man.
I feel like I've had this conversation with Jaeger before where, it's something about being on the stream that really throws him off sometimes. And honestly, we talked to Gordy Brown earlier, or I did in passing, winning the TPC course, his first ever, course champ and at the World Championship, as Eddie G's doing some pin seeking there. But it's not easy being on the stream machine unless you're somebody like Andy Haas or Eddie G who's used to it.
Jaeger, 24, 28, 20 through 12. So the vibes are good right now. If he can finish this round remotely clean, he's probably, in that top 12, 15 heading into course 4.
Oh.
So just surveying, I see
Here.
130 on Missouri.
I don't know if you guys heard that in the background of the mic, but Andy Haas getting wet there, trying to go for this sometimes drivable hole 11 here.
We saw Paul Luna get wet on this. We saw a couple guys get wet on this last time. And one more.
Yeah, I not sure what Chris did there, but it did not did not go well.
Now this could still go in, and he pushes it.
And on the left-hand side, number 14, that par 3, always bit tricky with these tee boxes just because you have such a massive elevation change. And you see a lot of these guys, almost just dropping it like Kobe there. These guys not using spin because that elevation change is so great. If you do not hit that shot exactly as you need it, that backspin or bite is really going to drop here as, boom, James Hickey with an ace.
Wow.
We talked about this hole earlier with Eddie G and those guys on the left, and it just beautiful roll up right into the cup.
Exhale. A lot of requests for the code post-qualifier, by the way. Do we know when we're releasing the code for the qualifying so guys can check it out?
No. Don't have an answer for you.
Okay.
But we'll do that probably once everything gets finalized. We'll probably do a separate code because it will throw things off with the Livewire backend system. So unfortunately, some people are going to be disappointed they can't see the direct results of comparing themselves in the same contest.
Well, you'll be able to pull up the leaderboard and side by side.
Or like the shot that Andy went for there, getting a massive, massive C3, getting as much distance as he can. He might have a good run at that. I mean, I think he will. He's Andy Haas, but maximizing his opportunity to get that out as far as he can and take that rock out of play.
Down.
As Robert Brown just a little bit too hard, and I believe Paul Taylor did the same thing on that hole.
Yeah.
It's, especially when you've got to cut around these trees as much as these guys do.
Nice shot.
This hole is tricky. This is probably one of the tougher setups that I've seen on this course, on this hole in a while. Okay, so I'm going to say that was absolutely not his plan.
Worked out.
But it worked out pretty well. And this is one of those cases where GSPs really is good to have because that could potentially make or break your spot in the qualifying leaderboard.
It's funny. We haven't really talked about that, but you're absolutely right. GSPs do become a factor at some point soon. I see 117,000 GSPs for Corey Neely in terms of 150,000 for Mr. James Hickey.
Yeah, I mean, he's just adding them up.
162,000 for Justin Wilson, who is 75 under through 3. So, a guy, that scoring, those points will certainly help.
Yeah, home edition owner. PGA Tour home edition owner, too.
162,000 seems to be, right now, your high.
Okay. And then on the right-hand side, back to hole 14 for the right-hand, the right machine. Chris opted to put bite on there, and beautiful choice. Again, he thumbed a low T wood there, so when you're thumbing it, you're going to get a little bit more love when it comes to the bite. So that was a smart play by him, but all these guys are going to be putting in for birdie here as Jaeger. Oh, come on.
Wow. It's a good run for Jaeger.
That just reminded me of last night in the mobile tournament when these guys skipped it over the water and everyone's jaws just dropped. You see that more frequently in arcade, but that was a moment to remember last night on the arcade game side, or excuse me, on the Mobile World Championship side.
I know in the chat some Hickey love here.
Oh yeah, he's a good guy.
And there's some golf being played right now.
Yeah, he's got a couple of hole outs. He's getting into a good rhythm, and good for him. Somebody who has been around the Golden Tee tournaments for quite a long time, and it's always good to see him picking up some strokes here and there. Andy Haas, you could tell, wasn't too happy with that shot, as you can clearly see from the video, and I have to remember he's right behind me because
he's listening though.
Oh,
he's
yeah,
plugged in.
That's what he's listening to in his headphones right now. Is the smoothing sounds of Kevin and Adam, whose voices have been taking a beating over the last 4 days of being in Las Vegas.
Sit.
Now, at least he's on the fringe.
Yeah, no,
he's got a putting opportunity.
It did sit.
Oh, just on the high side there. Same thing for Andy.
Now, we've talked about Andy a lot, of course, and emotionally you'll know You get a status check. Now, here's what I think is going to happen. In the next handful of holes, he's going to do something crazy, and then you're going to get a Kevin Lindsay hand smack because he's got a good one. He does. He's got a good one.
Kevin Lindsay hand smack. Thanks. I appreciate that.
Yeah. You're welcome.
Which also means you're probably going to get a Kevin Lindsay yell and an excitement. So cover your eardrums.
Jason Thomason, the design-a-hole GOAT, if you will, asking about DAH preview. That, we got to talk about it. That will be one of the first pieces of content we usually do. It's one of my favorite pieces of content. It's the GOAT, man.
Yeah?
We're talking about two-time world champions.
That's wet, Peter.
That's wet, Peter.
And that's not the momentum you want as you get to the back 3 holes of this course.
By the way, Eddie G just, said he was fine. I think he's fine.
You do or don't?
He said he was fine in the hallway, and then watching Eddie, hopefully put the finishing touches on a really good round.
Oh, Mr. Hickey going long there, getting fringe love. Not fringe love, but
what a huge recovery from our runner-up after. Oh, stop.
Yeah, and that's tough for James because he got fringe love in the sense that it did not bounce into the rough. But, again, the last couple of holes, all these guys on Machine 2, the putts just not feeling right to these guys. As Mr. Brown rolls in with the bite, 10.5 driver. That's a beautiful way to finish out the round. Let's see what Mr. Jagerbombs does. Oh, come on. Beautiful shot.
Tell you what, man.
Those GSPs, like we were saying earlier, could make a difference.
Stockpiling some right now.
Yeah, once you get, especially on the stream machine and qualifying, once you get past that second and third game, you shake those cobwebs off, the nervousness of, hey, I'm on the stage, and everyone in the room's watching me, much less everybody on social media, watching through YouTube, Twitter, Twitch, Facebook, wherever you are, which we appreciate you guys being here and doing that with us. Oh.
Shot. Yeah, he's locked in.
Now for Andy, you're going to see him probably step away after this game, head to the back, try to find an open machine, and just get some rhythm.
I think he's back on, though. I think he's.
No.
We're going to run it back with the same group again.
Oh, sorry. Yes, sorry. I thought you meant like emotionally wrapped up.
He's going to want to get. He's going to.
Thank you, Sean.
Thank you, Sean.
All right, I see 5 wood click and chip here. Beautiful chip there.
I think he's probably pissed off he had to hit it.
Yes, no, that's, yeah, he was not.
But it is a beautiful chip.
Now, again, a 27 on a course like Missouri is not bad. But, again, you're talking about Andy Haas.
Yeah, something.
Who understandably and rightfully so, sets himself up to a different standard because he is that damn good. He is a Mount Rushmore player. And, you're halfway through the qualifier. You've got 2 more courses to go. There's some volatility there. But I think
putt, by the way, for Mr. Hickey would be, as far as I can tell, the only 31 on the leaderboard.
And that's interesting, too, because he had a couple of misses.
So Hickey, who's in, really good start to this, 25, 29, and TBD. But let's hope it's 31.
Now, the tough thing is he has a little bit of a lengthy putt here. Good putt from Andy. Again, at 27 to 90% of the people out there is solid. And he's got it. Beautiful putt there for James Hickey to finish off the round. 25, 27, 31 for this group's round.
That's huge.
And we're going to go right into the next course.
Great rest here.
No rest for the wicked.
No, so that's a massive, and we'll get the updated standings here as these keep coming in. James Hickey, number 2 qualifier at the moment, 150,000 GSPs, 85 under.
That is astonishing and good for him. And again, that 31 could have been very well, should have been a 32. As these guys are getting ready, teeing off on machine 1.
Little Manhattan love.
Good old Manhattan.
We are cruising, by the way.
Well, the other thing too is that instead of taking a break after each of the courses, we because we had the doubles tournament we had this year, we're trying to keep things rolling here. We got the speed tournament coming up after qualifying is over, and then rolling into doubles. And for those of you that are going to be at your friend's house watching the UFC pay-per-view, as Robert Brown almost getting a hole out there to start off the round, you could watch UFC pay-per-view on your TV and watch the Golden Tee World Championship stream on your phone.
Absolutely. That's what I'm going to be doing.
I was just going to say, I didn't want to call you out on it, but
that's what I'm going to be doing.
Also, let's just talk about how it's only Saturday.
I don't think time is actually real anymore.
Yeah, I haven't been outside probably in 3 days.
I was saying that earlier.
I think the closest I got, I was on the phone with my girlfriend, and I walked by the pool door, and that was about as far as I got.
I have not.
And then I felt the heat, and I was like, yeah, I'm going to go back inside now.
Yeah, I was going to say, if
no thanks.
there are, in terms of being outside, maybe this isn't the place.
Quick leaderboard update for Missouri. James Hickey in first place with that 31. Corey Neely and Eddie G. And Ryan McCook, Ken Callis, and Michael Yeager all underneath. So as we get the rest of those Missouri courses wrapped up, James Hickey, really, really good opportunity to be the top qualifier on that course. And what's fun is you look at who's the top qualifier of the courses and not your typical names,
Agreed.
Which is always fun. And again, Eddie G.
Yeah, he's back.
Oh, yeah. He, especially on a course like Manhattan, it'll be interesting to see what these guys do. A lot of holes where you got to get under trees or get around them, fight in the darkness a little bit. And I also love, especially in the qualifier, you're going to see all these different shots. Now, Yeager going a little bit too far to the left, but he's not in a bad spot.
No, that's a very chippable.
For something like that went wrong, it could have went worse.
Yeah. Again, if you're just joining us, Golden Tee World Championship live from the Palms. We already crowned a mobile champion. Tomorrow we will crown an arcade champion.
Ooh. All right, that reminds me, before I get yelled at by the social media team, I told them I would do this. We've got
a picture or a video?
Picture. Oh, she literally just texted me. That's hilarious.
Oh.
So if you are, whether you are actually here at the tournament or watching worldwide, if you're playing Golden Tee, hanging out with your friends, check out our Instagram story at Golden Tee. There's a wonderful filter. Oh, so close there with
old
Mr. Yeagership.
Vibes.
But got one of those frames on Instagram with the World Championship logo. This is Adam's. I can't believe you're making me take a picture in the middle of this tournament face, which I love. But
can't believe it either.
Appreciate all of you joining us on social media for the World Championship, whether you're watching the stream, engaging with the content we're putting out there. Make sure you're subscribing to the channels, liking the video on YouTube, sharing it. It's this is our Super Bowl for the year.
Sure.
Right, and we go right into our next Super Bowl, which is the release of 2025 in a few months.
Yeah, if you're wondering, the other group is just getting checked in now on the other machine.
Now, the one thing that'll be interesting, because I've not seen this setup yet for Manhattan, is some of the par threes. You saw it in Target Rush last night. The ones with the tiered greens can really make a bit of a difference. Of course, when you get to the end, hole 17 there, really can throw people off, depending on how close that pin is to the rock wall. So I'm excited to get, of course, see what happens in the next couple of next couple of holes here for these guys.
All right, so Andy Haas's team, and I should say maybe Mr. Hickey's team, given the way he played his last round. Interested to see what he has in store for an encore. Still, I believe, the best round that we saw on our third course, 31 under. In fact, you know, he's still tied for our top qualifier. Heck yeah.
Wow, that's astounding.
I'm sorry. One stroke behind. We got the leaderboard moving around a little bit. I believe is one stroke back of Paul Taylor, who's at 86.
Paul Taylor, the 2023 Golden Tee World
he's
Champion.
He's been playing great. We'll see him here momentarily.
I'm not sure what happened there with Chris's thumbs, but he that was not good.
A couple of errant shots here.
I've been calling so much mobile action the first couple days of Vegas that I'm thinking, all right, he's going to hit the sniper shot here with a zero hybrid and just slam it in. But honestly, it is so fun to watch Golden Tee Mobile and Golden Tee Arcade and see, you know, they are so different, but they are so similar. And, you know, they all have their crazy shots, like the click chipping that a lot of these top guys are doing, the sniper shots. You know, that most of the mobile players are hitting. And the big question for these 6 that are on the stream right now is who is going to hit their first hole-in-one to really kind of get the excitement flowing, you know, get the animation going. You saw Haas really close to a hole out there, you know, and after, again, 27, solid score. But Andy's going to want to come back, and, you know, he's going to want to hit a 30 here on this course if he can.
Yeah, not what he wants.
and again, these guys play these courses so much. Some of them are just a machine, like Eddie G. They're not, you know, he's got a long putt, but for a hole like this where you're shooting in between trees, he's in an okay spot.
Yeah. No, he's...
But he also didn't take a lot of time to think about that shot because he's done it so many times.
Let's see. Looking through the leaderboard still, we got about 10 players, it looks like, that have started their 4th game. Not even 3 o'clock, so moving through here.
Longest putt ever for Eddie G on that machine, so congratulations to him. But you could see the look of relief on his face because 5 holes in, you do not want to start making those silly mistakes.
No, you do not. Gordy Brown in the chat, checking in. What's up, Gordy? Keep it up.
Now, what's interesting to me, and I'd love to ask him this at a later time, but why is he click chipping this instead of just putting it? Like, you know, yeah, it's not that far in the rough. Honestly, knowing Andy, it may just be one of those things he wants to just keep the repetition going.
We saw him earlier.
Oh!
He is just, he needs one of those to drop.
Honestly, it's probably one of those things that right now he needs some comfort in his game.
Yeah, he's looked, you know, a little under duress for a long time. Just everything, just a tick off. Appreciate you guys joining us. Everybody watching us on YouTube or X or Twitch or wherever you're watching us, thank you so much. Please like and subscribe. We love putting on a good show for you guys. We'll continue to do so both through the end of today and obviously tomorrow with match play, and we'll crown a champion tomorrow night. We're going to finish out our 5-course qualifier. This is course 4 already in Manhattan. We got 1 to go, which is Cumberland, one of my favorites of all time. And then we will do the speed run tonight as well. which will be fascinating to see if we can break Paul Luna's record from last year. And then a little doubles fun to cap it off. And then tomorrow is match play, double elimination, silver, gold bracket, you name it. Bracket will be filled out later on today. And tomorrow the intensity will be up quite a bit. So please tell everybody to check in tomorrow when we crown a world champion. Shout out to XP Network, who's helping us run our brackets and help us run our tournament. They've been here through mobile and now through this, and they're alongside with us. We're thrilled to have them, hopefully at many events in the future.
Oh, look at that. Walking back into James Hickey, almost getting another stroke there.
See Tony Johnson walking through here. A little gingerly, I might
I'm
add.
glad to see that he is walking, period.
Apparently, yeah, I was in the lab. Apparently, he finished out the night strong last night.
Yeah. He was, playing in the Mobile World Championship. Beautiful shot by Chris there, and made it through target rush to qualify. That's all you can ask for, right? And for Tony, a guy who has not played a lot of Golden Tee Arcade these days, he wants to get in that comfortable 15th, 16th, 17th spot at the worst when it comes to qualifying for tomorrow.
We're asked about Jaeger's shirts, and that is indeed the World Championship polo that all players will receive. We've also got one, but we're not going to wear it because that would be confusing. Or at least I don't think I'm wearing mine. Have you worn yours yet?
I have not. I was going to wear it tomorrow potentially, but now that I've gotten jacked live on the stream, maybe I won't.
You could wear it.
Oh, and Eddie G doing Eddie G things. And this is such a tough setup here, too, because that pin, you're either playing the long putt game, but you also have to worry you hit that shot too short and you clip those trees. You're either going to get wet or you're going to have a difficult chip to try to maintain that par pace. Oh.
That's a mess. We haven't seen much of that. He's been obviously playing great.
I don't know what that was, and unfortunately, it's exactly what I was talking about with Mr. Brown's shot. Now, thankfully, he was far enough left that he is not wet, so we can still recover this nicely. But even this chip he's making is difficult because he's safe, thankfully, but that could – I've done it plenty of times where I try to save the chip for eagle, and I end up with a par or worse just because of how bad, that force was. A little bit to the outside there
one of
for
the par
Haas.
threes you speak of, by the way. A couple of different ways to attack that. You could roll it down. You can potentially fly it.
Oh, looked like he had a good line, and then it started trailing a little bit too far to the left.
I think the risk of trying to fly it, of course, is get ramp, hitting that ramp and flying out of there.
Yeah, you got to be careful with that. And, the other thing, hole 9 here, on the left-hand side, machine 1, these guys playing that other par 3, and weird elevation changes, which is why I've always loved that hole.
Agreed. Yeah,
especially for match play and for qualifying scores.
Club up.
All right, so Eddie G, Jaeger, Mr. Brown rolling through to hole 10, the back 9. Andy Haas, Chris, and Mr. Hickey getting on hole 7 there. See if we can get a leaderboard here for Manhattan. follow along at Livewire. That link should be pinned to the top of the YouTube chat. So if you're not there, get on there, or you can go to goldent.com, and under the GTPGA Tour logo, there should be a link that'll take you to the qualifier leaderboard. It's where you'll find matches tomorrow for gold or championship and silver bracket. Andy Haas getting his groove back.
Trying.
Not dropping anything yet, but he's getting those GSPs, which we've all watched it and experienced it in match play with him. Once he starts getting that ebb and flow back, he's in a really good spot.
I think early on in Summerlin is, when he, I think his footing was found, and then not quite what we would expect, but he's still fine and playing well.
Yeah. Like the setup here for Robert Brown.
It's just fine.
Now, of course, Eddie G the closest. Let's see what he does here. He's going a little bit of release on his wood. Fortunately, thumb that just a little bit left, but he is going to be okay. Now, Chris going for the interesting shot, the low iron around the trees, probably for the reason that we were talking earlier. Just worried about clipping that tree, having to chip, potentially getting wet.
It's a good shot. It's a good putt for Andy.
Now, with the exception of the couple of par fives in the beginning of the back nine, the real meat and potatoes of this course is 15, 16, 17, and 18.
Yes.
17, as I mentioned earlier, tough par 3, but 18, even with the tees that these guys are playing on, no easy shot there either. As Robert Brown is trying to get some of those strokes back, great shot.
Yeah, he's had a few of those.
Boom!
Oh, man. He's been close.
Michael Yeager, getting close as well on
Looks
machine
like
one.
about 15 players have started their fourth game thus far. Probably a bunch more here shortly. It looks like.
Chris, unfortunately,
wait that can crack. Oh no, no can crack.
No can crack.
There it is.
In the background, not as powerful.
So it looks like we've got others still getting through very early on in the third round, which is pretty normal for a qualifier, by the way.
Yeah, you got a couple of groups that still haven't played Missouri, which is bound to happen. You have players that aren't used to tournament play, aren't used to playing with a group of players. Take a little bit more time, but that's all right. Now, hole 12, with the tee boxes, the newer tee boxes, the last set of tee boxes, makes it an interesting decision. Do you try to pound a high tee driver, go to the right-hand side, but if you miss-hit that trackball, you're putting the water in play? Thankfully, Robert Brown just going to get over that without an issue. Now, for Yeager, he's going to have an offset look, but yeah, he's got that hybrid out. He should be pretty okay.
Man.
That was a very interesting triple bounce on the green. I did not expect that to do that without kicking more to the left, but great for him. Now James Hickey, hole 10 on the right-hand side. Feel like he's got a good chance. He's going naked, no spin. He's trying to roll that up to get another stroke or even some more GSPs.
Trying to get some
action going.
Some technical difficulties. What else is new?
Not our technical difficulties, just to
no,
be very
are
clear.
all good. Yeah, no.
As Andy Coolman walks by, there is no technical difficulties, just
Guy
Adams.
just wants to get some early prelim action, and his computer decides it doesn't want to load it. Yeah, thank you, Andy. He knows.
See the look on Chris's face. A little nervous about that chip as these guys get past hole 10.
So you mentioned the closing holes. I totally agree. Andy now actually looks like he's got a little pep back. You can kind of tell.
Yeah, and let's hope that pep continues over the last, 7 holes that they're going to be playing. I have personally yet to see the setups, and I don't think really anybody else has, as these are one of the first 2 groups to get in there. But they can, maybe they'll get for a forgiving look, and maybe they'll get a pretty rough look. We'll have to see.
Yeah, it's too early to even post scores, although Eddie at 19 through 12 is... There you go, man. Oh man!
Look down for 2 seconds, and there's James Hickey just getting
hogging all the GSPs.
Back. Well, that's going to do him well as we get into
hogging all those GSPs.
The last course here. Oh, Andy Haas very eager to get in and hopefully hit a hole out here. Not the chip that he wanted.
No.
It went in, though.
No.
You got to make sure you don't focus too much on that. Eddie G looking at hole 14, the par 3 here. Another hole with a tiered green and 11-mile-an-hour wind. So got to be careful because you don't want to end up on that top tier and having to putt down the tier. But you also don't want to hit the tier and bounce in the water. Of course, for Eddie G, not going to be any kind of issue. Now, Andy opting on hole 12, the par 5, to go the long route, so he has a very clear look at the hole. I think that's smart. Great shot by Mr. Yeager on the par 3, machine 1. I have a feeling that Andy Haas is going to get pretty damn close. Even though it's such a tough sloped green, I think he's got a pretty good...
Mr. Hickey, by the way, 191,000 GSPs, is leading our group. By I'm sorry, Mike Andre, 206,000. Playing some good golf, too, it looks like. Though still on his 3rd course. Miller Mott's 151,000. GSPs are starting to flow.
Which is always a good sign for everybody in the group, because if your group is playing well...
I agree. There is something to that, by the way.
It really helps the good vibes. When everyone in the machine is playing well, you can be happy for each other. It really does make a difference.
Oof. Everybody kind of settling now, the room. You go through like various waves of tension and, I think now everybody's in their groove. If it's not going your way the first 2.5 or 3 courses, I think the, urgency starts to change, but I think everyone's urgent from the jump, so that's just cliche commentator, you know what I mean?
Yeah,
like you want to play well, but the nerves probably start to factor in a little bit.
But the one thing we've talked about, the difference between a regular national tour event and this is it is Las Vegas. It is Vegas. A lot of these guys have been out here for a few days. So the pace of play can change a little bit based on the pace of Las Vegas for these guys.
For sure. Talk to Andy Fox. Sounds like the tables and everything else were treating him well.
Always good to hear.
Yeah.
Which...
course, has had some runs both at the World Series of Poker and out here, and also the World Championship of Golden Tee.
You know, and it's funny, though, like you have these guys that go on really good runs, and but it could potentially affect their Saturday qualifier or their Sunday, Sunday match play.
I'm told my technical difficulties are shared by others in the room, so appreciate you.
Rough spot there for Mr. Yeager to be in. Missing that chip from the sand. Andy Haas doing Andy Haas things. Just if he's not in the cup, he's riding right around it. All right, so Eddie G, Michael Yeager, and Mr. Robert Brown, this is where, hole 16, usually pretty easily, but this is probably your last opportunity to really gain some strokes back. And the next couple of holes are let's make sure we stay on a good pace.
That's a big old win there, by the way. It's not a terribly uncomfortable shot, but I think there's a lot of different shot. That's fantastic, obviously. These guys kind of hovering around a very similar pace. That's going to be a longer tester there for Robert Brown. Thank you again for everybody for the likes, for hanging with us. Subscribe, share, please. Oh, good putt. It's a good putt by Robert Brown. Enjoying a little fist pump from Eddie G, as he should. That was a good putt. Those are the kind of putts that can kind of keep you engaged and keep you in the tournament. I like the way that Robert has played. Really like what we've seen from Eddie G here these last two rounds, too.
Oh, talk about 17 being a gut puncher.
Goodness gracious.
Good
GSP
luck.
Hog. Oh, wow. Yeah, that's brutal. All right. And if you're
It's a
Eddie,
beautiful shot.
You're thrilled, yeah. All right, so you were mentioning the closing stretch of holes, and I think without question, this is one of the more difficult looks that we've seen, and that's got to get a little love, and it doesn't.
You've got like a small sliver of rough that you could maybe kick down on, but even then, you're potentially playing pinball.
Yeah, exactly.
Art DeVry. Appreciate you guys all joining us here, even if you can't physically be here for the World Championship, but having you guys on the stream watching worldwide, we really appreciate it as Michael Yeager hits a decent shot there. He's going to have a putt, but again, that is a tough setup, and I think these guys are going to be really
I think an
happy
old
with
school
that.
player like him probably feels pretty good about that. Now, this is a really interesting position up here for Robert Brown. Oh, come on. Oh, man. That was really good.
All right, now this is kind of the telling moment. Let's see what happens. Let's see what that look on 18 is. All right, it's compared to what it could be, that 16-mile-an-hour wind blowing to like the 7-8, 7 o'clock, that's actually going to be a really good look. I think whether you're using stouts or whether you're using any of the wind balls.
Oh. Don't want to see that.
James Hickey
Good
with
shot.
a really good shot on
that's
hole
a good shot.
17.
And that's the putt I think you want. So, yeah, you're right. This here we go. Full time.
What was that? Was that a one-thumber?
I don't know.
It's the first I've seen that, or at least noticed it. Holy crap, that's an interesting one. And
it's like releasing your bat on a swing, right? I couldn't tell the timing of when that thing.
No. And by the way, Jaeger having a great shot there. It's always tricky when your opponent, or not, excuse me, when your qualifying partner waters. As good as these players can be at just not worrying about their partner's playing game, it's hard to not factor that in. He hit a good shot and ended up going too far left and wet.
Yeah.
And Mr. Brown's going to need that 16-mile-an-hour wind to blow left. Oh, that is a beautiful shot. Let's go! Oh, come on.
Good shot.
That is a good way you want to close that
produced
round.
Some moments here, man.
That was a beauty. Even though that didn't drop, that had a beautiful shot.
Eddie G special, by the way. This is an Eddie G special.
Let's hope you didn't just jinx him.
Oh no, I mean I didn't mean to jinx him. I wouldn't think to try a putter there.
Oh yeah. Tough break for Eddie G, 26, but again, he's going to be okay there.
Yeah, that's a tough close, man. It's been some positives obviously, but still that's a turbulent round.
All right, so let's see. Oh, James getting a good bounce there, sticking on the fringe, and should have a pretty good putt for eagle here on the 18th hole of Manhattan View. Andy Haas opting for the safe, going right to left, taking that wind. He has a good putt there, nothing too bad for him. All right, these guys getting ready to putt in for eagles here. Beautiful finish for Mr. Hickey there. All right, so as these qualifying groups get ready to get swapped over, we're going to get these guys back on stage. We're going to take a very quick break, but still plenty of action to go here at the 2024 Golden Tee World Championship.
All right. We are back in Golden Tee World Championship at the Palms in lovely Las Vegas, Nevada. It's only about 108 today. It's about a 10-degree difference than we had last year. It was very hot. It's still very hot, by the way. It's a dry heat, they say.
Well, and although it's a little bit cooler in the Green Street Room, it's also very hot because we've got the World Championship qualifier rounds. We are back to Paul Luna, C.J. Wengler, Gordy Brown, and then, of course, 2023 reigning defending world champion Paul Taylor, Kevin O'Connor, and Mr. Mike Arrington. These guys taking on Manhattan.
Yes.
And
by the way, I know we were struggling earlier with the Pauls of the Luna Taylor variety and trying to keep that straight. So if you do have a hiccup, just know you're not the first.
Well, that gives me something to strive for that hopefully I do not make the same. But it's funny. We blame the boards for that. But, of course, Kevin O'Connor, a mainstay in the community for a long time, rocking that exclusive Golden Tee World Championship qualifier polo.
So right now, James Hickey, 25, 29, 31, 28, 113 qualifier. Again, just be cautious with this because we don't have a ton of scores through 4 at all just yet. Andy Haas, who you just saw, 27, 29, 27, 28. So at 111, obviously in a really good spot, but I think if you ask him now, and maybe we will at some point, he thinks he could be playing a little bit better.
Yeah, but when you're a competitor at that level, you're always going to be thinking that.
Yeah, of course. That's what makes you great. Now, these guys here have been, playing pretty well. We've seen Luna have some moments. We've seen Taylor, obviously, coming into, I think, the 4th course was our top qualifier. As a defending champ, that's pretty good. Clearly up for it. Although right now, we've got some trouble here.
Yeah,
Mr. O'Connor.
And obviously, everyone in this group of 6 is very capable of putting up a 28, but right now, only 2 of them, which,
Yeah, it's pretty interesting because I don't necessarily think I saw the, I looked at the setup and it didn't look brutal, right? I mean, maybe you felt differently.
No.
17 was a challenging shot, and that, of course, is not what you want.
That is, unfortunately, brutal
so
for Mr.
again,
O'Connor.
Mistakes starting to, when you turn a mistake into a mistake, and God knows I know how to do that in Golden Tee.
I think a lot of the people that are watching, that are playing, have definitely had those moments growing up in Golden Tee, and even just, for as long as we've been playing, we've probably made just as many mistakes as great shots. But tough for Kevin here, especially very early on into the Manhattan course. All right, all square going in hole 6 here. Mr. Paul Luna, 2022 Golden Tee World Champion. So 2 former world chaps, 1 on machine 1.
Chaps?
Champs.
I thought it was chaps.
They're
chaps
they are good chaps.
Champs and chaps.
All right, Kevin O'Connor recovering.
That's a great shot.
Taking a par.
There are good and bad.
Yes.
And that is one of the good. Even if internally he is screaming
now
at himself.
If you can recover and take a par, especially when you've got a good opportunity, unfortunately, to take a bogey or worse, making a really great chip like that.
Yeah, no, it's
especially early on.
Change everything. Yep.
You want to you can build better momentum from here based off of that.
That's another one too, right? Again, eliminate a drop stroke at this point in the round is huge. All right, so settling into our 4th course. It looks like about 45 players, so half the field roughly, have log time.
Now, has everybody finished Missouri?
Looks like we're still almost completely wrapped on Missouri, but not quite. I see a slew of 29s. I see some 30s in there. Ryan McCook with a 30, Ken Callis with a 30, Corey Neely with a 30. Those guys, 84, 84, 82 through 3 courses. That's pretty good scoring right there. But I think James Hickey is right now your top qualifier on that course at 31. Gordy Brown was top qualifier on Summerlin. So the stream machines have delivered, by the way. If you're wondering if the stream machines would deliver some nerves.
Yeah, that is an interesting tidbit.
2 of the top 3. And I will look.
Now, unfortunately for Gordy, a couple of mistakes early on this Manhattan round.
Andy Coleman just saving the day on all fronts.
Now, as you look on the left machine, these guys are a little bit farther ahead. Paul Luna, CJ Wangler. CJ coming fresh, hot off of his St. Louis Open back in early May. And Gordy Brown, like we just mentioned, top qualifier earlier in one of the courses. A bit of a different leaderboard if you look at Paul Taylor, Kevin O'Connor, and Mike Arrington. A couple mistakes early on, but these guys are going to try their best over the next couple of holes of the front 9 to regroup, repace, really just wipe the slate clean and see what they can do. Now, I like that Paul had an interesting shot. He went for a little bit of a A1 around. Has a little bit of a longer putt, but still should not be a problem for the former world champion.
So when you would go astray during a qualifier, how would you recover or not recover?
It really depends. If it's early on the qualifying courses, it's a lot easier to recover. To just tell yourself, hey, this is course 1 or 2, you got some time. But I have definitely had a couple of just chuck it in the blanket bucket once you get to course 4 or 5. If you can't recover, at that point I'm trying to just go for hole-in-ones if there's a a side pot or anything like that. But at a certain point, if you're down enough, you really just want to maintain some form of a good spot in the silver bracket for the Sunday championship play.
You see a shot of the room here, and Gordy trying to make sure that trackball is good for his next shot. As these guys are nearing the turn, all pretty much playing to their handicap and pace.
Yeah, Paul Luna, I know we've mentioned it. You guys have mentioned it, just getting married a few days ago. So, he was coming to Las Vegas for a lot of excitement, going into the World Championship as a former world champ, trying to join that exclusive 2X club. And beautiful shot there by Mr. Arrington on machine 2. Found out last night that Rachel, the Mrs. Rachel Anthony Luna, as I'll call her, they just planned this literally a week ago. So this was not in the works for a while. They definitely chucked it in the the ucket bucket and said, let's just do this. I couldn't be more happier for those two.
That's awesome.
I don't know if anybody had a wedding at a Golden Tee tournament on their bingo card.
You know what's funny? I was wondering, has this happened before? Now, in the years of Golden Tee, we've seen all sorts of stuff. We've seen wedding cakes.
The good, the bad, and the ugly.
We've seen a wedding cake, like the groom's cake. I've seen that a handful of times. I don't know if I've ever heard of making a Golden Tee World Championship part of your wedding. But when you won a world championship and you're certainly going to compete for more, sure, why not?
Hey,
we're thrilled for them.
Yeah, no, and I don't know if there may be a better couple to do something like that and to be more fitting for their personalities and the fun that they are than
awesome.
Rachel and Paul. So congratulations to them, and maybe if Paul keeps up the good play, he can have a wonderful wedding gift of $35,000 top prize and
honeymoon,
world championship.
Maybe a new destination in mind.
Yeah,
you can have yourself a day or
put
a week or a month.
Put it in the retirement account.
A year, and he's more than capable. It's we've seen kind of the ebbs and flows of Andy Haas. We've seen some of the ebbs and flows of
Godfrey.
Godfrey.
Kevin O'Connor trying to make up some shots.
But Paul
there.
has been pretty consistent, right? And when you look at the scores, 25, 31, 28, and 14 through 9, I mean, he's going to ho-hum, vie for the top qualifier spot. Like, that's probably where he's going to end up doing.
Yeah, and of course, after this course, Cumberland, the Golden Tee Live OG 2005 Remastered course. That should be a fun and exciting way to end the qualifier here.
Love it. Love me some Cumberland. Although I don't think it loves me back.
Understood. I mean, I've had those too. Definitely have dealt with that a few times. Now let's take a look at Mr. Wangler on the leaderboard. What's his scores look like here?
25, 28, 27, and then 14 through 9. So
okay, so right now he's
just
probably
fine.
looking right at that middle 10 to 20 spot potentially.
Agreed. I think that's about right.
Well, and for him, again, like I mentioned earlier, coming hot off of that national championship victory in St. Louis almost 2 months ago at this point as we roll close into July. But that middle spot can be a very favorable qualifier too, because you're not necessarily dealing with the Andy Haas's of the world as we check in on some of the other qualifying groups. But you're also, you can find the equal competitors that he's used to playing, the, George Von Kayers or the Ayala brothers. Again, depending on how people's nerves and the Las Vegas atmosphere and heat has affected them.
What's really interesting looking at this qualifier a bit, and again, as the scores are coming in, now we start to get some separation between maybe the third course and the fourth course. That's a good shot. But I look at like James Hickey with a 113 through 4 courses. He's in, right? Barring catastrophe, he's in. Yeah. Nick Walsh, 110. Right through 4 courses. Michael Yeager, 108. So you start to do the math. I talked to Gino before you came on, and we were talking cut lines. Originally, before we started, he was speculating 130. Then, after seeing some of the accessible holes on Summerlin and Scablands, was talking 132. So you start to fill some spaces in here. Now, we don't want to. Horse is not in the barn yet. Yeager's got to shoot himself a score, but at 108, is he going to shoot a 24 on Cumberland? You know what I mean? You would think.
Yeah.
Especially
with some of the setups on Cumberland.
I mean, Robert Bound, 106. Johnny Dyer, 108 in there as well. So I'd say these guys that are finishing early, this cut could be significant because there's some big horses still here to come.
Yeah, they're setting the bar very high, which is what you are expecting and wanting to see at a world championship.
Paul Luna now, as you're watching here, as I trying to the election map. I'm trying to be that level of detail.
Had to bring up
on
the
this.
election, huh?
Well, I'm just saying the prospects of any sort of election where you're judging the leaderboard and seeing it. But 132. I don't know, man. They may not do it as I'm looking at it now, and we'll get a lot more scores to come in. But this is the scoring right now is pretty significant. Cumberland, though, it can be tough. It can set up pretty challenging.
Yeah, it'll be interesting to see if you get the tougher version of Cumberland or if you get some of those holes that have more favorable looks. As Paul Luna, probably 6 feet without the great shot points with a beautiful shot there on hole 12. Kevin O'Connor teeing off here on hole 8 on your right-hand side of the screen. Drivable par 4. Unfortunately for him, dealt with that early blow to his game on hole 2 that he was able to recover from with a par instead of anything worse. But for as well as he was playing throughout the morning and the afternoon, it's going to be hard for him to not beat himself up a little bit because, that putt right there, that eagle putt, beautiful, very crucial. That back nine, now that he has seen it probably on some of these other machines, that back nine is going to be very crucial, and he's going to be somebody that's going to want to aim for that 25-26 on Cumberland to really try to make sure he secures himself a good spot here. It's Luna, straight in the hole in one. poor guy. I love him to death, but he just was like so emotionless there. Like
he's peacocking. That is a
I know.
proper Luna peacock, and a deserved one at that.
I was trying to be nice, but that's all right. But you're right. He does. I mean, that just kind of rolled right up.
Dude, he's rolling right now. I mean, when you look at the scoring and just firing darts consistently, stayed out of trouble, and then gets one of those to drop. If we're putting odds on top qualifier, I'm feeling pretty good about that.
Yeah.
I'm feeling pretty good.
All right, CJ had a really good shot. Unfortunately, we're not going to have the opportunity to go back-to-back aces because CJ didn't make it.
The hell.
But I know. But Gordy's playing pretty well, so let's see if he can drop it. Oh, just a little hot. He had it a medium T with backspin, but a nice uphill putt for him. A little bit left there. Shouldn't be a problem.
Yeah, so Luna now starts to hit a flow at the right time. As we look here, he's already at 103 with a lot of holes to play, so he's in great position there. Of course, Andy Haas, he's, I think comfortably in. Shocker.
Yeah. Comfortable for you or I as Luna going real close there.
But now you start to talk about guys like Luna and Haas and others that don't want to be comfortably in.
No, they want to be.
They want to be comfortably in the top 5, or near the top 5. What's really going to be interesting here, right? And we're seeing some names emerge as we get the flow of the bracket. James Hickey, by way of example, James Hickey has a chance to be the top overall qualifier in the top 3 or 5. What does that draw look like by the end of the night? We're going to find out. James Hickey, officially your Missouri Hills top overall qualifier. You guys got to watch it, so congratulations to him. Dude's playing some golf right now.
Yeah, that's wonderful to hear. Anytime you get those newer names, and when I say newer, just like they're not the traditional,
Gordy Brown, same thing, man.
Paul Luna,
yeah.
Paul Taylor at the top, Andy Haas. It's really fun.
We've talked about this on our podcast, The Golden Blab, which you should all go subscribe to now, that the field and the depth of the field, I think, has never been greater than it is right now. And at least through qualifying, and I know match play is a different beast, I think that's holding true.
No, I think you're honestly seeing it more than ever, which is great. You've seen that over the last 12 to 24 months of the national tour. But I think with these courses, these players have played these courses a ton as we're getting to the last half of Golden Tee 23-24 in those courses. But for these tees only being out for a few months, you can tell how much preparation these guys have gone through and how many reps, because they're just absolute madmen and mad women too with how often they're playing, and they want that $35,000 top prize at the World Championship.
Luna is looking locked in, which I know is going to surprise everybody, but he is looking locked in right now.
And I think of somebody like CJ where he beat Brian Bernhardt, another guy whose presence is missed at the World Championship. But these guys put on a clinic in May at the St. Louis tournament, and CJ, eyes are on him of, hey, this guy, we knew he was a good player, but he's always kind of ebbed and flowed in the middle of those brackets. Finally makes the top 4 and then wins the, a strong field in St. Louis. So
that was awesome. That was an emergence, I think, and now you're right. But when you have a win like that, you're going to draw some interest here. How's he going to follow it up? What's it going to translate to the biggest stage with the best field of the year? The field at Peggott events is awesome because I think it allows, which are they're great fields, they're loaded fields. But this is where, you're going to get a few of these a year where everybody kind of converges.
I was
together.
wondering how long it would take you as Luna get some GSPs before you would say Peggott instead of PEGT.
It's Peggott.
So Steve Sobel probably lurking around the corner, ready to
smash me in the head with a chair. It's fine. Won't be our last dust up of the weekend. It's all good.
All right, now for Gordy, he needs some positive momentum going into the tail end of this course and into Cumberland. So let's see. This hole is not that tough. You got to be careful. You're not backspinning it too much. You see he's moving up and down between clubs trying to decide, do I try to bite this in or do I club up, backspin it because I'm going for the cup. I need that extra stroke to get back on my, positive momentum.
Yeah. Now you start to push. If you need to push, and also you have to be careful if you're someone like Gordy or whomever, and you've had a really good start. You don't want to get too conservative. You don't want to step out of your game in either direction, which is push too hard or slow down too much, right?
And I hate to sound like I'm calling him out. I'm not, only because somebody had mentioned this earlier. But the last thing you want to do is win a qualifying course and not make the cut. Something that I believe has happened twice to Ken Callis. Great member of the community, and he's a great player. But we've all been there. You have those really strong qualifying course rounds, and then you just have one bad blow-up course, and
it's brutal.
At a National Golden Tee tournament event, it's one thing. At the World Championship, I mean, that's the difference between a $35,000 top prize and a couple $1,000 top prize in the silver bracket. So
For sure.
You really got to protect yourself in that regards.
So looking at the leaderboard still, a lot of scores coming in now.
Now let me ask you really quick.
Jordan Cook, who got in last night, I believe, 106 through 4 games. That's pretty strong.
That is good. Now, real quick, with Paul Luna, how many clicks left are we going to go to? Oh, no clicks, huh? And
okay.
That's beautiful.
Way too easy.
Yeah, you see CJ is like, okay, Luna just made that look too damn simple. All right, hey, you know what?
Great positioning.
You don't want to be on the fringe in that position.
No,
but for him, he should have a
that's nice.
Very nice putt there.
That is nice.
All right, let's see what Gordy does. This is a real make or break for Gordy here. And that's a beautiful shot.
Probably the best shot we've seen so far, and I think good for him. He's still in great position to be smack dab right in the middle of that qualifying board. And I've seen a couple of little leaks here and there, but he's played great. He's got to keep it up.
Yeah, get through 18 holes.
That's a breath shot too, right? We've been there where you're like, oh, thank God.
Yeah.
Thank God that's over.
Now on the right-hand side, Mike Arrington.
Oh, man, that's pretty.
Going with that hybrid and the bite to just trickle in for the double eagle.
That was beautiful.
Thank you, Kevin O'Connor, for letting us watch that.
It's a true pro. Oh, that's golf right there.
And that's the shot I love on that hole is when you have a hybrid with that elevation change, it helps stop the ball pretty quick. And in Mike's instance, dropping right into the bottom of the cup.
Are we buying golden tees? That's what's going on?
I believe so.
Whew, because I just panicked a little bit. So Paul Luna, by the way, stuck that, and so he's going to tie James Hickey at 113, I believe, at the top, assuming he makes.
Oh, Kevin O'Connor, great run at it.
Yeah, so
on hole
113 so far seems to be.
CJ Wangler, beautiful shot. He's going to have a 10 to 15-foot putt there. World champ Paul Taylor on hole 12. A little bit farther left than he wanted to be, but he does not even breathe before he makes that putt. So he will keep on trucking. Now, this is an extremely important shot for Gordy, just like the last few have been. We saw Eddie G go wet on it earlier in the first qualifying course, or in the first qualifying group. And this could really make or break where he ends up in the championship bracket. All right, a little bit hot of a shot. He's going to have a long putt, potentially a chip. think for him, he's probably going to go for the putt because the last thing you want to do on a hole like this is hit it too hard in your chip and put it in the water. I've done it too many times. It is not fun. I was going to say he'd be okay even if he didn't make it, but he drains it to finish out strong. All right, so these guys finishing up course 4 of the qualifier. 28 for CJ, 29 for Luna, and a 25
and a can
for
crack.
Gordy. Yeah, Andy
Randy
Haas
Haas.
back on the can crack in the ear, which is beautiful.
That's a good sound.
Now you're taking a look at Paul Taylor, Kevin O'Connor, and Mike Arrington rolling up to hole 14.
One of the shots of the tournament we just saw, I think, from this group.
Yeah, beautiful hole out there. So, quick leaderboard update officially seconds ago. Paul Luna, 29 under on Manhattan. James Hickey, 28 under. Andy Haas, 28 under.
Oh, almost another one.
So far, Paul Luna back on that Paul Luna-ish with a 29 top. Currently, still plenty of Manhattan to go, but, back to Paul Luna being Paul Luna with a potential top score on this course.
Yep. And in a position, I think, to be potentially the top overall qualifier, although we'll see.
Between. Hole 14, as you've heard me say before, not a tough look at all, but you got to be careful. You don't hit it too hard.
We've got a good system going back here in all fronts.
I feel like I missed out. It's all right. It's all right. Yes. Unfortunately, that is true. Kevin O'Connor are going for the little click chip there just for comfort's sake. A guy who is kind of, you've seen the demeanor and the momentum change since his incident on hole 2. Again, that 20 under after 14, not what he wants to see, but could be a lot worse. A couple more battle holes if we've seen.
Agreed. Yeah, no, it's a good way to put it because this is we'll get another look at the par 3 here in a few minutes. 18 has been okay, I think, for the most part in terms of.
It's, unfortunately just for Eddie G ended up with a par, but so far everyone else on the stream machine seemed to be okay. But I guarantee you, throughout this room here at Green Street at the Palms Casino Resort in Las Vegas, definitely not the only person to hit water on 18 there, especially when you take that high tee that most players are hitting into consideration.
So it's interesting. Eddie G at 106 through 4. I think we've, in a decent spot. Still work to do there, though.
A little bit of work, but that's okay.
The cut may be coming back down a smidge.
Nice shot there, but Paul. Well, Adam, I'm looking at the comments here. I'll throw out a question for you. Thoughts on the shot meter being on during matches? In real golf, they don't tell you what club they hit. How do you feel about it in match play?
It's been I think for people watching, it's a great tool to teach them how to play the game. I know we've debated this for a really long time.
Yeah.
And the other thing I would say this, and it was very prevalent on Summerlin, hitting the shot and seeing the shot are very different when you watch Summerlin with some of the balls being played. So ultimately, a lot of these guys, everybody in this room knows what they want to do with the ball.
Well, and the other thing I would say, too, for people watching the stream of these tournaments, there are players that are getting into Golden Tee that are trying to learn the game from these top players. Whereas I think, Adam, when you and I watch a golf tournament on TV, we're not watching because we're trying to see what these guys are doing and emulate that on the golf course by us.
No, what I exactly. Like, I just think and I never am looking at the shot. I don't know during a match like this, maybe in terms of swing speed occasionally, but I'm looking at ball trajectory and everything else. So I think more for the presentation of it, it's important for anyone trying to learn the game that wants to play at a high level or whatever they would consider a high level to have access to. And everybody's playing under the same parameters, right?
Yeah, it's an interesting question. We appreciate it.
Oh no, it's been a discussion point since its introduction.
All right, now again, Kevin O'Connor got a really good opportunity here. I'm sure he's seen how difficult 17 is. 18's not too bad, but got a good opportunity for somebody as skilled as Kevin O'Connor to get a stroke back here. Oh, good shot.
So the qualifying on the final course is beginning for a select few. We are moving.
Yeah, and as soon as this group here finishes up, we'll transition over to Cumberland, where Gordy Brown, Paul, Anthony Luna, and C.J. Wangler getting started on Cumberland. Another course that is a fun remastered remix of a classic, but some good scoreable opportunities on that course and some par fours that really can make a difference.
Great shot. That was a very similar to process, I think, that we saw from C.J. Wangler. Hit a little bit harder, a little bit of a better line, but if you're going to shoot this other than be in the hole, I think that's like exactly where you want to be. Oh, get down.
All right, tough break there for Kevin. Now, for Mr. Arrington, be interesting to see if he attacks it like these guys have, or if he's going to go a click left or so.
I don't blame anybody for going at click left, because if you've got the right line, of course, it's worked out well. Yes. Oh.
No, he has backspin on. Okay. That's okay. Kev's got a tough putt here.
Yeah, it's tough to stay on the high side of that. That's a nice outcome there. Good shot. All right, so.
Now, real quick, Adam, pardon the interruption. I just want to give you guys an update on hole one. Gordy Brown trying to click chip and actually going too far past the cup. So he now has a little bit of a difficult chip to get a birdie on hole one. So not the way he wants to start the last qualifying course of the evening. He does make it, though, thankfully for him.
That's big.
Paul Taylor's got an interesting look on his face.
Ooh,
kind of a sigh of relief, worrying that it was going to go like Eddie G's did, all the way a little bit too far to the left.
So Paul Taylor, by the way, if he makes that, he's going to be our top qualifier through 4 courses at 114.
Wow.
So Paul Taylor, our defending world champion, is again rolling.
And a course like Cumberland feels like his kind of course. So a very good opportunity for him to continue that momentum rolling.
Evan Gossett is at 110 through the 17th hole. on Manhattan, so has a chance to come in at 112. Oh, no.
You could tell as soon as Mike hit that, he did not like the outcome before it even touched the green, or before it even got close to the green, unfortunately for him. And I'm just, not to pick on him, but I just noticed that Gordy Brown trying to get a nice big A1 in on hole 2 of Cumberland, which we'll show very shortly, hitting the trees, but thankfully getting a bounce back on the fairway. So he is going to be okay. Another player, we've obviously said it 18 times so far in the stream, but guy who's got some good momentum, had a couple blips on the road, but you don't want to blow it on the early holes of the final qualifying course.
Dropping everything over here.
Now, at least for Mike, he's got an opportunity to make a putt if he goes down that route, to keep himself at 27 with the birdie. He's going to go for a 6-iron chip instead, but he's got to be careful.
Oh, man.
So close. Somebody said the words night to me, like it was Saturday night, and I went, holy shit, it's 4 o'clock here. I haven't thought anything. I haven't thought of it being like that.
Here we go.
As Paul Taylor putts in for
now
eagle.
That is your number 1 qualifier at the moment.
Yeah, you see these guys regrouping as we get ready to switch over, as Paul Luna almost aces the hole 3 par 3 on Cumberland.
So Paul Taylor 114 through 4 courses. And here we go.
Couple of holes in particular I'm thinking about when it comes to Cumberland, those drivable par 4s. Saw a few people yesterday just during regular warm-ups trying to get their feet on the ground in Vegas, seeing how the machines are feeling, how they're going to play. But even one of the very first, I think the second drivable par 4 on Cumberland, one of those that can be dangerous. I believe it's number 7. And it is. Number 7, the one where you are going around the trees with a small green and some water, as Paul Luna just hitting a nice high tee forward.
Good shot. That's not an easy look, pin.
CJ not getting enough juice. Doesn't have a horrible chip from the sand there, but again, you don't want to be chipping from the sand, period, much less early on the round.
Oh.
Not sure what happened there for Gordy, but this is kind of one of those things where he's not used to being up on,
Gordy,
that stage. So the nerves after a while starting to affect him.
And I think you could see that. And hopefully he, kind of recalibrates a bit. He's played great. He's done great. It's been a bit of a tough go here of late. But he's fine.
Now, let's just talk about this because I think it's an interesting concept. Paul Luna, no hole outs yet through hole 4, but plenty of golf to play on Cumberland. Let's set the over-under on what we think Paul Luna's hole out ratio is going to be for the next 14 holes of golf here.
Let's see. God, my Cumberland, we saw it last round where he was really either in or buzzing it at the time. So I would expect we see at least one from him.
So I'm being told, breaking news, the odd is over 1
140 odds. So we're going to go with over or under of 1, minus 140. So slight favor to the over. Push, I feel like, is strongly in play here. If we were to do 1.5, you'd probably have like plus 270. But we're not going to do that. It's early. Save the bankroll. Yeah. If you want to go 0.5 at maybe minus 255, we could do that too.
Just to be very clear, these are not real odds. For
God,
people
no.
watching,
Yeah,
as Paul must be hearing what we're talking about.
That would have changed the line significantly.
As he's getting close there.
Live betting would have had to adjust.
Of course, it's the first hole after we talk about that, which is just hilarious.
Yeah, but he's in a good flow right now. I don't think I've eaten since 8 a.m.
I was thinking about the pizza next door. It's a little.
At some point that will happen, but right now I'm kind of locked in. I might take a swig of honey though.
I might. I don't know who is this yours or is this Gino's? I might.
It's a communal honey. You just drink it and you hope for the best.
Yeah. Has anybody touched this yet? It's not open. It's all right. Thank you. All right. I'm going to tell you right now. Paul Luna is he's gonna make this shot. Adam, I'm looking for your response with a mouthful of honey whenever you're ready, my friend.
Honey hits different, okay?
Do you want some? You want some honey jack?
Straight honey.
Honey jack to go with your honey.
Straight honey just hits different. I stand corrected. I have eaten since 8. There have been at least 3 servings of honey.
What's the nutritional value?
It is immediate voice relief. Is honey.
Oh, I was hoping I would see the nutritional facts of this honey after I pulled the label, but that did not happen.
Honey also is, it's waking me up too, man. That is, whew. Good old-fashioned swig of honey.
All right, I think on the Paul Taylor, Kevin O'Connor, and Mike Arrington side, you're going to see at least one hole out here. Oh, Paul Luna with the hole out.
If you took that over we offered earlier, you are at pushing
the unofficial, non-legally binding.
If you took that over, you are at least in push territory. And if you bought that down to 0.5, congratulations.
That does hit. I don't know if it's good or bad, but that honey does hit very differently.
Oh, that's a good shot.
Yeah, this is the hole I was talking about. Thankfully, not a horrible setup here. Mike Arrington getting a beautiful C3. Got all that one.
Yeah, hole one is there, man. Hole one is very much there. I think it's going to be fascinating for the last qualifying course.
Gordy not having a great time there on 7. You feel for him because, all of us have hit the water on this course way too well. Random name that just popped in my head. What is Mr. Kinsler, 2-time world champ? What's he looking like on the leaderboard there, sir?
Kinsler is only through 3, but 79 under through 3, so 24, 28, 27. That's okay. Andy Fox, 81 under through 3. Clint Grover, 27, 29, 29. So if you want to keep it, and Chris Brewer, 81 under. This is something to consider in terms of cuts as well, because you've got some big names and some big scores here, kind of waiting to get going. We got about 11 players who haven't started their 4th course yet. So, we're moving, but this is the thing. You get some separation in the qualifier, and we have that now.
Well, and the other thing too is once you get some of these groups that have finished the 5th course, you can start moving, A's and B's around if needed. Paul Luna with the ace.
Over cashes.
Paul Luna doing Paul Luna things, except this time now as a married man, just dropping it into probably, I'm not even going to say it actually, but three holes into the qualifier since we made the over-under on him hitting hole-outs, and he had 1 hole-out and an ace. So
we do have a 30 on Manhattan View, the mouth, Mark McClevich.
Wow.
30 under. That's
okay.
the only 30 that I see here.
That is
I'm trying to keep
awesome.
up right now on this leaderboard. That's a monster score. We've seen people struggle. In fact, I don't know if we have no, we do have a 29. Luna had a 29.
Yeah.
What's Sean Gervais doing as he's standing over here? Sean Gervais.
He said he would like a shot of honey.
Oh, okay. He's in a game right now talking to us.
It's all right.
He wandered over. He can have a shot of honey.
Now, unfortunately for hole 2 of Cumberland, not a look. It's a very deep look, so you're not going to have a chipping opportunity, which I know a lot of these guys are disappointed in. But that's okay. Give you plenty of distance to hole out from the fairway.
Let's see who else. Man, yeah, this is the part of the qualifier where it gets tricky to evaluate because there is so many moving parts.
Oh,
good shot.
Beautiful shot for Kevin O'Connor.
All right. So we are again at the Palms for the Golden Tee World Championship, working our way through the qualifier now. This is the final course, at least for this group. We've got others that will be making their way through.
Okay, all right.
Oh, that's a good shot. Oh, and a missed chip there.
Yeah, and this is where you really
now, Gordy is.
You got to just take a step back, just do some jumping jacks, just breathe.
Gordy, is still in a fine position to make the cut. But you can see his body language even behind. It's a struggle. And God, we know that feeling.
Yeah. Oh, beautiful chip by CJ there. Again, for all of you watching, whether you're watching at home, at the office, in the car, whoever and wherever you may be, we appreciate you. Like, subscribe, share, comment, shout us out. Feel free to send Adam and I Venmos for drinks if you'd like. But we appreciate you guys in all seriousness being here and hanging out for the 2024 Golden Tee World Championships.
I did. Production guys also involved.
Yes, but they only have PayPal, so we'll get their information and share it later.
Yeah.
We'll get everyone's Venmo on a graphic, and good luck.
I locked eyes and just said hello to Joe Masara, Jojo, Giuseppe. I wanted to see what he's been doing again because a little bit behind. 25, 30, 27. He's 20 under through 12. So he is cooking. He is cooking.
Yeah, I can't say I'm surprised at all about JoJo, cooking things up. Not like Walter White, but more like Tiger Woods with the way he plays.
Yeah, I don't know if you had to say that to.
There's no monkey business going on around there.
I feel like you absolutely made that a thing that it didn't need to
That's
be.
all right.
That's fine.
There's no monkey business around here when it comes to Golden Tee because Joe Masara, as you'll see on the stream tomorrow without a doubt, is going to hit some crazy ass shots.
He is actually
and do it well.
Really in a good position here. Masara is playing extremely well. 22. Yeah, he's. How about Brandon Robinson? Big head.
A top 4 world championship guy a couple of years ago.
106. Again, 106 seems to be a pretty popular number in that 108, 106 range through 4
comfortable
courses.
spot.
You've got now, of course, Paul Luna setting the pace right now. He's 128, and he's got half of his whole play still on the
that is
on
crazy.
the back. So barring something weird here, he's going to be a top 5 qualifier.
Absolutely. And just flipping back over here, unfortunately for Kevin O'Connor, he's in a really tough spot.
What's the play here?
To be honest, I wish he would have just laid up in the fairway, but I understand it.
You know what? He got a chance for the chip now. It's not an easy chip, but
now hole 11 in an interesting setup here. You know, these guys so far, Luna and CJ putting up good shots. This is the kind of hole that I'd love to have a pin in the very back where you can just run it up, for that ace. But that's got to get over. Okay, he's safe. He's got to just put a little bit more brakes on the gas.
Brakes on the gas, huh? I like that, actually. It makes sense. I want to give him a hug is what I want to give him. I want to go up there and I want to give him a hug. I want to just say, hey, bub, thinking about you. And by the way, if I had someone help me along the years with my Golden Tee, it would help. But you can just tell it's really, really tough. He's just got to settle in. You will see this throughout the weekend. It is a long, long day for these guys. It's been a long day for Gordy, who's had some success.
I was just thinking how there's not a lot of things that I like raw, but America's Truly Traceable Raw Honey is one of them. So shout out to them.
Like it. I mean, it feels good on the throat, but it tastes like. And the honey, by the way, was sitting on the desk when we got here.
Oh, so we still haven't figured out who donated the honey?
No, it's XP Network.
Oh, XP Network. Thank you.
They showed up. They've been here all weekend long. They're running our brackets for both tournaments. They are, they like the grind, like we like the grind of a tournament weekend.
Yeah,
and,
we fit in very well together as partners. They're going to help us out with doubles tonight. AB group. So if you happen to be in Las Vegas and you're shy for whatever reason, get out here, have a chance to play with the likes of potentially Paul Luna, Andy Haas, Mark the Mouth McClevich, these top players that are going to be here. But it's going to be a fun afternoon, fun evening as we approach the later half of day 3 of the 2024 Golden Tee World Championships, which is so interesting to say.
I'm looking through the mentions here on X. Your reactions to hole-in-ones are scaring people's animals at home.
That's, hey, I just appreciate that they're watching. It's a beautiful cat, by the way,
Golden Tee
Dylan.
World Championship, a huge hit with the cat demo at home.
Hey, you know what? I'm sure at some point somebody will post a photo on the internet of them riding a horse and watching the Golden Tee stream. And if not, we should get somebody in line with that.
I support this.
All right, so hole 13, a par 4, an interesting one. Beautiful pin because there's a lot of times where that pin gets tucked behind the tree and you've got to have a weird shot. Something you typically see more for like a par 5 and not a par 4, but this is actually a really good opportunity for these guys to get a stroke added to their scorecard here. And if there's anybody who respectfully needs one at this point, like a pick-me-up, it's Gordy Brown wanting to finish out strong when he started off so well with TPC Summerlin, top course qualifier there.
Yeah, even that, probably over-engineered shot, right?
Yeah.
He's got a ton
We've all
of game.
been there.
Oh, my God, yeah. That's why we can say it. I mean, I get it. It's just, it is a 5 course qualifier because, again, he was very, very clean through the first 3. Bit of struggle here the last course and a half, but still in a position. Can just close strong. Not been much of a struggle throughout for this guy. Paul Luna.
Anthony Luna. Has a really, really good opportunity tomorrow afternoon to become another 2-time world champion. And he's playing well. Again, we talked about him and his beautiful wife, Rachel, getting married a few days ago. What a way to cap off a weekend. Probably maybe the best weekend in Golden Tee history if Paul Luna is able to pull off,
I would say so,
another world championship victory. And that would be a perfect time. If Paul Luna ever needed a time to retire, would be that. Yeah, our good friend David Key, I did actually talk to him earlier. Not having a good qualifier.
You know what, though? 29.
We just got breaking news from the Lord above, but no, David Key is having himself a good time at the World Championships.
So there was a 29 on the David Key qualifier, and then it looks like this last course maybe not on 29 pace, I guess is what we'll say. But that dude is a walking good time.
Yeah, I shared a couple of drinks with him the other day. Oh, Paul Taylor, reigning world champ, almost getting himself an eagle there on that hole on the right-hand side of the screen. All right, so now, Adam, I'll give you another shot. 2 hole-outs so far for Paul Luna. 15, 16, 17, 18 to go. How many hole-outs do you think he's going to get?
So if we want to set a line for Paul Luna, we're going to go plus. We're going to go 0.5 hole-outs, but we're going to give you plus 175, right? So we're going to give you some.
I feel like I'm sitting next to Shrump talking about Golden Tee Mobile statistics
from an odds
again.
standpoint.
Yeah,
and honestly, a plus 175 is probably not enough. We'll go 0.5, and how about plus 225? So we'll juice those up a little bit for you. Production team, let us know what you think.
I was going to say an interesting look here on 15.
Shot.
But for Paul Luna, it is just another day in the office.
All right, so Paul Luna minus 135 with 4-ish holes to play.
Yeah, Kevin O'Connor doing a very interesting fold that I don't think we've seen from a lot of people. Unfortunately, a little too soft, so he's going to have to make a chip here. But I am nervous because this is one of those holes that if you miss that chip, you're going in the water and is not a good time. And Kevin knows that.
Well, and it wouldn't shock me if this – well, I hope it goes in, but it wouldn't shock you if it lands up a little – that's a good chip. It's a good just miss, but that's great.
But also for Kevin – He knows he needs that stroke. He can get a little aggressive. You don't want to get too aggressive.
No, that's perfect aggressiveness. He just missed. Controlled aggressiveness.
Yes. Yeah, he had a little bit more fringe behind him than I recognized at first with that pin placement, but still a scary spot to be.
All right, so we are working our way through.
All right, hole 16. Not a bad look at all. That 12-mile-an-hour wind is going to help these guys blow past and have a pretty straight look. Oh, no.
Oh, all right, so
Paul Taylor.
That's very interesting here for Paul, who's still vying for top qualifier honors, which I know for him would mean a lot. Look, he's
especially as the reigning champ,
of course, as the reigning champ, defending champ, as you mentioned. I want Gordy here to close strong.
Yeah, and the tough thing about Paul Taylor getting wet on hole 8 here, I don't recall where that drop spot is going to be, but it
I didn't see the shot. Did he push it left?
he
I'm
pushed it
assuming?
left, yeah.
Okay. That's an interesting miss for Paul. I mean,
speaking of Paul Luna on the other side, almost getting that hole out.
That plus money was almost cash. And again, the dude has been on fire. On fire. Paul Luna. We got some potential top overall qualifiers in play. Paul Luna is looking the part.
But speaking of a choir, somewhere there's a church choir singing the praises of Paul Anthony Luna with the shots that he is hitting.
Yeah, he's been on fire, man. He looks in the zone.
Oh, boy, that is although Paul Taylor is a beautiful chipper, that is not the drop you want after watering a par 3.
No, it's not.
And if anybody's going to do it, oh, wow. That is tough. That is going to potentially set Paul Taylor back when it comes to top qualifier honors.
Yeah, that's...
Oh, jeez. Hole 17, you see Paul Luna laughing. This is one of those where it's not worth it to try to get the ace. Just put your ball in place and take the birdie putt.
Get some spin off on that.
And of course, you're Paul
or
Luna,
you could
so
just try and get the ace.
Screw it.
This is not that bad, honestly. I mean, if you in terms of a high tee management.
Well, that's where my concerns would be, is that if you just, it's very easy to overhit it as
It's also
CJ
easy.
Wingler's. No, boy.
Could have used one of those gopher holes from Mobile, man.
Yeah.
That was beautiful, yeah.
Looking for another opportunity to speak to the animals of the world about a golden tee hole out.
And this is a huge shot for Gordy, obviously. But this does help when you're playing with a Luna and you're like, oh, well, maybe I don't normally hit high tees on this hole.
But there's so much danger in that, too.
Oh, no, it is. For sure. You gotta feel very good about distance control. Paul Luna, by the way, about to eclipse the minus 140 mark. That's a really nice shot for Gordy. That's interesting. We'll see how others do on that. But, that looks like, for the most part, at least for these players.
Paul Taylor got a very interesting shot there.
That's nice.
All right, I got to say, minus the fact that it's up 10 and that 17-mile win, this is a perfect final hole for this year's qualifier.
Yeah. Minus the fact that it's
made easy,
and if you want to be
baby shit, as they say.
If you want to be the top overall qualifier, you do that.
But the downside is you're going to see a lot of people running this with release and potentially running it over into the water.
So, assuming he makes that putt, Paul Luna is going to be, I think, first in with a minus 142. That's going to be the bar for top overall qualifier. Now, what's really interesting is we start to talk about cut lines, right? Is it going to be over minus 130? Is it going to be less than that? Stay tuned. But that's
a really strong
shot.
finish from Gordy.
He needed that. That's a great shot. All right. Good putt there as well.
So now for these guys, it's going to become a waiting game. Their afternoon is done. Beautiful chip for Eagle by Kevin O'Connor there on the right-hand side of your screen. Tough final round there for Gordy, especially starting so strong.
Let's take a look. So Gordy is going to finish at, I believe, minus 131. So
he'll be fine.
We'll see. We'll see. CJ at minus 135, I think he's going to be obviously good to go. Evan Gossett, 18 under through his first 12 holes, sitting at minus 129. So I don't know if he's going to be catching Mr. Luna, but I think he's going to be pushing it when it's all said and done. Paul Taylor, minus 125 right now. Had the miscue we saw, but
Oh, almost got it back right there.
Doesn't seem to be all, too concerned about it.
Mike Arrington taking his time here, looking to gain a stroke back. Just gain a stroke in general. That's a beautiful line. Oh, just a little too short there. Are we all square on Manhattan View yet?
So we had Mouth with a 30 under. I right now, we still have players. We still got players going.
Now where is Mouth on the leaderboard right now?
Mouth is, well, again, it gets tricky here, but he's currently 6. He's on Cumberland. He's 9 under through 8 holes.
So 120 right now.
120 right now. So again, good position obviously here. I think it's just based on seeing started a little slow on Cumberland, but seems to be kind of leveling out.
Three wood here, medium tee for Paul Taylor.
All right, so he's
more GSP
recovering as well. Paul is, pushing to 14 under here, I believe. Leaderboards are prompt, man. They are.
That is beautiful. Now, hole 12, a hole that does not look tricky but can really throw a wrench into some people's games. I know I've done it. People have done it where you think that 12-mile-an-hour wind's going to carry you. It's not a massive elevation change, but it's enough of one where it's very easy with backspin to hit that thing too short, catch the front of the green, and all of a sudden you're wet.
It's a pretty good-looking line. It's a
it was a nice cut he had into that shot. I expect some greatness here from Paul Taylor, as always.
Yeah, outside of that one shot, he's been really good. And I like watching his brain work on shots like this, right? You look at even the spin with the plus spin on these clubs where he's going to hit something back into the wind and all over it, and he's fine there. So he's playing great. He's playing great. Minus now, I think, 130 with 6 holes to play. So, let's see where he lands, but he's right there.
And getting word that it sounds like there are 3 people left to finish Manhattan with Mouth. Mark McClevich in first place with a 30 right now.
I didn't see the scores on that. All right, I see a 29 for Gossett and Taylor. I see Wes, who we haven't talked about, Adrian Westergen, like minus 113. This cut is going to be fascinating.
Oh, excuse me. 3 to start, 24 left to finish on Manhattan.
Okay.
I misspoke there.
Nice shot.
Time for another shot of honey here.
Don't want too much honey, though, man. Got to be careful.
stuff's dangerous. For these three guys, good opportunity to get some GSPs. Or
Man, oh man, I really like how he's playing. I really, really like how he is playing.
And looks like Eddie G, Mike Yeager, Robert Brown on hole one here. So we're throwing to the quad as Eddie G. Oh, just short on his chip there. That is tough, and it looks like.
So all these guys, by the way, as we look at that group, sorry to cut you off,
No, good.
are really in critical spots because you have Yeager at -108, Robert Brown at -106, and Eddie G at -106, right? So, 60, a 25 under puts them at -131, and that, I don't know where that is, but I feel like that's for these guys. I think where you want to be. I think if Yeager shoots at 25 under at -133, we're feeling really good about life. And maybe it's that minus, I don't know. Maybe we're over. I don't know what we're doing. I don't know what happened there either.
Mike had a high tee wood that ended up clipping the tree and going, I believe, I don't know if he went wet. I didn't catch it. I was looking at the other monitor, but not a good setup there.
I heard it before I saw it.
Kevin O'Connor going to go left to right just to be safe on that hole. Same for Paul Taylor, going to go left to right just to take that trade of the play, especially to see what happened with Mike here. And he did, unfortunately, go wet. And on par 5 here, that is going to be tough because he's going to lay up and hope to putt
probably not a
into
place
par.
he's been very often. We saw that earlier with CJ on Summerlin, hit a tree or a bush and end up in a place I think that everybody was kind of surprised with. Like, it happens.
Yeah, the confusion of weight. It's kind of like when you lay up on certain drivable par 4s in match play that you're not used to.
Yeah. Yeah, we talked about that yesterday. Like, laying up sounds great in theory until when you're playing at your bar in your basement and you don't lay up most of the time, almost all of the time, and you're forced in that position. I've done it before. You've done it before. It's really unorthodox. Like, it's not a, in some instances it makes sense. We will see it tomorrow, I'm sure, at some point.
That is hilarious. Makes up for the disparaging comments that were the slander on the YouTube comments there from my good friend John Remmel, who we have not seen in a tournament in a long time.
That's really
but
nice.
I appreciate you,
That's
buddy.
awesome.
We'll put that to good use. All right, Kevin O'Connor with the tee off here on 15. Again, for these guys, you're trying to maximize your shots as much as you can.
Yeager, man.
Yeager.
I like how he's playing. Keep eliminating holes. Just keep going.
Yeah, for Kevin O'Connor, 17 after 14, not really where he wants to be, but he's got a couple of good attempts here, good holes to really get some momentum back as he looks to close out.
Let's see if we can find some other interesting scores we're keeping an eye on. Obviously, I think if you're interested in the cut, this match on the left might be the most interesting in the entire room. We have not seen Andy Haas in a while. We will soon. That group will be coming up shortly. Orlando Ayala, -111, heading into his last game, so in a fantastic spot, I'll say.
Yeah, that is, the really good Golden Tee
James
player.
Hickey, we talked about.
Where's Mr. Hickey at?
He is -113. Chris Anthony, -110. Great positioning. Nick Walsh, Ryan McCook, -110. Michael Ratcliffe, Ken Callis, -109. Yeah, I mean, you've got some. I don't know.
Yeah,
this cut now. You start to look at the names. It's going to be extremely competitive, I think.
Yeah, it's fun to see, at least in the current iteration of the leaderboard, some of those names that, you know.
But even now, 106, 105, I'm looking at the group at 104. You've got, 4 guys. Steven Kramer, Mark Gomez, Steve Beatty, Seth Harris at 103. 103, you put up a 29 or 28. You're probably at that cut line, I guess.
Yeah, and that's tough for all those guys, but especially Steve Beatty, who had a really, really good showing last year at the 2023 World Championships. And hole 4, not easy by any means, but giving a lot more people a fit than I thought it would.
I agree.
But that looks like, he's got to get up there.
It's got to go.
That's a beautiful shot by Robert Brown there. Probably going to guarantee himself an eagle.
Robert Brown needs it, man. Robert Brown needs it. That's a good putt.
Yeah, that's great. Great shot for him.
Robert's playing with some confidence.
Yeah, even Eddie G in the sand there. Not a bad chip, but you talked about this in mobile yesterday when you're using that lob or sand wedge and you're not used to chipping with it.
No.
But Eddie G's that type of player who's going to make this 99% of the time, except when I talk about it.
You expect him to make it.
He expects to make it 100% of the time.
He speaks to, is that a little Dunkzilla right there for Mr. Yeager? I think it was.
You could tell by the reaction of the crowd that was
Yeager, man, rolling. Oh man.
He's only on level 999 of the club pass. Not to be comparative to his 875,000 birdies or better in our June contest he probably has.
He's doing okay on that.
Oh, Kevin O'Connor getting close. One-hop dunk.
All right, so some updates. Evan Gossett fires a 27 under to finish at minus 138. Very curious to see where that will be. I would imagine probably top 10.
Yeah, it's a good finish for him.
Paul Talo at minus 134, and of course we're going to see where he finishes on that.
So minus 139 is Michael Yeager with the double eagle.
Yes, this is a guy that needs a round, and we've seen him hold out already. And this is a dude that's having a moment. I love it.
Yeah, so if Paul Talo continues the pace he's at, he's going to be at 139, I believe, which is really, really good. Oh, stop. Okay, Michael Brown, he's okay. Hitting it a little bit too far out to the left, but thankfully he's on the fringe, so he should be able to putt that without an issue. Eddie G riding right past the cup as well. And now Kevin O'Connor, Paul Talo, Mike Arrington getting to that 17. Again, not hard, but easy to accidentally overpower. So you got to be very careful.
I like that
here.
you're going to stick with it until they keep just draining this shot.
Yeah, not that I'm hoping that somebody makes a mistake, but
I know, I get it. You're right. It just looks like a very comfortable shot for these guys who are just absolutely destroying it.
That's all right.
No, but
I can tell you there's a number of players out there that are not destroying it.
2 of them are here. Well, at least one of them is here.
I don't know who you're talking about.
No, but it's a. Now hold on. Let's see. This is different. I think we've pretty much seen everybody come at this thing with a high tee.
And then Paul Talo just, let's keep the bite on there and see what happens. Mike Arrington jamming out to some music here as he gets ready to put this hopefully close to the cup. Oh, Robert Brown. Oh, almost dunking it and almost rolling it. That is a double banger of a heartburn, almost draining it with the Ultra and then almost rolling it back in the cup.
Tell you what, though, Robert Brown. Where are we at with Robert for his total score? We'll find it. Robert Brown. This thing needs a little update.
Now Kevin O'Connor, again, 22 under here on Cumberland going into hole 18. He needs a strong finish here. And This hole, I think, is a little bit harder than it looks. To the average player, it might be a little worrisome, but to these top guys, top players, hopefully not too big of an issue, although I'm a little concerned with his choice of backspin on a high tee, a high forward.
Sorry,
that is what I'm always worried about. It was a beautiful shot up until the point where it came right back into the water.
Too strongly when it hits there. Agreed.
If you would have had release or roll on, again, roll is dangerous too. A little bit of release probably would have kept him up there just enough to hang on for dear life.
Now everybody has been, 17. They've made easy. This is.
Oh
this
no!
Is this is not. This is.
That is a tough break for Paul Taylor too.
Yeah, that is tough. So, all right. Well, that's going to be an interesting bit of seeding here as Paul came into that hole at minus 137. So we'll see what happens on that next shot.
Is Robert Brown going to get lucky?
No.
Oh.
All right, so chaos, carnage ensuing here for Stream Machines. Wow. I'll tell you what, hole 18.
Taking a big bite out of these guys' final rounds. Look at Eddie G with a beautiful shot there on hole.
All right, so how aggressive do you want to be if you're Paul here? I think this is
this is probably the worst hole for watering and then trying to lay up just to be safe.
Oh, it's just like, come on. It's so close.
Robert Brown making that chip to save birdie, which is great.
All right, so Paul, if he makes this, will finish in at minus 137, which would be – okay, good. I didn't want to be that person. Third overall in behind Evan Gossett and Paul Luna. So Paul Taylor, who looked like for a while might be your top overall qualifier, fires at 23 on hole 18.
I'm sorry, I'm just laughing because I'm looking at the leaderboard, and Paul Luna has changed his nickname from Luna to Sup Big Dog, which is a running joke between him, Andy Haas, and Eddie G. And I believe it was the Florida tournament. I was watching these guys play, money games after the tournament, and I may have used the powers that I've been granted by Jim Zielinski and everyone and co. to change all their names to Sup Big Dog, and it's a running joke now with the four of us. So
well, that's the Tiger Woods originally. Yes.
Yeah, and so it's funny. Of course, Luna now with that 142 is like, all right, it's time to make this throw this back out there.
All right, so that setup for that group was not particularly kind on the
No.
right. Paul Taylor, that was that 18th hole has shown some teeth, and I think ultimately is probably going to be a factor here as we work our way through the round. All right, so it looks
I'm going to assume that Paul Luna's 29 on Cumberland is probably the only 29 right now.
And we are
again, we're in the infancy of that course.
We've got about half the field has gotten started, so it's moving. It looks like we still have a little bit of Manhattan in play, maybe a smidge. All right, where else can we go? All right, so Michael Arrington, who we just watched, finishes with minus 129, goes 23, 28, 29, 26, 23. That's wait and see. But
yeah.
That's,
and again, as we mentioned, just in the infancy, but our wonderful tech team of Greg Thayer and John Noble from Incredible Technologies throwing that data as soon as we speak the words out of our mouths. But Paul Luna, 29 under, 28 under so far on Cumberland, and then C.J. Wengler and Evan Gossett with 27s. And then after that, it's 23. Again, very, very early on, but right now, Paul Luna probably favorite to stick as top qualifier at 142.
Agree, yeah. It could change. Kevin O'Connor, minus 124, is going to be in the silver bracket, most likely. Adrian Westergan, who we hung out with the other night. Great to catch up with him. Minus 127. I think that's probably silver bracket bound as well, but we'll see. Joe Masara.
Eddie G.
Getting started here, middle of his last round, minus 120 with about 10 holes to play, so Jeff Landon, we haven't talked about Jeff much. 24, 30, 28, 25, 13 under through 10. Sean Gervais at -120 with 10 holes to play.
Mike Yeager, 108,000 games played.
I love this dude, man. I really do.
He is an old school player, and not somebody you typically think of being around that long. But he, the Glove Bandit, has
he also
been
looks
rocking for a while.
exactly the same. By the way, I don't think he ages.
Ever since I've known him, he's always had a little bit of gray, and I don't think that's changed.
I don't think he's aged a lick. He looks great. Got some compliments on his shirt. Shout out to us. There's Robert Brown, one of the Canadians in our tournament, looking very serious in his player card, I might add.
Yeah, 28.26 handicap.
His general disposition, but
Not
menacing here.
And again, over 51,000 rounds played, so nothing to snuff at there. Another experienced Gold Tee player. Oh!
No, he's had some moments here. Robert Brown has delivered.
All right, Michael Yeager, let's see. Not going to get it. All right. What is Eddie G going to do here? No spin at all. Up 4, left 4. Not going to be close enough, but that's okay. Just so you guys know, in a few moments, getting prepped for Andy Haas and crew to jump in on Cumberland. And then for those of you that have been around for a while, we appreciate you joining us here. 2024 Golden Tee World Championship. I am the People's Champ, Kevin Lindsay. This is the president of the amusement division next to me, Mr. Adam Kramer, but you may know him as Baby Gap on the leaderboards. Although lately it's probably been 99.5% rattlesnake leaderboards with a DNF, but we still love you.
I have been playing a little bit more leading up to this.
And hopefully, after me calling you out, you'll play a little bit more non-rattlesnake.
No, I love this game. I get frustrated now because I feel like I still know the shots, but I really can't hit them anymore, and that part is frustrating for me. But I love the game, and of course, I got to get my reps up.
I would tell you to play more and get better, but you're also a very busy man.
No, I need to play more and get better.
But no, I'm kidding with you. But you truly are one of the busiest people that I know, and for good reason. If it's not me or John Noble, it's you and a few others.
The trick is to get the kids involved and
make it a family experience.
Exactly.
I love that you do that.
It is fun.
Except when they beat you in Target Rush, and then
which they are doing.
And then he's in my office going, "These damn kids just beat me again."
It's costing me ice cream left and right. No, but it's this time of year too. It's always fun as we get ready for a new update because you start to you want to immerse yourself a little bit more. We do some playthroughs. We're doing some local IT contests as well. So the game will probably be in reasonable shape for a while. And then I also, every time I come back from a tournament, whatever the tournament is, I always am inspired to play. I think that I probably speak for a lot of players out there and in here that have played. You watch some stuff. Yeah, I want to try that. I want to do this. And whether I can or not is not the point because the usual situation is I can't. But it makes me want to be a better player.
I think.
Speaking of being a better player, look at this dude.
Just talking about needing, some extra momentum moving forward, and that's
Ageless Wonder.
Perfect for him. The Ageless Wonder. I love that. I think what we should do is have Greg make a duplicate of the qualifier, give you and I the lock condition codes, and then after the 4th of July,
that would be fun.
Play around and see how we do. All right, let's see. Is Eddie G gonna drop this in? He's got a good shot, I'm sure. Oh, just a little bit to the left. And there you go, Chris J with the hole out.
All right, so some other scores coming in the mouth. Mark McClevich finishes -134. I think that's firmly, obviously, in. We've got CJ, as we mentioned, -135. Paul Taylor and Evan Gossett are going to be in as well. So of your 32, I think you've got five squarely in the mix here.
Now that's good, and see what Mr. Hickey can do with the old wood chip. Not going to get it. That's okay.
And I'll also say this, Michael Yeager, -127 with 6 holes to play. Barring catastrophe, he's in the mix. He's very much in the mix here. And he could birdie out. I think he's probably going to be in.
Just going to say it now. Andy Haas, hole out. I was in the process of calling that, but I couldn't get it out in time.
He took a little break. I actually think, I know that dude doesn't want to stop playing, but I think a break is fine for him. So
yeah.
Joe Masara, minus 125. He's got 7 holes to play.
Now, we've not seen a lot of people get a massive shot there.
Jesus.
Of course, Andy Haas, yeah, you see him in the background flexing those muscles. He actually found the perfect opening in those trees to go far out to the right. So could we go back-to-back Andy Haas holeouts? And with this being the last qualifying course,
since we're in the business of giving out odds, will Andy Haas hole out? I think we're going to go minus 110 here. Minus 110 across the board. Even money. Production crew, what do you think? Yay or nay? We're going with a yay. Well, we're going with a subtle head nod. I'm going to take that as a yes. Money's in. No bets. All right, we told medium confidence. How about you? Minus 110? So it's like a coin flip.
I got high confidence.
All right. I set the line, so I'm not picking. Anybody out there in the chat, by all means,
the unofficial, non-legally binding, not real odds, just to...
Just keep my disclaimer, and we won't get thrown out of here. But you look at the body, you look at the general, of course, I think maybe the bucket under our table is probably helping.
There's a bucket under the table?
No, there was. All right, so minus 110 odds here for Andy Haas, courtesy of me. Production crew has taken the yes on this. Kevin has taken the yes as well.
Very highly confident.
Left one, and we are no cashes. I think that's the first losing bet that Andy Kuhlman has had today.
Andy Haas, what is he at going into
to
Cumberland here?
I think he was minus 111 or 13. I cannot remember. He's minus 113, so he was minus 11 through 4. Minus 111. All right, so, but he'd like to have that back. He's missed a handful of those that I think you'd expect him to make.
Like this one? Oh. I think just for clarity, I think that was half scratching his head and half going, damn it. Why did those drop?
All right, so Jeff Landon at minus 128 with 3 holes to play. Those are a critical 3 holes. And by the way, back to hole 18, you're going to have a lot of guys whose cut line finish, I think, is dependent on that shot.
Yeah, dreams will be made and potentially broken on that hole, unfortunately.
Micah Yeager's playing his way not even into the cut, but into a reasonable seeding here, I think, in this tournament.
Yeah, and good for him. James Hickey.
Hey, look, this guy, has been excellent so far. In terms of great shot points, Paul Luna, 243,000.
Very shocking. Very, very shocking there.
That seems to be, but you know what's funny? Through the first 3 courses, I don't think he had much. I want to say he had like 80,000. He really got it going in that round where we were.
When we started calling it?
Yes, of course.
Oh, no. Oh. A little worrisome there for Andy Haas. He knew it the moment he hit it. You can always tell when these guys do not show the appropriate camera that they did not like the way that ball came off of the tee. Yeager going at it for hole 15. Not a favorable bounce there, but he should have a pretty good chance at the putt there. Oh, beautiful shot there by Chris. Eddie G getting it done like you expect Eddie G to do on hole 15 there. James Hickey in an interesting position. Not a lot of luck with hole 4 here. First true drivable par 4. Now he's trying to get out a little bit farther. Got a good bounce, but not up there just enough. But for Andy Haas, who's very dangerous with his thumbs, he's going to opt to do a little bit of some click chipping. hopefully he's got a better result than he did on hole 2. Boom. Andy Haas just chipping it in without a care in the world.
Hat tip. A legit
tip of the
hat tip.
cap. Interesting choice of the dog person shirt for qualifier. Not something I expected
No,
to
I
see,
like it.
but
Change it up a little bit.
It's a good choice.
Michael Yeager up to -132. As you're watching him here, size this one up.
And a very important chip for Mr. Hickey, who's had a
very
couple ups
much.
and a couple of ups and a couple of downs too the last few courses.
This would be nice to have. I still think he's in a really good spot.
There you go.
And also, I know Longino was talking about this, one of the best chippers in the game. Oh, all right. Eddie G, last year's runner-up, -127 with 3 holes to play.
So that's 29, 30, 32. I think he'll be okay.
That 18th hole is going to be crucial.
And he's got a good chance at with those the plus spin there.
That 18th hole may change the cut line.
Oh,
by
I
at
absolutely
least a
think
stroke.
it does.
That's how massive that is.
Oh,
that would've helped.
damn it.
That would have helped.
He's going for it. He knows he's got to get a little bit of an extra push there. See that tough, I almost call it like a weird.
Oh, man.
Yeager doing the same thing. Tough, very interesting facial expression there by Eddie G. Like he's kind of like sucking in his lips, like, oh, he's like biting his tongue, like, damn it, I almost had that.
Oh, my God, dang.
Chris J. Everybody on both of these cabinets just rolling right past the cup.
Just got to go.
Get up there. Okay. Looks like he hit that a little bit softer than he wanted to. He'll be all right. Mr. Hickey. Settle. All right, if anybody's going to do it and the rest of the group hasn't, it's going to be Andy Haas here with a little toss out. All right.
Sean Gervais, -131 with 3 holes to play. Jeff Lannon, -131 with a hole to play.
Yeah, I think the cut is going to be much lower.
I think it is, too. I think you're right. I think you're starting to see maybe the last 2 courses pushing back. So we had thought maybe -130. We saw some really good setups. You haven't seen... Wow, that is way out there.
Now, the reason, I'll tell you what, I didn't get a chance to bring it up earlier. The reason why Andy hit that so soft is because it is very easy to hit an overpowered A1
Yes.
and bounce right into the water.
Well, and also with this wind, right? I mean, that's way out there, but it's way out there in like such a nice controlled. It's a good look for this. It's a great look. You want to, all right, will there be a hole out here from one of these 2 guys, or 3 guys, actually, assuming that Mr. Hickey takes the same line? We're going to go, +140, yes, hole out. Because this is a great chance. That's got to go. All right. Well, that's fine from the rough. You can let this thing release. Oh, man.
He walked away as soon as he touched that. He knew that was not great.
There you go. +140 cashes.
Just blink for a second, and Andy
140
Haas doing
cashes.
Andy Haas things. Yeager hitting his tee shot in 18. Oh, that was not a good hand clap as he barely holds on. Now, dangerous putt for him, but he should be okay.
Yeah, and if I'm him, I don't know. We'll see how aggressive he wants to be with that. But I don't think it really matters. He's at -135. Good shot.
Eddie
Now
G,
that's
beautiful
that's
shot.
a really nice shot. All right,
I'm
so
going to say
Eddie
126.
is going to be minus 132, so that's a nice little recovery there.
You know what? 127 or 128, I think, is where the cut's going to end up. Robert Brown with a little bite.
Stay up. Stop. Oh, all right, so Robert Brown was at minus 129.
Oh, look at that. James Hickey with another beautiful recovery
Now
chip.
I like this. I love this play by Jaeger. I really
it's
do.
smart.
I really do. Everyone's going to give him shit for it.
Yeah, and that's out of love and endearment and respect. No reason for him to get gutsy there and
No.
ruin
The
a
dude's
chop.
has had a superb. So he's going to be minus 136. He's going to be fourth on the board right now, behind one shot behind Paul Taylor. I mean, that guy has really played well. Haas goes in the water.
Bad timing there with Jaeger making a joke as Andy Haas gets wet on hole 7.
Haas now interesting. All right, so Haas had been on a roll. We've seen a couple of hole outs. Obviously a turn there. Haas, long way to go. You got Ryan McCook, minus 127 with 7 holes to play. Ken Callis, minus 126 with 7 holes to play.
Yeah, it could be interesting. All right, current Cumberland leaderboard really quick. The officially, 29 Luna, 28 Jaeger, 27 CJ and Gossett. There is some big discrepancy in these numbers. But that'll be interesting to see. All right. Oh, not the chip that he wanted there, of course.
I love it. Jaeger on his way through here. Little puffy chested, feeling good. He should.
Yeah,
man.
I was just gonna say he should.
Absolutely, I love to see that. You get guys that have been around the game, and oh man, that's nice.
That felt like if that didn't drop, somebody was gonna see Andy Haas's hat go flying. Not because he's on the cusp of not qualifying, but just because Andy Haas expects greatness.
Okay, good. All right, so again, we are moving now. We are cruising through our final course here at the Golden Tee World Championship at the Palms. Hope you guys have enjoyed. We've enjoyed it. It's been a blast. Good shot.
Yeah, this is a perfect hole to play safe. No need early on, or as you get close to the ninth, to really mess around with it. Of course, Andy Haas just a little release, because why not?
If you'd like your World Championship update, so you got Greg Kinsler right now at minus 123 with 5 holes to go. So, depending on what cut line you want to.
No, wow,
that's beautiful. Goodness. George Von Kay, we haven't talked about him, minus 121 with 9 holes to go, so in good position. It looks like these last 2 rounds are
the gut punchers.
I think so. And he knew it. That one went just a little bit deep. Haas choosing to go over.
Yeah, this and I don't mean this in any negative way at all, but one of the things that you used to do on this course was the water would kind of rise and fall with different looks. So, and that's not the case anymore. So in an instance like this, for a Haas, it's not a big deal, but for other players, you got to make that tough choice. Do I try and get aggressive and get over for the hope of having an easier shot? Because obviously, like what you say, Mr. Hickey here, you get stuck in the rough and you don't have a good opportunity at the hole there. Especially with how long the setups have been on this course, this hole in particular. You see Chris here. He's trying to figure out, do I go right to left, left to right? But left to right is probably going to be your better option here.
All right, so Corey Neely in with a minus 134. I think safe to say he's playing in the championship bracket. Joe Masara, minus 134 with 1 hole to play. Sean Gervais, minus 134. Jeff Lannon, minus 132. Eddie G, who we saw, minus 132.
What's Mr. Gibby at? Good, longtime friend of the program. I
saw him earlier. I will have to find him. I know it looked like up and down. Chris Brewer, we haven't talked about, minus 109, although he's on hole 3 right now. Sean Rangel, MVP.
Thank you, sir.
Yeah, there's a wave of people still to come. Andy Fox just on hole 4, and Chris Brewer, Jason Elliott. I think you've got, I don't know. We'll see. Lots of movement still to come, I believe. All
It's
right.
an important chip here for him.
Yeah.
Oh, and he got the fringe bounce to the right. Not as bad of a look here in the rough for Mr. Hickey, but again, setting up that back 9 momentum would be great right here as he gets just too far to the left. And that is a tough break for him.
Yeah, he is played really well. He's at minus 124 with 9 holes to play. Not too shabby.
I'm just going to throw this out there right now. This feels like one of these guys is going to hole out, another is going to get GSPs, because this is just we've seen a lot of good action on this hole.
Yeah, it's a nice wind, kind of pushing you right into the break of the green that you would like to have, and add some roll or add some release, get it up back all the way, give it a run. That looks like a really good line, and there you go.
Boom.
There's one. That's pretty. And the proper celebration.
Was that a wolf I heard? Somebody playing
what
Huff
it
and Even
is?
More
That's
Puff?
just genuine relief. So going at this one naked. I don't think this guy's going to go at this naked. No, sir. I think he's
too far to the left.
Yeah.
It's all right.
Ryan McCook, minus 133 through 15 holes.
Oh, no. He missed.
It's an evil game, right? Hole out, werewolf dance, water.
Yeah, when you miss the ball like that's hard pill to swallow.
Was that missing the ball or was that tree?
No, I think he missed the ball, but I might have.
Could be. Either way, suboptimal. okay. A little dicey there for a moment, but ended up okay.
Yeah, for these two guys in particular, Chris and James Hickey. The last couple of holes we have in the back nine, really, really pivotal to them. Andy Haas could make a mistake or two and be, very, very comfortable. Again, not that he wants to do that by any means, but for those two other guys, really gotta continue to make some momentum moving forward. Oh, no. Wow. I feel like he deserved all that.
We are on fire here. All right.
All right, birdies for everybody on this hole. All right, Andy Haas 18 going into hole 13. Again, a really pretty setup here. No trees in play. Good opportunity for these guys to spin it right back into the cup.
Bless whomever just sneezed behind us.
Yes. Bless everybody. But especially those who have been in Vegas since Tuesday night.
Yeah, no kidding. All right, so we are starting to solidify here. Looks like everybody is done with our fourth course. It looks like about 70 of our players.
Fourth course, the 30 unders, word of Mark
Mark McClevich gets the top score on our course 4. It's easy for me to say.
And interesting note, don't have the backstory. But not playing as word of mouth anymore, playing as word of Mark, spelling it with a K. So I believe it's in reference to Mark Stenmark potentially. But we'll have to get some more details on that from the man himself.
Now these guys are, we got to get some score updates here. Adam Harris minus 129.
Okay.
Yeah, there's some movement here.
Yeah, with with a handful of people left to go, this is where for the mathematicians out there, you're going to start looking at this leaderboard a little bit tighter and going, okay, what is one or two strokes for some of these guys going to do? And we know, unfortunately, ultimately for a lot of players, there's going to be some heartbreaks that are one or two strokes or even just GSPs. Great shot points away from that top echelon $35,000 top prize tomorrow in the championship bracket or the 64-man silver bracket.
Yeah, this has been a day, and tomorrow it's just going to be elevating the intensity and the pressure throughout.
And then just a little production update for you guys. So as these guys finish up Cumberland, believe we are going to throw to the Road to World video for the arcade, put together by Andy Kuhlman with a little bit of love from Richard King Productions, Mr. Golden Tee TV, and some of his footage he helped shoot over the last couple months, but a wonderful video. And then we're going to get ready for the Speed Run. That is going to be that'll be an interesting one, a lot different. Not just Paul Luna, last year who participated this year, head-to-head competition, and it'll be interesting to see how that goes. And then right after that, going into the World Championship doubles tournament, which is open to the public. So full evening of Golden Tee left to go.
It's a lot of Golden Tee. I forgot what day it is.
Somebody is either knocking on the door or
Cabinet
cabinet not doing so hot. So for that speed run, it is Greg Kinsler versus Jamie Arrington, Paul Luna versus Evan Gossett. Really close friends there. Paul Taylor, C.J. Wangler, and then Andy Haas, Joe Masara.
So I got to ask, so this is a tournament, a speedrun actual tournament. Oh, my God, I probably should have actually inquired about that beforehand, but that's awesome. Great job, guys.
Hey, you know what? This is the thing when you become when you're in such an elevated position, like you let the championship awesome. Production and
whose
event
idea was that?
placement.
Mine? Yeah. No, that's awesome. That's really fun. I whatever way we can graduate speedrun to do more after last year is it. So that's
well, and I'll say there was a lot of feedback, not even negative feedback, but people a little upset that they weren't considered. So hopefully next year we may have to bump those numbers up.
This is we were alpha last year, now we're beta.
Yeah.
All right. Go ahead.
Real quick, 16. This is that beautiful setup. These guys running out of time, and look at that. Oh, not the whole out that he needs, but honestly, great shot points are not going to be bad here. Really, for all three of these guys, a good opportunity to get some love.
And James Hickey, by the way, is now, playing for positioning here. That's going to put him at minus 135. And he can work his way up even further.
So potential for 138.
Both of these guys here are.
Oh, that feels like felt like a very Andy Haas shot.
Yeah, Haas and Hickey right now are, I believe, both at minus 135. Haas also going without the high tee. Works just fine.
Apparently, I'm only the only one that was worried
Found
about
this hole difficult?
Yeah. I just know how it goes when you're getting down to the wire and you maybe need that stroke or so. But for Mr. Hickey, he's just going to take more
great.
GSPs.
I think that's someone we got to keep an eye on tomorrow. All right, Andy Fox minus 123 with 7 holes to play.
Not the approach he wanted there for Chris, but ending up with a great shot there. But as we saw last round, hole 18 the other machine with Michael Yeager's group, with the exception of him, like some tough shots there on 18.
Greg Kinsler minus 126, finished with a 20 on Cumberland. Based on scouting his scores, I would imagine hole 18.
Oh, of course.
Played a factor there. All right, well, that is going to be a perplexing shot, and he probably had other words for it.
He's got, I'm just going to say this, he has to putt that. Take the 2-putt for the love of Jim Zielinski. Please do not go for the chip there.
So right now, Andy Haas at minus 137. We got a group of players at minus 137, including this man.
Yeah, and that was rough. You could see in his face he hit that a little bit too far to the right, pushing those thumbs out, not what he wanted to do.
How aggressive do you want to get with that?
Yeah, it's going to make for a tough second putt for Eagle. Again, you're in that top echelon, and you want to secure that spot.
An eagle here would put Jim Hickey at -139 and second in qualifying.
Wow. Just wow.
Paul Luna, by the way, is
Oh! Oh. At that point, all you can do is just laugh.
How aggressive do you get? You just knock it in right there. Wow, what a qualifier for Mr. Hickey.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah, he's just putting that. Boom.
And another -139, I believe, for Andy Haas. Those two.
And it's tough just in the last couple courses alone. You look at Luna's 142. Haas was right there on the cusp. All right, so as these guys finish up, let's see if Chris can just make this chip and keep on rolling. But going to conclude the qualifying coverage here shortly, but stay tuned. Playing that Road to Worlds video, and then around 6 p.m. Pacific time, we are going to start that speed run, and then right after that, rolling into the World Championship doubles. And so we'll take a short break before we go back into Road to Worlds, but let's see how...
now the suspense is killing me for this shot.
Let's see what Chris does here.
It's actually a really hard shot. In fairness to him, we've seen this shot a few times. I think Paul Taylor from here turned twice, and, you know, that's a brutal spot to be. Good putt. All right.
All right. All right, make sure you guys are going to GoldenTee.com. Click on that Golden Tee PGA Tour icon, and under the World Championship, you'll see that qualifying leaderboard. We still have about 50 people left to finish Cumberland. And, of course, as soon as we get ready to start the speed run around 6 o'clock, we'll give you an update. And, Adam, it was great talking with you, as always.
It was fun.
A lot of fun.
A lot of things to be determined here. Yeah, let's let our crew get ready for Kevin. I'm Adam. He's Kevin, of course.
And I love my job just like he loves his job, just to be clear.
From the Golden Tee World Championship, we will talk to you guys soon.
Golden Tee, Las Vegas, the grandest stage of them all. We are just one short week away from the largest Golden Tee World Championship in history. The bright lights, the high-tension atmosphere, the best players in the world. But only one can be crowned champion. Who will harness the ice in their veins and rise to the occasion? Who will cement their legacy and board their flight home as the 2024 Golden Tee World Champion? This is the Road to Worlds.
Paul Taylor is the reigning world champion. In 2023, he broke through the mold and put on a stellar performance to claim his title. Could he be the one to win back-to-back world championships?
My name is Paul Taylor. I play on screen as the house and the current reigning world champion of Golden Tee. When I'm not playing Golden Tee, I like to find a casino, spin some slots. Also, stocking a pond with some goldfish and some koi, which is I find very entertaining. In preparation for a big tournament, I try to play the courses or the holes that I find the most challenging to the point where I feel like I can hit a shot under any amount of stress or pressure. I've got some folks from back home traveling out to Vegas for Worlds this year, celebrating a friend's birthday, and I want to make sure those guys see a good show.
Miss Paige Gossett is going to bring your check up here for you. Anything else you want to say, Mr. New World Champion? Here's to Paul Anthony Luna.
It's crossed my mind that I should probably prepare some thoughts in case I do end up on the podium again. My favorite thing about Golden Tee is the competition and the feeling you get from a win or even a big loss. And there's no bigger magnifying lens than the World Championship for those feelings. The house always wins.
Andy Haas is a two-time Golden Tee World Champion and one of the greatest players to ever grace a track ball. Will he cement his legacy and become the first ever three-time World Champion?
Andy Haas, two-time World Champion, plays Ship It, and won 30-plus national tournaments. My favorite thing to do outside of Golden Tee is, besides spending time with my wife and son, is to play golf. It is. My son has started to come and play with me a couple times a week. He's getting really good. He's excited to come to a tournament soon, and yeah, it's awesome. I love it.
Future world champion?
I don't know about that, but I mean, he's getting there. For me, I just getting ready for a tournament. I try to play just as many games as possible. That's how I get ready. I just get that muscle memory and just play as much as possible and go from there. Well, I feel like the mental is a big thing, but if I don't have reps, if I'm not playing, I'm not going to be comfortable. Even if I see the right shot, I just might not. So that's why I like to have a lot of reps, so the physical part is not second nature, and the mental is all I can focus on.
Andy has got a chance here to force sudden death. As he pulls back the track ball, swing it to the left. And
got a good line. He's got a good line.
Unbelievable! Are you kidding me? Holy folks!
Incredible. Wow. This is why we watch. This is absolutely madness.
I don't know that I hold myself to a higher standard than any other top player. I may be more outwardly emotive than other guys, and so it might seem like that, but I think we're all, when you don't live up to what you're capable of, it's frustrating, and maybe I show that a little more than others sometimes, but I don't think I'm unique in that regard. Goal for Worlds this year, obviously I want to win, but I haven't had a podium there since I won in 2016, so historically for me, Worlds has been a feast or famine. It's either a win or something much less than that, so hoping for a good year this year. My favorite part about competing for Worlds is just the stakes. We're playing for a lot of money, and not even just the money, just the prestige of the title, and so it feels like a different tournament because it is, and so it makes each match that much more, consequential, and I like playing with a lot on the line. I hope the passion and enjoyment that I show when I'm playing the game, I hope that it makes them bigger fans of the game, and I hope it's fun to watch.
Ed Godfrey has been going through a renaissance in his Golden Tee career, boasting a second-place finish at last year's World Championship. Watch out for Eddie G this year. He will be a tough competitor on the grand stage, especially with some of the amazing shots he creates.
My name is Ed Godfrey. I go by Eddie G, and I finished second in the World Championship 2023. So my routine lately is ramping up the amount of games that I'll play. Usually when I have a tournament coming up, I'm going full speed. I'm playing as much as possible, almost daily if I can do it. This is actually pretty funny. So I just recently found pickleball, which is sweeping the nation, right? I used to play tennis back in high school, and just recently, I found pickleball, and it's great. I love it because I don't have to run around like a big tennis court. My goals for Worlds and the National Golden Tee Tour is to, first off, finally get PEGT victory because I've been top 4 finisher numerous times. And obviously my goal for the World Championship is being so close last year. Like I really feel like I can compete and I'm going to be, someone that's going to be in the mix this year. What sets Worlds apart for me is the competition is so huge and it's completely different. Like there are so many good players there. Like you have to have your A game. So what I have to say about my family, friends, and fans, up until like probably the last year, my kids have gotten older and my wife has started to come to tournaments, which has been really great. And when she doesn't come, she's always putting me on the stream for my kids to watch, and I love that. Like, and they'll call me like when I'm not playing and let me know, hey Dad, I saw you on the stream, and it's really the best thing. And as far as the fans go, like I love meeting new people that say, hey, I watched you on the stream, like I really love your game, like that means a lot to me, and those are the type of people where I try to play like a few games with them, like because it's the first time they're meeting people that they're used to watching, right? So that like I try to actively go out and try to play with them for sure.
Paul Anthony Luna won his first Golden Tee World Championship back in 2022. Although his national tour performance so far this year is not what we expect from this dynamo, it is certain that his World's performance will be fireworks.
My name is Paul Luna. My handle in the game is Luna. I'm the 2022 World Champion, the 2-time TOC World Champion, and 12-time PEGT Tour Champion.
Yeah, but even with these two guys, as great as they are, we've seen some ridiculous misputts. This hole has decided this for people.
Who needs a
Oh my goodness!
When you hole out,
Luna holing out, and the look on Eddie Haas's face says it all.
My favorite thing to do outside of Golden Tee is probably sing karaoke. What I like about karaoke is the fact that I can sing, which I love to do, and I love music in general, so being able to sing in front of an audience is exciting. I'm getting ready for a big tournament. My routine is usually to play more games than I'm playing normally. That's basically it. And then I will, a lot of times, take a day off right before the tournament to kind of relax and, bring things in. It's a calming thing, My goal for Worlds, obviously, is to win it. Competing at Worlds is different because, for one, it's in Vegas, and it's the pinnacle of, Golden Tee prowess. It's the most sought-after title, in my opinion, and it's the most prestigious. Yeah, I would just like to say thank you for all your support. It means a lot to me that I have this giant support system and just people that that I love and love me. I feel really fortunate.
Joe Masara is one of the strongest competitors in all of Golden Tee golf. He is a 2-time National Tour Player of the Year winner. The only feather missing from his cap is a first-place victory to earn himself a World Championship title.
I'm Joe Masara. I go by Giuseppe. I'm from St. Louis, Missouri, and I'm the 2-time Top Gun tournament winner and the 2023 Missouri Open winner. My favorite thing to do outside of Golden Tee would probably be spend time with my family and do some gaming. I enjoy gaming a lot with friends, kind of late at night and sometimes into the early morning, unfortunately. I try not to put too much pressure on myself. I like to try and keep things light, just keep the expectations low and just play my game and kind of just let fate kind of do what it's supposed to do, and whatever happens, happens. The goal is always to win, but to obviously as well, entertain people, through my play and hopefully inspire people to want to play as well. Well, to most, they may look like high tension. I think, some of the more unusual shots that I might hit seem unusual to everyone else. Seem like they'd be high pressure, high risk. But it's more of a comfort for me, obviously having a lot of experience with the daily contest and learning from some of the greats over time, and just picking brains, and learning a lot about the game and how it works as well. The atmosphere, the energy, knowing that winning the World Championships is the pinnacle, that your name's going to kind of be etched in Golden Tee history forever. Because it's the Golden Tee's version of the Grand Slam, all kind of baked into one event. So you get one chance, and you just try your best to cement yourself into history. And the relationships that I've been able to build through Golden Tee is extremely meaningful to me. It's something that I cherish deeply, and to my family, I appreciate supporting doing what I do for a living, and allowing me to do it, and causes it's pain sometimes, but it's really a blessing to be able to do it.
This is the first World Championship that Lowell Parks has ever qualified for. He's a much-loved personality among the GT community, but he will need to channel his inner flair for performance if he expects to make a run at this year's event.
My name is Lowell Park. My IGN is Den Grogu because I love The Mandalorian. I played a couple of shows here in town when we've had Golden Tee tournaments going on. I try to keep it quiet for Steve so he can keep people in the bar, but it's really great having the guys come out and support me and show them my other side of what I do, and really kind of shine and maybe show off a little bit for those guys. But it's such a great community to have all these guys come out and support me doing my thing. It's just fantastic. Other than Golden Tee and the band, obviously, me and my girlfriend love to go camping, love being in the outdoors. She's my soulmate, so everything that we do together, like we love going on these adventures and going on road trips and stuff like that, and then obviously taking care of my kids is one of my passions as well. But yeah, and I love cooking. Cooking is my thing. I've actually never qualified for Worlds before, so I've never experienced it. So I've heard stories and I've seen guys go and show up and make it, like Dave Sandmeyer, but I've actually never been to Worlds before. But I can just imagine when you're on that stage, when you're you're among the elite players in the world, and I was just excited to make it. It was a grind. I probably DNF'd about 80 to 90 games, but I just had my mindset that I was going to do it, and I kept doing it until I made it. So it's exciting. I'm really looking forward to it. All I have to say is that Den Grogu's making a run this year. I'm hoping to make the main bracket in Vegas. But other than that, I love you all. I appreciate all your support, your love, everything you do for me. I can't thank you enough.
The gambler Ryan McCook is a veteran of the game and a wild card in this year's World Championship. When he is on top of his game, he has proven that he has ice in his veins. McCook thrives on the pressure.
My name is Ryan McCook. I am the gambler, and I'm still learning this game to try to be better. So when I prepare for a big tournament, it's definitely it's a process. So you have to monitor, drinking. You got to make sure you sleep, make sure you eat. You're with all your friends. You want to have a great time, but at the same time, you're there to win money and play well at the thing that you love. To me, it's very, very important to have a good balance. So, you have to balance the social aspect of it, and then you have to make yourself go home at 10 or 11 o'clock before the tournament, before qualifying, and make sure you feel good for the next day. So I'm going to Vegas this year solo. I will be focusing on Golden Tee this year, not playing real golf. I'm going to treat it very much like a job. So, obviously I want to win. I know I can win. It will be just ultimate focus and, doing the best that I can.
Must make for the future Hall of Famer McCook. Shots away, looks away. And what a shot. This is going to be in, and he nailed it! Oh my goodness! Hall of Famer! What a shot from the gambler!
That match with Bryce Lepic was incredible. It was probably one of the best matches ever recorded on YouTube. I knew I had to hole, obviously, either 17 or 18. I was one down. We both played pretty much perfect the entire time. When I got to 18, I saw what he did. He had like a high tee, regular driver, just let it float down. He hit the exact shot he's supposed to hit, totally safe. There's no risk, easy putt. So I had to be more aggressive. So I had to go at the hole no matter what. My favorite part competing with Worlds is just it's our grand championship. So it's something that I've played this game for so long. I truly love the people in the game. It's truly a fraternity, high school reunion, kind of all mixed in. We all get along. There's never, drama or anything like that. And we just have a great time. So to be able to compete and have a chance to win ultimately makes me happy. It's more about the social aspect, to be with my friends and compete in something that I love. And if I can beat them at it, then, more the better. I will reach out to my parents for supporting me and loving me no matter what. They're obviously a huge part of my life, and they allow me to do what I can do, and it's truly. So my dad is a very, strict kind of guy. He's an accountant, CFO for a lot of places, and he never understood Golden Tee. So as he's retired now and he's older, he understands that it's a passion of mine, and he supports me and loves me for what I want to do. So that's important to me.
2024 marks the second time that Gordy Brown is attending the World Championship. Through repetition and dedication, he is trying to improve upon last year's performance and position himself in the gold bracket.
Gordy Brown. I go by downtown on Golden Tee for downtown Gordy Brown. I'm from Lake Orion, Michigan. My favorite thing to do outside of Golden Tee, personally, would be hunting. I have a lot of hobbies, but hunting is probably my top one. Everything that goes with it, shooting, bows, guns. Routine-wise, I just play a lot more. I try to ramp up my play within the 2 weeks prior and just play as much as I can, or if there's certain holes that I'm not 100% positive on, I just try to work on those. And I know when I play a lot more, I play better. So I started playing Golden Tee in 2012 or 2013. I was on a softball team, and we were sponsored by Cheers in Orlando, and one of the guys said, "Hey, let's go play Golden Tee," and I had no idea what it was. Played a game, and I got hooked ever since. And then, I say ever since, but I kind of stopped playing for 5 or 6 years, and then just got back into it a couple years ago. And then in the last year to 2 years, tried to take it a lot more serious. Qualified and played in Worlds last year for my first time. Didn't do as well as I wanted to, so I was kind of determined to do better this year. I qualified on red sands this year, and I'm getting really excited. There's just so many good people and people that I call friends now that, didn't have years ago. So that's the fun side of it. But yes, I am super competitive. I do not like to lose at anything. And it's frustrating that I'm not as good as some of the people. So I look at some of the players that are better than me and I just say, why can't I do that? And then try to get better. That's really my goal. And I would love to podium at a tournament and potentially win one someday. Probably not soon, but we'll see. My honest goal this year, I would say successful worlds would probably be making the top 32 and making the main bracket. I would love to make the main bracket and win a match or two. To my family, my wife's very supportive, especially when I went through qualifying and went out late nights and multiple nights and things like that. So she's always encouraging me to go play, which is very nice. I couldn't imagine if didn't have a supportive family. I probably don't have any fans, so no, I'm excited. I'm gonna do the best I can, and I'm gonna keep trying to get better.
Sean Gervais is a dark horse. He started the year off hot with a second place finish in Florida and a first place finish in Wisconsin. He has a unique approach to shot shaping and will try to swerve his way to his first world championship.
My name is Sean Gervais, and I'm playing currently as Whoop That Trick. It's kind of a wrestling reference if you don't know wrestling, but whatever. But so far, it's been a pretty good year. Obviously, second place in Orlando, and slightly disappointed the way that ended. So I was like, we need to finish the story in Wisconsin, and sure enough, I did. My favorite thing to do outside of Golden Tee currently is poker. Because of no more casinos now in Texas, playing a lot of poker. My favorite hand, Jack 10 suited. A lot of guys like to warm up and just get warmed up. I can come right in and just get to it. I've never really broken through at Worlds other than like a 7th, 8th, I believe. And I love the way I'm playing this year, and I feel like this could be it. Sets me apart is the way I shape my shots different mainly than everyone else. There's a lot of people straight thumb things, or I pretty much swerve everything into the wind. My game really. Come out and support me in Vegas. It's gonna be fun, and I'm ready to put on a show.
As the sun sets in Las Vegas, we are only one day closer to the World Championship. The bright lights of Las Vegas set an electric atmosphere for the championship stage. The biggest prize pool in Golden Tee history and eternal glory are up for grabs. Will we see our first 3-time world champion? Will an underdog emerge from the pack and set a new standard of greatness? When the smoke clears and the dust settles, who will shine the brightest? Tune in next week, starting Thursday and all weekend long, to see the best Golden Tee players on the planet battle it out in the pinnacle of competition.
Here we are. We're back. This is the 2024 Golden Tee World Championship. I'm Chad Schrump. This is Chris Longino, and we're getting ready to have some fun. What we're going to do?
Fun. Well, we're going to have a speed tournament. All right, for the first time here at the World Championship, a single bracket, 8 selected players out of the World Championship field will get on the stage tonight and do one thing. Just try to finish faster than the other guy.
That's the goal, right? It doesn't matter your score. It is the person that finishes the fastest.
Yeah. So a lot of these guys, especially these 8, they've taken some practices at this. They're going to play one course. It's going to be Missouri Hills. They'll play the same setup each time that they play, and we'll have their time right there at the screen to be seen.
And you can see the bracket now. So Greg Kinsler will face off against Jamie Arrington. Paul Anthony Luna, freshly minted married man, will face off against Evan Gossett. Current reigning defending world champion Paul Taylor takes on CJ Wingler. And Andy Haas takes on Joe Masara.
So right now, while we're watching this, we're going to get the speed run started here really soon. I want to also keep in mind we're still got a Golden Tee World Championship qualifier going on in this room. And we have right now 129 looks to be the cut. 130 is starting to creep down with about, I would say, maybe 15, 20 players left to play in the afternoon. So
got some really good players that probably are not going to make this cut, which it happens every single year, and we've talked to a couple of those prior to coming on the air this evening. But what are the surprises to you?
There's a few of them down here. I would start with somebody like Steve Beattie, third place last year. Now just knows he kind of let it happen to himself a little bit, and will be probably one of the favorites tomorrow to come through the silver bracket. But he also, I mean, that's the thing about having expectations, Chad, all right? When you want to be a certain place, can you get up and give yourself the best foot forward on a Sunday? Because I promise you, there's no more relieving feeling in the world than making a run in a secondary bracket. It's honestly, it's the best cure for really a bad Saturday.
You got to find your motivation quickly, because there's going to be people shooting for him, because that's the elephant in the room, right? I mean, that's the big target for tomorrow. He's going to be one of the best. Greg Kinsler is going to be one of those targets tomorrow.
Yeah, Greg Kinsler.
He also very similar to. We're getting ready to go to this match.
Speaking
very
of Greg
similar
Kinsler,
to Steve Beattie, did not do well in Cumberland. The very last couple of holes stopped both of those players from making the main bracket for a world championship tomorrow. But here we are. That is Greg Kinsler facing off against the only girl in this competition, the only woman, Jamie Arrington. Pay the girl against Kinsler. And again, when they get started, it is the fastest player to finish. Does not matter what their score is, but obviously you'd want to play well to leave yourself short little putts and things you don't really have to think about, easy chips. So we'll see how this goes.
Greg's going to have some fun with this. This is what he needs right now. He had a kind of a bad, rough inning to his qualifier. Let's see him have some fun with this.
We're going to do a countdown soon. We're going to do a 5, 4, 3, 2, 1 with the crowd. I would anticipate more and more people come in here shortly. We're going to have 4 battles. We're getting ready to start. Here we go.
You hear it. 2, 1, go! Let's start now. Greg Kinsler off and running, so is Jamie Arrington.
Single elimination. Greg's already at the hole.
And you're seeing right away, no pullbacks. They don't want to have any players taking too much time to pull a club back.
These are a lot of thumb shots. Greg trying to get to hole number 2.
And some more people kind of filing in. They want to see what's going on.
Yeah, this is starting to fill up quickly. This back room here at the Palms Casino and Resort, Las Vegas, Nevada. Ken's in the hole after 2. Jamie a chip. Greg an early advantage. So as I said, single elimination. We will have 3 more matches after this. That will get us down to the semifinals, and then we will have a champion later, hoping to break the world record for a speed run in Golden Tee golf.
Missouri Hills. And this code, by the way, will be available for all you guys playing at home. If you guys want to go out to your local bar, plug in this code right before you play your game. You'll get to play this course and just check to see how fast you can play it. All you home edition guys as well, if you guys want to go down to your man cave and fire up the Golden Tee, plug in this code, tell us how fast you did it.
She's caught up. They are on the same hole now. Both hit similar shots.
Yeah.
Nice ones. Both are in. This is fun.
Yeah, no. Then
This is fun.
all of a sudden she's kind of caught up into this. And
well, you said she was practicing this.
Yeah. Well,
how fast can you punch that start button?
Just kind of keeping it going. It's like, yeah, got to get the system. Let's go.
Ken's already showing frustration.
Can't get the game moved fast enough.
Yeah, I was looking forward to this.
Yeah.
It's fun. You know, a hole out would be awfully nice.
Yes, sir.
Get you right to the next hole quickly. Kinsler's
11, 10. Score doesn't matter, remember.
That's right. He's got a few second lead.
Yeah.
So he is in the hole here at 227.
Mm-hmm. Here we are getting ready to come up on the 3-minute mark now.
6 seconds.
We're gonna. I've been told we're gonna see 5.5 minutes. That's.
Greg with a quick chip. Ooh, that might cost him missing that. Time-wise, obviously, again, you're watching this. Strokes do not matter.
Yeah. Just getting after it.
I think I'm watching them more than I'm even watching the shots. I'm just watching the physical act of how quickly can I play this.
And they're not hitting like bad scores here this year.
They're playing well.
Yeah, they're not playing that bad.
Maybe this should be their qualifying method. Play as fast as you can. You can't even think about the issues.
We'd get through some qualifiers pretty quick.
We would. Yes, we would.
And Greg's going to miss a putt here.
So Greg had about a 6-second lead on Jamie.
Now, we have to put some perspective on this because, I mean, Greg Kinsler played last year's World Championship, right?
Mm-hmm.
He unfortunately missed the cut there, right?
Yeah, he did.
Who knocked him out of that tournament?
Was it Jamie?
I think it was.
I think it might have been too. We need to ask him that.
I'm not going to. You ask him that, okay?
I could ask him that. I'd have to find the way to do it. Give me a few minutes to think about that.
Or just ask Jamie.
Ask Jamie's husband.
So, playing a layup shot here.
Oh, boy. That cost him some time. That thing is slowly going to a stop. All right.
All right.
Greg into this green. Nice shot. All right. 4:34 was the time he got in that hole. Let's see where Jamie is at. She's a solid 8-9 seconds behind right now.
Yeah, got to catch up. And not missing putts is not going to help.
She's about 15 seconds behind right now. You missed another
That's
one.
the thing. I mean, do you take 2 seconds to look at that and see what kind of shot you want to play? Or just go ahead and fire it in the water and just take your drop?
Just chip it. Just a quick thumb right into the
yeah,
water.
In the water, that drop right there is really right next to the green. So.
Yeah, yep.
That's what I would totally do. Now I'm thinking about it. Like I would have my 7-degree driver and just hit a dart right into the water.
Chush. Right in.
Yep.
Oh, he got on the right level there. That'll help.
That'll help him.
As long as you don't miss this. Don't miss this.
Yeah, don't miss that. And he is he's good to go now. So he's a hole ahead basically.
Yeah, he's fine.
And it looks like Brady's dad is going to win this first round.
Oh, Jamie found water trying to hurry.
Oh, and there's Greg Kinsler right at the 6-minute mark.
So for someone to get a 5.5-minute round, final time 5:56:02 officially. Somebody said something in the crowd about Greg defeating the woman. I'm not sure what was said. but it must have been good.
I think Mike said, let's take this outside.
Greg's one of my best friends. I might have to help him out on that.
Jamie being a good sport about that. Jamie, very popular player in this game, by the way.
That was hey, she was right with him through 5, 6, 7 holes.
Yeah.
I mean, right there. So that was a fun one. So again, Andy, you can hear our tournament director, the director of esports here, Andy Coleman. 5:56.02 was Illinois' Greg Kinsler's time in round 1 here of the Speedrun. And who was the next one? Who we have going on now?
Let me pull that up for us right now. I think we have Paul Anthony Luna versus Evan Gossett, 2 world champions, going right at it.
This will be nasty. I'm excited.
This one's going to have some speed to it. So,
yep.
So
and if you're watching this, you'll still are going to see very good shots to the hole. This is not just going to be speed. These guys can play fast, and they're very accurate, obviously. You will see some good close shots. Could see some hole outs. This will be a real battle.
Right now, the number 129, Robert Brown, number 32. How about a surprise in this tournament if he makes it? A guy named Mike Andre, first-time World Championship qualifier. I think he was a money shot qualifier. He's out of Estero, Florida, and he may make the cut in this championship. We'll see what happens.
It's almost a rags to riches story, a Cinderella kind of story.
He's got to make it. There's still players coming up right now.
There is Evan Gossett,
Puff Kramer,
O'Fallon, Missouri, former world champion. Of course, he and his wife, Paige, she's in the background filming right now. There is Paul Luna, married this weekend here in Las Vegas.
What a beautiful look. Paul Anthony Luna, 2022's world champion. Evan Gossett, 2018 world champion.
Paul Luna, Chad Schrump, doubles champions, Indianapolis tournament 12 years ago.
Oh, really?
Mm-hmm. One of Jason Kendrick's tournaments.
3, 2, 1.
Here we go.
Evan gets off the tee first.
Yeah, as we get the speed going now. Now look.
I'll check on the tape. No false starts.
All right, quickly in the first hole, Evan, about a 1 second lead.
Can we get an official time on the first round?
5:56.02.
5:56.02 was the number.
Yep, that was it. All right. So advantage Luna with just a quick putt. Evan have to take the time to chip this.
Yeah.
So Paul has taken a lead. And that is the frustrating part, waiting for that scoreboard to clear.
Yeah.
Paul is in the hole. Try to give you a very close count here momentarily. Once Paul goes in that hole, we'll see how much ahead he is. Uh-oh.
No, he's on the fringe. He's just fine.
So he's right at 1 minute.
Yeah.
Evan's going to be at least 5 seconds behind, about 4.5. So Paul's built a little bit of a lead, as you would expect. Paul's fast.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, we saw it last year. And his wife said the same thing to me. I don't know what she's talking about. No, just kidding. No.
That was Gino. Outstanding. That's an outstanding comment.
Paul Luna out in front now by a hole. Evan going in the water there does not help.
And he knows.
Yeah, but an ace here. Just go ahead and get through the.
It is a different beast. Zero thought process almost whatsoever. You're just hitting it to a target that you normally would.
Yes.
Here is Paul into that green. This is gonna. Oh, that looked good.
Boy, Steve Kramer is.
It dies on Evan. That looked good.
Steve Kramer, by the way, we still got a qualifier. He is on his last hole. If he gets eagle and some points, that puts him right into that 32-33 range. We'll see what happens. If he holds it out, he's in the field. Yeah.
So Paul Luna with a little bit of a lead right now on Evan Gossett as our Andy's in our ear saying that the strategy from Paul Luna is not to get great shot points,
Yeah.
so you don't have to see the replay and reset it.
Well, now they're tied. No.
He's a full. Is he a full hole behind?
No, they're tied now.
How did that happen?
Yeah, that happened very quickly. Luna's caught up, and Evan looks over. I'm sorry, Evan's caught up, and Evan looks over at Luna, and now Evan's ahead.
Well, Paul just took his time on that. Like, he really sized that shot up.
Yeah.
Wow. What's happened?
I don't know.
Ever since you made the comment.
Yeah, 3 minutes in. This time is on pace to be quicker than Greg's.
Ever since you made the comment about his speed.
Yeah. He knew he had to slow it down.
He's got to be a better man.
Yeah, just don't be wham bam. Just make love to it. Get it right.
It honestly looked like Paul was breathing heavily. Like he just took a giant gasp.
Going directly to the comment section. I'll see what I got from that. Everybody watching the qualifying speed runs right now. You guys have been watching with us today all day. Thank you for watching with us. If you would be so kind, hit that like button. We've had 187 likes today. Let's get us up to 200 before we finish out our night tonight, guys, please. Hit that like button as we continue through this. 4 minutes in, and these guys have about got 4 holes to go, 5 holes to go.
And for sure, Evan has a several second lead right now on Paul Luna.
Yeah, he's caught up and surpassed, actually.
Paul almost had a 1 hole lead. Uh-oh, Paul just went wet. He sure did. And it's not a friendly drop either. Evan Gossett a full hole ahead now. Good safe shot from Evan again. He's going to be in the hole before Paul tees off. 3 to play for Evan. And again, there's some thoughts involved about a 5-minute. Oh, he's going to chip there.
Off there. All right, let's see what happens.
That will help.
Luna?
See if Paul can get on that green without a chip, and he does.
Put it on in. That
it's going to get. It's going to be close.
That ball had no spin on it. It stopped and went on.
Okay, that's a good shot.
He's good.
Very good shot.
All right, just right up to it. Evan Gossett has ran away. No, he's not ran away. He's on the tee getting ready.
Just needs to hit it on the screen and make a putt. Luna needs to hold this.
Luna's got to go. No,
that's it.
That's it.
5:34. Final official time, match number 2, 5 minutes, 34 seconds, .50. So 5:34.50, almost 30 seconds faster than the first match. Well, what did we say the first match was? Right around 5:59?
5:56.
Yeah, that was it. 5:56.50, something in that regard. So.
02.
Phew.
All right.
You almost get tired watching that.
Yeah, they get after it.
That's relentless.
I tell you what, if there's somebody that's worked at, how he should approach this, I think Paul Taylor, the defending world champion, potentially his last day as the current world champion.
Yeah.
And he'll get a shot at the speed run. And if there's somebody that's worked at this,
yeah,
it's probably him.
And we saw him doing a practice round with Greg Kinsler, and it looks like legitimate work, like he is working out, trying to get these shots up as quickly as he can. And it didn't look like a ton of thumbs either. It looked like he was pulling quite a few of those shots back. So this will be fun to watch. Sure, I mean, he's absolutely going to use as many thumb shots as he can. The pullback will slow you down. So Paul Taylor, C.J. Wingler, they will battle shortly. Andy Haas and Joe Masara. Greg Kinsler standing over here. Let it be known, Greg,
that Gino said that.
Brady's dad won. Kinsey, listen, we know your dad just won that match, so he's very proud of you too. We know that
my bad.
You're going to be a softball star.
My bad.
We're waiting for it.
Kinsey's dad, my bad.
And we might as well say hi to Courtney too.
Yeah.
JJ.
Hi, Mama Kinsler.
Courtney, Kinsey, JJ, Brady. We're all proud of your dad.
Sorry, I got you in trouble.
You did. You got me in trouble, and I wouldn't even want to set it. Goodness gracious. So there you see CJ Wingler. Won a tournament this year. A tournament winner. Andy talking to him. We're going to do a countdown shortly, and there is your reigning, defending world champion.
Boy, the house
Paul
always
Taylor.
wins. Defending his world championship this weekend.
Two.
All right, thumbs away, palms away.
Somebody said it was a false start. All right. the button mashing is what makes me laugh.
Yeah.
All right, they are neck and neck right now. CJ's took a lot of time to figure out how he wanted to hit that shot. Left himself a chip. That's the same chip that Evan had and got him behind early against Paul. Oh, and he missed it too. It's going to be a couple seconds behind early. But as we've seen, people can come right back. I mean,
for sure.
Luna had a big lead, and Meow Chopper came right back on him. We're 1 minute in. Paul Taylor misses his putt. That is a big help for CJ. He was in at about 105, and CJ is in at 110. So about a 5-second lead for Paul Taylor. And as Gino said, Paul has worked at this. Like, he has really, truly practiced trying to be the speed run champion. What are we playing for? Not a ton of money.
No.
But it's $300 in gift cards for the winner. Second place is going to be a $200 gift card.
That is as good as cash, by the way, sir.
Correct.
This qualifier happening right now, there's one guy that is playing the way to the last part of this, Justin Seeley, 126, 4 holes to go. If he can get through, he's going to knock Robert Brown out and potentially maybe another guy. But it looks like Mike Andre has a good shot to get in. Mark
Taylor
Gomez
went wet.
Taylor got wet.
That's going to help CJ. He was 5 seconds behind. Let's get them in the hole here and see where we are at. 205 and 209. So we have CJ's chipped about a second off of that lead. Very, very unofficial. This is the Chad Shrump timer method.
Wingler is now not significantly, but he's got to get there.
Paul's taking a lot of time on this second shot.
Yeah.
That was more time than I thought he would take. He was in at 240. CJ needs to go. He's 5, 6, 7 seconds. Oh, that doesn't help. About 10 seconds behind right now, my friend.
Mm-hmm.
Paul Taylor is starting to stretch his legs a little bit. This is almost borderline nerve-wracking for me.
Yes, sir.
This is just, I'm a little anxious watching this ridiculousness.
Mm-hmm. There's not the prettiest of ways to go about this, but
I would like to see a hole out.
Yeah, no,
let's
that
give the
would be
people
nice.
what they want. Here is Paul Taylor from the sand. This would be nice make. Nope. Uh-oh. CJ almost went wet.
Getting through this, and by the way, CJ not helping his cause here.
He's a full hole behind.
Yeah.
Oh, look
and
at
a
this.
full 2 or 3 strokes better than Taylor.
I think Paul has practiced some shots. You know what we talked about earlier? What if you go in the water here? Where's your drop?
Yeah.
I think he's tried that once or twice. You might ask Paul later about that if you're so inclined. 17 after 12. And again, the strokes matter none. It is all about time here. So looking at the scorecards means virtually nothing.
All right, so I'm looking right now, 416. the previous time was
it 5:36?
5:34.50. Okay, so they need to get this round done in just a hair over a minute.
I don't think it really matters. You're just playing head-to-head here, right?
Yes, sir. But look, I mean, that just he literally just spun that into the sand and was just fine with it.
Yeah. Bingo.
Makes it an easy chip.
That's not an easy chip for me.
Okay, an easy chip for him.
Yeah. So Paul is cruising along. Let's take a big hop and stops very quickly. The Palms Hotel, Casino, Resort.
Been lovely here.
It's been really nice. This has been a great stay.
Enjoyed my time. I should have stayed here.
I should have too.
I don't know. I don't mind staying across the street.
One hole to go. And they will not be close to the time set previously by Evan Gossett.
No, they're 5:40 right now, and Evan Gossett had it done. So this is going to be about a second place time for Taylor. 5:48.80. So that's still about 10 seconds behind.
Yeah, 10, 12 seconds behind. I think he said he was 5:36 or 5:34. Now, one thing that will help them speed them up as this goes along, we are not changing conditions. They will play the same course, same settings. So if they learned anything as they were playing as quickly as they could, try to use that, keep that in the memory banks for your next round. And, conceivably, you could shoot a little faster, knowing what shot you need to hit in what situation and blah, blah, blah. So the goal here, Andy Kuhlman really hoping we break that world record and do a sub 5-minute, 30-second round. We got to see which player is in the best shape. And Andy Haas is up next against his friend Joe Masara.
How about Justin Seeley playing his way into he's on the 17th hole. He is in the field right now if he can get by. He is on his last hole, minus 131. So after just a little bit of drama earlier in the day from Gordy Brown. Gordy Brown was one of the top guys going, and then he finished with a 21 under on Cumberland. I think at that point we thought he may miss the cut. Now in this field, he's in barely. So I think he's thankful for that.
So you got a match against two of the best players walking the planet. There is dog person Andy Haas.
Andy Haas.
One of the best players to ever do it, if not the very best player to ever do it.
It'll be straight cash homie Randy Moss.
That would be straight cash homie tomorrow.
2, 1, go! Here we go.
Somebody likes to keep yelling false start. That's the new joke of the day. Who's saying that? Did you pick him out?
I think it's Arrington, the husband of Arrington. Not Jamie, obviously. I don't think Jamie knows how to heckle.
Pretty neck and neck after one. Joe moved his tee. Andy did not. Advantage early Andy. He's in the hole and Joe misses his, so Andy will move on to the third hole before Joe.
Andy, I should probably be the favorite to win this, my true opinion.
I mean, Andy loves to play fast regardless.
Yeah.
We've watched Andy Haas in World Championship qualifying and be visibly annoyed by the pace of play of some of his competitors. So
he loves
it's what he likes to do. It's how he plays. He's always playing with a lot of speed. And now Joe is taking, I think, a little bit of an advantage.
All right.
And he has. Really doesn't matter until the last 5-6 holes.
Yeah. How do you play
those? We've seen so many of these kind of the lead stretch out.
Neck and neck. So it's a little weird to see Joe Masara not play with some earbuds in.
Andy still maintains his.
But Joe's talked about this before. Being a good Golden Tee player and playing on the stage, he does enjoy the idea of entertaining and just making people happy by just playing well and playing this way. So I'm sure this is something fun for him to do as well.
Has he been on your podcast?
He has.
I need to go listen to that one.
He's a different way to get in, different kind of guy than I normally talk to as far as, these guys are typically at the bar with their buddies playing Golden Tee, and he's at the Powercade playing Golden Tee, doesn't drink.
Mm-hmm.
He's not really into alcohol. He just and he was in the world of finance, chose that Golden Tee made him happier playing it for a living, so he goes there with that. But he's an interesting cat, and I enjoy talking to him. Also, and there's Joe Masara. There's a hole out for you, Chad.
Yep, we finally got one. And you see how quickly you can get ahead.
See, it goes to replay and all that, where Andy Hosh has made it. The
That's
hole
true.
out actually took time.
Yep. I think it's still faster than putting, but barely.
Yeah, it was barely. We'll see how this goes. Andy's
down several seconds now. We'll put the timer on them here in a moment. Joe's taking his time on this one. Let's see how quickly Andy tees this up. Yes. All right, Joe will be in the hole at 3:12.
So we're this is the 11th hole.
This is the same chip that Paul Taylor made.
Got to change clubs, got to focus on it.
And he missed it. He is now 15 seconds almost behind. 15 seconds. That is what can happen if you hit an errant shot.
Haas is kind of slowed up a little bit. He's like, But hits the 7 in. Putted on in. So right now, fastest time, Evan Gossett.
5:36?
Yeah, 5:36. 5:34.50.
Yeah, that was my bad. 5:34.50.
We'll write that down.
All right. But we'll remember to look at it. And we got a lot of trophies in front of us, a lot of bling.
Yeah, a lot of the gold here. This Hodgson Zielinski trophy's been some places, seen some things, especially if it's been in Lindsay's office. Then yeah, it's been through some things.
It's seen some things, and it's seen some things.
My guy Kevin Lindsay, I love him.
Yeah, we all do. Okay.
And then now he's just hitting into the.
Andy was starting to catch up a little bit.
Yeah, a little bit.
All right.
Now, Joe took time to set a tee there. So
He's done that a lot, and Andy does not. You'll see Andy set the tee, but he doesn't move it.
Yeah.
Which, how much difference is that really going to make?
Well, if you're spending time moving in the box to get yourself to drive off the tee, where instead of you're just hitting it off the tee.
That's what I'm saying.
But look, now it's just
if I'm
right
Andy,
there.
why even set the tee at all?
Yeah. 2 holes to go. This needs to be done in the next 25 seconds.
All right, so let's see when Joe gets in this. He is in at 5:17. Andy is in at 5:20. We are down to – Andy has cut this lead from 12 seconds to 3 seconds. Last hole.
Got to get off here.
You just got to hit it.
You got to hit it.
This got to go in. This would help if it goes in.
Masara,
And Joe is going to knock him out.
Joe's going to get 5:34.30. Did I see that? 5:30. So 2.
That's the new time.
That is the new time.
5:34.32. 18 100ths of a second. Faster than Meow Chopper.
All right, I need Greg Kinsler and Evan Gossett. That's our next match.
All right, we're back. Talking to my buddy Greg Kinsler. Talking to my good friend Chris Longino.
Our buddy Greg Kinsler, not just yours.
That's true. My bad, man. So we got we're going to the semifinals now.
Yeah, now we got Kinsler versus Gossett. No, Gossett was like.
You finished third.
They had 1800ths a second behind Joe, so you were just right behind that.
You had the third fastest time. You had a bad draw, Andy. Andy just asked where his time was. He was the third fastest time of all 8 competitors, but hey, you played Joe.
Mm-hmm.
You got the bad draw. He really came back. I mean, he was down almost 15 solid seconds with like 3 to play.
Taylor versus Masara, I'm going to look forward to. That's going to be good. We're going to see a couple world champions again go at this. As
Andy Coleman,
the 03 and the 07 champion versus the 18 champion. 03 at Friday's Front Row, 07 at Tilted Kill, one of the all-timers.
Yep. I mean, the last 4 we have in this tournament are all-timers. I mean, it's just some of the best players that have ever spun a track ball are in the Final 4 here, and I don't mean that lightly. I mean, that is an absolute fact.
Yeah. 18.
And they've stretched a lot of years, too. I mean, Greg's been doing it for a long time. Andy's been doing it for a long time. Andy's been elite the entire time. It's been
and
insane.
I mean, I see Evan with thumbs on the trackball already, just ready to go.
So you would say Evan would have a big advantage here based on their early times. Let's see if Greg gets his time much better. Same conditions we played the first round, same course. Evan, Greg, both are going to have putts about the same time, both in the hole about the same time. That's a big putt for Evan because if that doesn't go in, he gives Greg a quick lead. I think the player that's going to be a chip.
Yep. We've seen a couple guys have to take chip here, and Gossett's just going to have and the other chips go ahead. Kinsler off to the early quick lead, but it's just a minimal lead. Remember, they've played this setup. They've seen others play this setup, so they've probably had some different ideas in their mind.
Oh, you don't want GSP, and he loses his lead because of the GSP.
Yeah, they're on a frantic pace right now, guys. This is a good number.
I mean, both shots are going to land about the same time, but back up to the hole at the same time. Yeah. These look like mirror images of each other right now.
Yep. 4 holes in, 1 minute. That's right at that 5:30 pace.
Now you wonder, playing this many fast rounds, I know the goal is to break a world record. That's more GSP for Greg. That's not what you want.
Yeah, and he still clicks through it, gets it in.
He got through it. He timed that perfectly. But you wonder if you physically get a little bit tired as you keep playing through this.
These guys got the adrenaline going. I think they're all right. Greg off to a good start here, though. He can keep it going. Love the hat he chose to put on, by the way. This is nice.
Greg very disappointed in his finish.
Guys, if you've been enjoying the speed tournament, this has been fun. I've enjoyed watching through this. Hit that like button, guys. YouTube, Twitch, X, Facebook, all of our streaming platforms. You've been watching the 2024 Golden Tee World Championship here at the Palms in Las Vegas, Nevada.
Chris Longino on the mic talking to us right now. I'm Chad Schrump. Love being with you guys out here in beautiful Vegas. It was a hot one today, 107 degrees.
Typically is when we come out here.
Well, we're peak of summer.
Evan said he was going to put down a 5:15, huh?
I don't know that Evan's going to put down a 5:15 this round.
Yeah, he's got to catch up.
Evan caught water a couple holes ago, and that has slowed him down considerably. Greg with about a half of a hole lead right now.
Yeah.
I will set the timer to it just a minute again, just to give us kind of a.
Good to hear from you, Adam Bogdanoff.
40s. Oh, he missed that putt.
Oh, and he misses a putt.
All right, that's at 250. 250. He let Evan right back in this sucker. 255. So 5-second lead for Greg. Evan cut a lot of time off that hole. One missed putt.
That's
all it takes to get you right back in it.
Wayward on that, but this is not a bad shot. He'll be all right. Knock that putt in.
306.
Quick wipe at the trackball too, doing that correctly. Greg's getting in the zone here.
So Greg increased that lead with that good shot. He didn't even place a tee. Increased his lead back to 6 seconds. Evan took the time to set the tee, move it around. I mean, that is a big difference. I think if you just say, I'm not going to use tees if I don't have to, I think you can save yourself some time. To use that option to get the tee, to set it on the box, put it where you want. It adds up over 18 holes. Not that they're necessarily doing it on every hole, but Greg.
Greg in the bunker. He could use a hole out here.
He needs it. Uh-oh. So we do have Greg with a slight lead. He has teed off. Evan has chipped away at this. And if you're just now joining us, this is Speedrun. Don't even care what they are under par, their relation to par. This is all about finishing 18 holes before the other.
Beautiful pace right now. We've been saying it from the beginning. They're on 15 right now, and this is on a good number.
Greg, much better 18 holes this time than last.
What does Evan keep doing?
Well, Greg did the same thing. He moved it all the way to the back as well.
No,
even longer than that?
No, he kept missing his pullback or whatever was happening.
Oh, he was resetting?
Kept resetting on him.
Okay.
I think there was like 3 tries at that. Greg has now jumped out to a massive lead. I mean, fairway now.
Just needs to cut towards the hole.
449 is the number. Greg is on a good. Oh, he clicked to the right a little bit too.
53. He's in at 53. Evan is in at 57.
This is going to be close.
It is. It would behoove Greg to get this thing up there and stay on that level.
Wonderful shot there.
It's a big putt you got to make.
Uh-oh, Evan.
And big putt for Greg.
Big putt, Greg.
He could do this under 530.
Look, watch this. This is going to 18. Greg takes a quick look over there.
I think he's under 530.
Yeah, no. This goes in the hole. This is over. No, and Greg hits it 525.
525-16, a new world record for Greg Kinsler. He knocks out Meow Chopper, Evan Gossett. What a round.
So both those guys got quicker. They both got 10 seconds quicker after that.
And I think Greg, how much faster did Greg get?
That was 10 seconds faster than the world record.
Yeah, but I mean, I think he improved his first round by 30 seconds.
Oh, yeah.
I mean, that was a massive improvement.
Yeah, watching these guys play through it a little bit, he's gotten an idea of what he wants to do.
Right. Yeah, exactly. He's played it twice now. He watched people play it. So I would expect we're going to see another record in the finals. We'll see if Paul Taylor here can set a record. He's playing right now against – who's he got?
It's going to be Joe Masara.
That's right, Joe won. Joe won, so Joe Masara and Paul Taylor and Greg Kinsler awaits the winner.
So, got 2 great players right here. We'll start with the defending world champion, Paul Taylor, 3-time winner on the National Golden Tee Tour presented by Power Events, against the reigning Top Gun Player of the Year, Joe Masara, 2-time runner-up here at the World Championship.
Greg.
One to Gossett, 1 to Stenmark.
I was going to ask him, are you physically tired at all after doing that? Like, are you a little bit, the slightest bit winded?
He runs all the time.
He's an in-shape guy.
Yeah.
He's an in-shape guy, but I'm just curious.
As Brady Kinsler says, go Dad, and he got the world record. That's right.
I need to pull up the old YouTube. And I'm getting a text saying, yes, Jamie did knock Greg out last year. I think that was from Courtney.
So getting ready to fire this up once again.
$275 people right now watching Speedrun. We'll have over 1,000 tomorrow. Watching the Golden Tee head-to-head World Championship.
3, 2, 1, go!
So this should be considerably quicker.
They're going to have a hard time beating Greg's time.
No. Sub 530, 525. They both have seen this look now. They both have played this look now.
And as we talk about it, really you just want to stay with your, man, I missed that green again. You just want to kind of, oh my, Joe.
Wayward.
And they both missed the green, and then Paul missed his chip. Oh, wow.
He just chips it.
He shakes his head. I mean, I guess that's one way to do it.
Yes, sir.
Hit that screamer chip.
If you're playing a game
Hello to everyone on the stream.
Kevin
saying
Lynn.
hello to us. Adam Bogdanoff on here. Many others.
198 likes, guys. I appreciate you enjoying this. Well, this speed run's been kind of a fun thing here. I've enjoyed this. If you guys have enjoyed it too, please hit that like button for us as we are watching live streaming coverage of the 2024 Golden Tee World Championship. While we're getting through this, I'd like to say hello to my lovely wife, Misty Longino.
I mean, we might as well say hi to everybody. My daughter Isabella, hi honey. Her boyfriend Carson, they're watching. And then whoever snags is just said, where's Bush Camp, Dad?
Oh, where is the Bush Camp, Dad?
Our good friend Tim Glenn, he's probably on stream right now. Look for him. He's probably playing Fortnite.
Quite a popular guy there.
He's over 1 million subs now. He's really killing it. He is making a legitimate living at Fortnite.
Smashing that like button. Thank you, Isabella.
Richard Swindle said, would love to see Connor Franta in this in the future. He plays fast.
Yeah, Connor can move. Mike Arrington is another guy that can move. There's a lot of good fast players in this game. Joe Masara missing a putt.
All right, so let's put a timer on this here in a minute. So Joe is through 8. Paul Taylor. Wow, that is taking forever to reset. Wow.
So now, I mean, just a half a hole behind just about right now, though. There's still a time to make up. Not out of it yet, and Taylor's also got himself in a little bit of trouble. But just chips it on in.
Oh, this is going to miss sand. I mean, you know, when you're trying to play as quickly, oh, that's a big miss. It just takes time.
Mm-hmm.
It's just funny seeing the most incredible players in the world missing greens constantly. Just don't have time to think about the shot. Oh, no, Joe. Joe just went wet. So Paul Taylor is teeing off on 12. And he will make a putt here shortly.
Yeah, right in there. And
Joe has not even teed off yet.
No, he's got to get through it now. He's quite a bit behind.
Yeah, I'm going to put the timer on him again here in a minute.
No, this is ending a par 4 versus getting to a par 5 as Joe just finishes this par 4.
So I'm going to put Paul. Once he makes his putt, I'm going to start my timer. 3:55. So let's see how quickly Joe can get in this hole. I think he's at least 12, 13 seconds behind. And he's
4 minutes in, and this is, I think, a little bit slower than this Kinsler time, if I'm getting my numbers right.
So he's in at 4:15 or so he is 20 seconds behind Paul Taylor. He is going to need a Paul Taylor water ball or a bunch of Paul Taylor GSP. Some great shot points where you have to reset that replay to slow it down. But right now, I don't think they are touching the Greg Kinsler world record yet.
We're 4:38 right now. 4:40 needs to finish this round in the next 50 seconds. And he's finishing and playing a shot like that where
a low liner hop and it stops quickly. That is the kind of shot.
There's sometimes you got to wait through also Jim Nantz talking.
Oh, that's true too.
You got to wait for him to finish talking before he'll let you move on.
Can't stand those announcers.
Yeah. Those guys.
They don't know what they're talking about.
No.
Oh, Paul Taylor. That gives Joe a little bit of help, but
yeah, that was
Greg Kinsler is going to keep his
no.
5-minute-old world record for a while.
We're going to see 5:21, 5:22.
If this goes in, he could take it.
And looks like it's going to be just 2 seconds off.
Yep.
5:27.38.
Wow. So that is the second fastest time today here in Speedrun. There is your world champion, your reigning defending world champion, Paul Taylor. He knocks off Joe Masara. And now Joe will sit down, and Paul Taylor will be taking on Greg Kinsler for the Speedrun Championship. So the winner will get a $300 Golden Tee gift card. The loser will get a $200, and as Gino says, it's as good as cash.
It is as good as cash, by the way. There's a lot of guys we should bring into this at some point. All right, I want to say hello. Sarah Shrump is saying hello to.
I just texted her.
Yeah.
I hit her back. Yeah,
all
Hi,
good. Sarah Shrump, all the family. We love saying hi to them. As we're back here, Chad Shrump and the Alpha, Chris Longino here at the 2024 Golden Tee World Championship here at the Palms. We're getting ready to the finals of this speed tournament here. Grand Ultimate Finals. Greg Kinsler, two-time world champion against the defending world champion, Paul Taylor.
We're not going to reveal anything here, but just after this is over, don't go anywhere yet.
Yeah, don't go anywhere.
Just give us a few seconds.
Hang around. Tell a friend. Tell a friend.
Trust me when I tell you that. Trust me when I tell you that.
As the hard time. I hear it somewhere. I'm sorry, I was hearing a YouTube feed somewhere. I was thinking it was.
That's not mine.
Okay, no, it's not mine.
Yeah, mine's all the way down and it's off.
So here we are, getting ready to count down. Kudos to Andy Coleman for this idea. This has been kind of cool.
Can we get 300 viewers? We're close.
We're getting close to 300 viewers. I want 300 likes. We just eclipsed 200. I don't know if we'll get to 300 tonight, but if you guys like this and appreciate what we're doing, like I said, hit that like button for us. We appreciate it. Or smash that like button, as Isabella Shrumps told me.
She loves Golden Tee, man. Not really. You know, you wonder if it is a little bit of an advantage that Greg got to sit for 5 minutes. Paul Taylor has had maybe 1 minute from just.
Or the setup is so fresh in Paul Taylor's mind, he's he's going to know how to attack it better.
Maybe.
There's two schools of thought.
Hell yeah!
Paul makes me laugh. That's an interesting cat.
4, 3, 2, 1, go!
Let's go.
There we go. Both off the tee.
The two fastest times in the history of speedrun battling it out. Paul Taylor, an early slight advantage. Greg with the head shake. I don't think he likes that machine.
No.
A hole out would be nice.
Mm-hmm. Both of them right here, just about even, maybe a little edge to Paul Taylor.
Yeah, maybe a second. Yeah, and as we've talked this whole time, you just want to stay within striking distance because the important holes are maybe your last 4 or 5. You just need to stay within range because we've seen people come all the way back from being 15 seconds behind. Paul Luna did he have the big lead? Paul had the big lead on Meow Chopper, and
Chopper
Evan came all the way back. Both these shots landing the same time. Both will be putts. Greg is now in the hole. Got a slight lead. Oh, and Paul missed that putt. I'm telling you, I honestly think that fatigue could play a slight part in this. And like you mentioned, Greg's in great shape.
Mm-hmm.
This is constant work. Oh, and Greg misses the putt. He gives it right back to Paul. Paul missed the putt on the last hole.
Yeah. Quick chip over there. Didn't even worry about going to a putter. And they're just about even.
Taylor got off that tee faster than Greg. This is a good match. Man, they are neck and neck.
Stick around for the end of this. Also, we're going to give you the code to play this at home.
Oh, Lord. This is for real. I know. I got you. I got you.
Chris Hampstead just jackhammered that like button. Thanks, brother. Appreciate you. Oh, Paul Taylor missed his second putt. So Kinsler makes his and takes a lead on Taylor.
Jackhammered the like button.
Yeah, that's a Sofa King special. Don't ask any questions.
I won't.
Don't ask any questions.
As we're getting through this right here.
What are you doing for dinner tonight?
That's a great question.
I think we're going to go get hibachi.
That's interesting.
Yeah.
I like that idea.
We'll talk. All right, 2 chips on. Get in there, Gregory.
Very close for Greg Kinsler.
That'd have been.
Putts in for Taylor.
This is a close one.
Kick in. We're right very even here at the end.
I'm going to put the shrimp timer on it. It can't be more than 2 seconds right now.
Yeah. Both getting through this round very quickly. I'm getting.
They are tied.
Yeah,
they are tied.
They are very much tied right now.
You know, the other thing to think about is instead of hitting like a 7-wood, stuff like that, you need to hit a low lofted iron.
Mm-hmm.
And I just saw the difference. Greg hit like a 7-wood. Paul hit some kind of a lower iron, and he made up 2 seconds on that one shot.
Very true. Very true. Might be in the strategy for this first. I got a question from one of the guys. Can they have the code now, or do you want to wait till the end? No, we're required to wait till the end for you guys to get the code.
That's right, Ryan Sparks. If you know, you know. If you know, you know, sir. Paul Taylor in the cup. This is going to come down to it. This is going to be a fun last 60 seconds here when we get to that point. It's going to be fun. Because you've almost got to clutch up, too, because you cannot afford to miss a putt and lose the match based on that.
Yes, sir.
So it can't just be all speed. Oh, this needs to get down. It does. Looked like it was flying high for a minute. Uh-oh. Oh, that's a big.
Miss putt.
But what Greg does not know is Paul Taylor missed that green, so he didn't.
Well, he's going to be in there. Both going to be really close. 404. This is a little off the pace from what we saw. 525.16.
Greg telling his girls that was pure for his kids. The heart sign. I know they see that.
A lot of fans of Greg Kinsler here in the comments section.
I mean, he's been a popular player for a very, very, very long time. He was the face of Golden Tee for I don't know how many years.
He knows a few people.
He knows a few.
Oh, and Taylor missing the chip. Now Greg Kinsler jumps out the lead.
3 to play. 3 to play. Let's go. The tee shots are
even.
They stopped.
Even right there.
Oh, Taylor took lead.
No, he missed the shot.
Where's the lay?
Chip?
Oh, no, it's ugly.
Oh, good Lord. This shot's
Greg misses the putt.
Greg misses the putt. Oh, and it gets close. No, didn't get in.
2 to
and
play.
Now they tap in. 2 holes to play. 30 seconds to go.
Neither will win this. I don't know that we're going to get a world record. But this is going to be a close match.
Yeah.
Oh, and Greg's got a tough putt.
Taylor misses. Tough putt.
Taylor's got a lead.
1 hole to go.
Oh, no. That's going down.
They're going down the hill.
Oh, boy.
Oh.
Paul Taylor's going to do it.
And he's going to coast to the finish line here. Beat Greg Kinsler.
This was an absolute shit show towards the end.
The world champion.
Congrats to Paul Taylor, your 2024 Speedrun champion. They will not set a world record on the final match, but Greg Kinsler set a world record, 5 minutes, 25 seconds. And we might have a little surprise coming up.
We'll see what happens here.
Surprise coming up.
Let's see. We got to make sure he doesn't need a break, make sure he doesn't need anything, because we've got a little surprise for everybody.
I tell you, it's, a lot of that, we talked. You still had to clutch up at the end. You cannot let shots go awry, even though you were playing as quickly as you could. And that's what we saw. It was a complete, almost meltdown between both players at the very end. It was pretty fun to watch. And we've got a final boss.
We have
in the
a final
audience.
boss. One of the known fastest players in the world, Mike Arrington.
Mike Arrington coming up as the final boss to take on one Paul Taylor. Paul Taylor might not even be able to breathe at this point.
He wanted to be in this. He is known as one of the faster players there are in Golden Tee.
I'm going to ask Greg right now.
No.
You run every day. Does that still make you a little bit tired?
Dude,
It's pretty intense. I mean, can you get fatigued doing that? Yeah, so Greg's tired.
Yeah, he feels it.
So
you're
Paul
in
Taylor
shape too and stuff, man.
If Paul Taylor goes off right now, that is 3 straight. That's 3 straight.
No.
So we'll see what kind of shape he is in to do this.
Mike's
again.
going to put earbuds in first, okay? And now
this is funny.
And yeah,
Greg's worried about his world record.
Yeah, he doesn't care about the loss there. He wants the world record to stay.
This is good stuff. Good stuff. We told you to stick around. This has
been good.
So Paul Taylor wins the speed run, but we will have the final boss. Andy Coleman style puts a little twist onto this tournament. Mike Arrington, known as one of the fastest players walking the planet Earth as far as Golden Tee is concerned, he will come out and try to take down Paul Taylor in one last battle.
He's been sitting there. He's a little cold, but this is going to be a tough guy to beat. He can move, so I see it all the time on the Discord channel. So here he is, Mike Arrington, one of the proprietors of the Pacific Northwest. He also runs a few tournaments up in that way. Good vendor, good player in his 4th World Championship.
We're almost up to 300, 280.
Appreciate everybody watching us today. If you've been enjoying this at all, please hit that like button.
If you haven't enjoyed it, hit the like button.
Hit the like button. Why not?
It's not going to hurt you.
Why wasn't he in the tournament, Adam? That's a good question.
He is in the tournament.
He is in
He's
the tournament.
the ultimate man in the tournament.
The final boss. Here we go. Off they go.
Paul Taylor. We've got some actual
Here we go.
Interaction for a moment.
Here we go, Taylor. Both of them in the hole first are going to get it done. So one thing to note here, Mr. Arrington plays the flush. Common ball for him. He will play Taylor, who I believe is playing the stout. Mike off to a very quick start.
You want to call a couple doubles matches with me later?
Yeah, we can do a little bit of that.
It's still early. What's 7? We
Well,
can at least
I mean,
do 1 or 2.
We're going to take a small break and go to our local betting counter. But
yes, we are. Mr. Pereira for the knockout tonight.
And now Arrington with a slow wet ball.
Well, and you said it. He hasn't played. Now, he has watched. But Paul Taylor is run through these now 4 times.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, by now, you would expect him to really start putting these somewhat close, and he is. I mean, look at that shot. Almost too close. You have to reset to get that great shot replay off your screen.
Yeah. Now, I'm going to need to note that if Mike Arrington, who's talked a lot about himself being one of the faster players, needs to really win this just to make sure he backs all that good
in the
stuff.
next ones.
Yeah.
You want to be included.
And misses a putt. Once again, cold just off the stands here, and now just about a half a hole behind.
But as we have seen, it really doesn't matter until you get down to the last couple holes because people have made up some unbelievable time. Well, he hit that quickly. There was zero thought process there. That was out of that bunker onto the green.
So now almost the full par 3 ahead. Mike Arrington. He also hit roll there by accident. That's something.
Righty versus lefty.
Righty versus lefty. So that's a tough break for Mike. Mike's going to have some catching up to do here because he's a
whole behind.
Yeah.
Is Paul Taylor on a world record pace? I think he's very close.
Greg Kinsler openly just told us he wants to keep that world record.
Well, yeah, I would. As competitive as Greg is, he wants that record. Greg's probably trying to talk Andy into the ultimate boss scenario so he can play the winner of this.
I'm sure he's trying to negotiate right now. If IT pops out some more gift cards, he's in.
Yeah, that's true. That's a good point.
Oh, and Mike misses a putt there. I mean, he's just not even comfortable right now.
Well, it's a pretty big stage, too, to be quite honest. I mean, there's a lot of people watching him. Paul Taylor starting to showboat a little bit.
Yeah, he did. And just
Paul Taylor doing Paul Taylor things.
7 under. 7 under after 10. Not optimal.
You see our good friend Richard King taking photos on the stage to the right of Paul Taylor, to the left of one Mike Arrington. Great to see him moving great now. Oh, Richard King. Almost to the 4-minute mark. We will be done in about 90 seconds. If it goes a full 90 more, we know we don't have a new world record. The world record right now, as it stands, 5:25.14.
At this point, he's just about hit that in with a beautiful 2-iron, so he's just creeping up on this. About a minute to go. He needs to finish these holes in the next minute.
He could do this.
And just barely got past that.
You've got to hit a great shot here. It's got to skip and stop quickly. Okay, he did a different shot than he did last time. Mike Arrington's in the water.
Yeah, Mike's
it's a one-man show at this point.
Yeah, 2 holes behind.
He's got a legit chance still. He's still got 35 seconds.
Yeah, got to get and just hits this right up on this.
I think he's going to get it easily.
Yeah.
He's got 30 seconds.
Yeah, 30 seconds to make this. He's already played it before. Got to get through this screen. 25 seconds to go.
Oh, this is all day long.
This is all day long.
Might as well make it. Make it.
If he makes it. Now, doesn't need to go in the water right now. That's not optimal, but 15 seconds left to go, and he gets it done. 5:11.
Just shreds the world record.
5:12. And a new world record from Paul Taylor. Defeats the final boss. He's the new final boss.
Mike Harrington's still playing.
Getting through it as he's on the
he's still celebrating.
16th hole just starting.
I might forfeit out at this point.
Yeah, just kind of a rough go of it. As you guys see in the comments section, 10886 is the lock conditions code to beat final 5 minutes, 12 seconds. If you got a camera at home, take a bit. If you got a video camera at home or any kind of cell phone camera, please record yourself. Post it to all the Golden Tee social medias. We want to see what you're doing. 5-12. The defending world champion wins the speed tournament tonight and defeats the final boss.
That was fun.
That was.
That was a good time. I don't know how great that final boss scenario was. Mike not getting a chance to really warm up. That was kind of brutal.
Yeah.
I think maybe next time you stick him in a corner somewhere, let him warm up where no one knows that's going on. He can play those same conditions, and see if he can make that kind of a match. But that was fun, man. We had a great time with that one, and that was
wonderful.
I'm anxious from watching this. I just need to settle down for a minute, have a cocktail perhaps, and then we'll come back in a little while. I think we're going to take a little break, correct?
Yeah. Or well, hold on. I got to make sure we get. We're not just still supposed to fill here.
I think we're taking a break. So
yeah. So we're getting ready to run to break. We got some doubles action coming for you guys tonight. Thank you for everybody that's watching here, just up on the 7:15 hour. Chad Strump here with the Alpha Chris Longino. We'll be back. You've been watching the 2024 Golden Tee World Championship. as we are back here at the Golden Tee World Championship. We got a little doubles tournament started up tonight as we're finishing up here at 7:30 here out here on the West Coast, 10:30 back at home. If you're staying up, thank you for keeping up with the Golden Tee World Championship. 38 teams that will play in the doubles tournament tonight. And they're going to have a little fun. A lot of guys that are kind of here just along for the ride, they get to play in this. And then there's some guys that are playing in the World Championship. Before we get started here, I need to take my headset off and ask producer Coleman or director Coleman a question real quick.
And if you wondered what he's asking him, it may or may not have something to do with the UFC and doubles and odds of knockouts and whatnot.
Just
did he feel like that was a fair number?
Minus 160 is what he thought it would be.
Oh, so you got it at minus 125.
Yeah, no, he's
nice.
about to get out of his chair. So as we're talking, we're here in Vegas. Of course, we're going to have a little fun, make a few bets while we're here at the sports book here at Green Street, the Palms in beautiful Las Vegas, Nevada. Chad and I were just walking through the casino a little bit, and we're just kind of talking. Much as we don't care for the heat, we still love the views here.
It's so beautiful. I mean, it really is. It's hard to find a place with better aesthetics than Las Vegas. It's crazy that you can have all the lights and the glamour and the glitz and all that and still have such unbelievable views of nature and just the mountain range. And, you know, we're in a big valley, obviously, in the middle of the desert, and there are mountains on all sides, and it's crazy to see 107 degrees and you can still see snow at the top of those mountain ranges. It's wild. One of my favorite cities in the United States.
I'm getting trash talk from people from North Carolina in the comment section earlier.
For what?
I think it was before we went off. Oh, nothing. It's just people from North Carolina that don't know what they're talking about. It's the difference between North Carolinians and South Carolinians are just it's two different people. That's all.
Trying to make some dinner reservations. I think Gino and I are going to call part of this match, maybe the whole match. We'll see.
Yeah, we'll look at it and we'll see who we got here. We got some IMO back there with a Cedar Park, Texas guy, Adrian Westergren with the other. So I'm guessing a lot of these guys kind of have to accommodate a little bit with what the other golf ball or other players playing. Charlie Hall and the other one.
So what is typically done? Is the best player of the group the ball that he plays with? Is that what they typically use, or do you go to the player that might not be the best, let him play his ball that he's comfortable with, and the good player, the better player, tries to, adapt to that ball? I mean,
typically, that's what most guys do. They say, hey, what golf ball? If you're a better player, what golf ball do you play? And just to help that person make just feel a little bit better. This is an A-B group, so they were separated by handicap A and B and divided into teams. 38 teams, I think, probably at $20 a person, 25 maybe.
Adrian just hit his shot. Who's that getting ready to hit, Chris?
That is playing under the O brothers. He's one of the last chance guys. I think his name might be Reese, or that might be I don't know, he's another one of the last chance qualifier. One of the 9 from last night.
54 people
in that
showed up to play in a last chance qualifier. That is fantastic, and that speaks to the health of the game.
Mr. Bogdanov, no, this is an open tournament for the doubles tournament. A lot of guys that just kind of came along with some people. As actually, I'll look over here, playing with Charlie Hall. It's young Colin Franta, the younger brother of Connor. And Colin, who is a preferred walk-on at Louisiana Tech, plays tight end.
Nice.
They've got a dad here that plays Craig Franta, and Craig's done a wonderful job with these two young guys. I love talking to them.
Yeah, I've seen him at tournaments.
Yeah. And also, it should be noted that these guys are playing on old courses. They're not playing on current Golden Tee.
Was this Indigo?
We have Falcon Sands.
Falcon, that's it.
Yeah, and then we have what appears to be Tahiti, I think.
Looks like Tahiti.
Yeah.
Was it Indigo similar to this?
Indigo was similar to Tahiti a little bit. Also, Falcon Sands, I had like pyramids, as you see.
Okay.
That was kind of a Mayan feel.
Yeah.
The reverse of this has kind of an Egyptian feel.
Yeah.
Appreciate everybody watching with us. 191 people over on our YouTube channel, 226 likes. We appreciate you guys joining us here at the Golden Tee World Championship.
Nice, loose environment here at the Palms. Now, Chris just alluded to the fact that we kind of walked around for a minute, just went to the, well, I think maybe you alluded to it, but we went to the sports book here, and I had not walked on that side of the casino since we'd been here this weekend, and I forgot how much I actually enjoyed Palms. I mean, it's a nice place. It's off the beaten path.
A little over here, kind of getting a little bit of an idea of what the geography in this kind of area is. This is this casino in this area, like a very heavy Asian influence on this side of town from what I seen. I got to go to Chinatown the other day to get my new phone, and it's just really a half a mile over here. It's kind of a pure melting pot because I've seen all kinds of different people here, and it's the Palms does it right. This has been a nice place.
It is, and it's still, I mean, it's not a new property, but it looks great. Well maintained, as you would expect.
Mm-hmm. So kind of wish I would have stayed here. I don't mind the Gold Coast. It does feel a little old, especially on the inside.
Someone told me that they got their room Wednesday night here for $59.
Oh.
$59. And it was Tony Johnson that told me that. $59 Wednesday. Thursday went like $69 or $79. And it progressively went up for the weekend, as you'd imagine. That's pretty solid pricing.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I absolutely remember playing this. Absolutely remember playing Falcon Sands. I played this a lot. I liked it.
It's Colin Cold. That's what Mr. Connor French is saying in the comment section. Don't let him get hot. So this is finally said. Justin Seeley came up to me because he was one of the last ones to get into the field. At the number now ended up being 129. 130 was the prediction this morning, and 130 was about on it. I moved it to 132 like somebody that didn't know what they were doing. And now, no, I said that to mouth, and that's the wrong person to say it to because now he's going to make sure I feel like I don't know what I talk about.
Yeah. What Mouth shoot, 134?
134. He had a good day today. He shot a 30 on he was the top guy on Manhattan. And then
he's healthy now after his surgery, feels decent?
I would say it's 50-50 with him. He was talking about his shoulder a little bit and not being able to thumb really hard. When he hits the thumb, he can really feel that in his shoulder. But still walking, breathing, living, and that's what I love seeing out of him. So as we have a 6-stroke lead from Orlando Ayala, who was also a
nice tournament last year.
Yeah, one of the top qualifier. One of the courses is today. He shot a 31.
Beautiful.
On Scablands.
Best player in that group. Is his brother here?
Yeah, Oliver's around here. The whole family's here. I got told me they were nice enough to introduce me to him, and they've come to Columbia now the last couple years.
Oh, cool.
I got a lot of love for the O brothers. Those guys are really cool. Also, I don't want to pick a fight with neither one of them. All right, I'm going to tell you that right now. Okay, I would not want to do any of that. But they're also just genuine people. You know, your word is your bond kind of people, and your respect. It all starts with that. It all starts with respect for those guys. So that's I appreciate who they are, and I love seeing them around, man. Oliver was also
both from Texas. Yes,
yes, they're both live in Houston, representing the Vector Room here, or that area. I don't know if they play at the Vector Room that much, but Oliver was the 55 and up champion at the Carolina Clash. He'll get some competition if he chooses to come down to Columbia this year, because guys like Kevin O'Connor, Lee Chepnick, they just turned 55 and they're eyeballing it. So
I still got a ways to go for that, but not too far.
But we got to start thinking about it. Chris Brewer. He turns 55 here in just a year or two. So
That's an automatic win.
Almost, yeah, just about. But, guys like KOC there, he can play. Like some of the other players are getting better too. But so we'll see what happens.
How'd Brewer do in qualifying today? Well, I'm going to imagine.
I imagine he was solid.
He's just solid machine. That was a good shot. Oh, look at that double eagle. That's a beauty. Let's see that again. He's not going to show it again, but it was worth seeing again.
13th in the qualifier. I got to start scrolling down here, see who I'm surprised with. As poor Robert Brown now, he was right there on the line there too. So Mike Andre, first time World Championship qualifier, will be the 32 seed. Tomorrow he'll get a date with Paul Anthony Luna, and if Paul Luna plays like he did today, then it's going to be a comfortable day for him tomorrow. Because that was some excellent Golden Tee from him today. Guys like Connor Franta, who's in the main bracket. Good to see him there. Orlando Ayala.
What's up, Mal?
CJ Wingler.
Hey, brother, how you doing?
Good, buddy.
Mark McClevich, beautiful shirt, I might add. And I hate the fact that he just comes and gives you love and walks away.
He gave me a hug. I haven't seen him all trip.
Oh, that's true. He's actually seen me all day, so that's probably true.
Go a long way with Mark the Mouth. Played a lot of Golden Tee in Chicago with him. A lot of fun nights.
O'Connor.
It is crazy how long I have played this game with these guys in this room. Now, there are so many, and you probably roll your eyes at me when I walk away, but I scan the room and I think, God, I only know about 20% of this room, but it's just amazing how this game has evolved, and players to step up and take the spots of those that decide their time is over. And you still have your 15, 20 people that I pretty much grew up playing this game with in tournaments in Clayton, Ohio, or Mount Airy, North Carolina, Houston, Texas, Chicago many times, Vegas, Indianapolis. We used to have some of the best tournaments with Jason Kendrick and Game Time Amusements. So a lot of these guys I played a ton of Golden Tee with, and
I got an observation for this qualifier right now. If I'm just looking down this list, there's nobody that I'm just sitting here looking at and I'm saying, gosh, I am absolutely 100% floored they missed the cut. Like, all these guys had –
did Beatty end up making it?
Beatty was out.
Okay.
But I've seen Beatty miss cuts. Like, there's nobody sitting here like – I remember when Evan missed that cut, and here he comes walking up in 19, and I remember being completely floored when that happened. But nobody, I'm sitting here looking at this and I'm like, wow. I mean, maybe Beatty a little bit, Adam Harris, good player, Michael Arrington, but all those guys are, in a field like this, they can be susceptible to stuff like that. So I'm looking down this list. Greg, a little surprised just because he was in prime position to be okay.
He should have been. I mean, he stroked out on
126. Really just needed
make a par. You're
needed 24 under to get in.
You make a par and you're in.
Yeah.
He pars 18. He's in.
Boy.
Went deep, tried to save it, went into the water again and again, and just very frustrating. But
Al-Jazz, I'm a little surprised. Al-Jazz plays so well at home, but when he comes to tournaments, it's off for him.
We'll say Greg said that speed run got him motivated back in. He feels really good about tomorrow. And he said he had so much fun doing that.
Yeah, that was
got
good
him
to
psyched
see.
right back in.
Kind of turned his attitude around a little bit.
Pretty wild looking at the cup. The Larry Hodgkins Golden Tee Golf, the Jim Zielinski Hodgkins Cup.
Dutch Huebner, good to hear from you, my friend.
Ted Dellis, man, I remember him way back in. Ryan Bourgeois won in 98 and 99.
They were just in town.
Ryan B was?
Ryan B,
Ryan
Dayton,
and Debbie?
Dayton Root, and Dean were all in town together here just like last
No
week.
kidding. Of course, 2020, 2021, and 2022, Stephen Sobey tripled up. And then Ryan came back to win his third national championship in 2003, and I was there for all of that.
Sobey will play in Nashville this summer. No.
If you have a tab, Mr. Longino, pay it because we're leaving shortly.
Yes.
And we're going to dinner.
We are all good. I am not tabbed up at this bar. I would also, I hear you, Madison. Colin Cole is best tight end and Golden Tee player of all time. He's a tight end Golden Tee player. At his height, he looks like he deserves to be a tight end. He stands about 6'4", 6'5".
He's a big lad.
Yeah, big dude. Got another match over here. Squeaky, Bob Washburn, Mike Arrington, B-Man over there in the background.
Andrew Gore and Justin Sealer, please go to the registration desk.
Going to watch a little Golden Tee a few more minutes, and we're going to let you just continue watching without us. I would imagine someone will jump on stream and bring you home for the evening. Chris and I are going to go grab some dinner with some Golden Tee Mobile participants. I do love me some. I love this course. Rustic Bridge.
Rustic Bridge is one of my favorite of all time.
Me too.
I imagine you love it in the mobile game too.
I love it. Yeah, this hole here is a high loft driver. Maniacs right over the top. Should land on the green.
No, didn't get there.
And you do not want to be curb stomped here. You cannot leave it. And it's very similar with this game. You can't be right against the face of that curb, or you've got to do one of those fulls and just pray for the best. This is a makeable chip, though. Unlikely, but it's makeable.
What was the cut line for the 32? 129, and the highest amount of GSPs had to get it. There's a lot of guys with 129 that did not make this cut. 130 got you in safely. So. All right. Viva to Vegas. We got B-Man, B-Man, B-Man. B-Man's been around for a while.
Yes, he has. I know B-Man. What's up, B-Man?
Played in the World Championship back in 19, his first World Championship since he's been back. We got Mike Gray over here on the other machine. Two-shoot Mike Gray. Hi, Andy? Never mind. Hold on. Let me look at it. We can right now. But is Ortega still fighting tonight? So that should be null, right?
Got a pretty good match here on the right side, all square.
Well, just find out Ortega's out on the fight tonight.
He pulled out?
Yeah, I guess so.
Wow.
Oh. I see Dan Ige right now on my list. Oh, okay.
So Brian Ortega out tonight, huh?
All right. So now I got to go back to the book over there because that ticket doesn't mean anything. I have to do that before we get out of here.
Go now.
Yeah, go now. So, yeah. All right, guys. Thank you for watching this today. This is the 2024 Golden Tee World Championship. Chad's going to stick around for you. Do I need to come back here and get you? All right.
Yeah, just come back here when you're done, and we'll head out to dinner.
All right. All right. Appreciate it, guys. We'll see you tomorrow.
I don't know. Leaving Chad Trump in charge of a Arcade World Championship, I'm not sure about this, but at least it's just doubles. Let Chad drive the car. He won't dent it. Well, that 1994 Taurus show I had might be a different story if you were to interview that car. 2013 BMW might also have a thing or two to say to me. But other than that, Mrs. Lincoln, how was the play? All right. Let's see if we can see a hole out. Man, I love Rustic. It's going to be hard for me not to watch a hole out of Rustic. He's got an outward wind. Is he trying to look at that and maybe land just short of that green for a chip? Trying to get in that sand. Can he get all the way there? The play in the day was to go down that fairway as far as you could and have a shot in. So we will see what he decides to do. But with that helping wind, might have a shot to get it close. I think that is he going to hit a full? What's he going to do? Nope, just going to go down the fairway. Probably the smart play. A lot of the decisions, obviously in doubles, you need a little concurrence from your partner. Give me the green light to do something stupid, but you need to give me the green light before I do it. Okay. He's going to go down the side. He's going to have a, that should be fine. I truly believe that Rustic Bridge is one of the top 5 courses that Jim Zielinski's ever designed. There's a lot of hidden aspects to it, little nooks and crannies. Really good course. Good safe shot in. Tomorrow should be a fun one. I don't know if anyone is beating Paul Anthony Luna the way he played today. My goodness. There's a hole out. There's a hole out. Hugs abound. Scotimus watching us on YouTube. What's up, Scotimus? Made a run, tried to get into the Golden Tee Mobile World Championship, just came up short. Andy, what's the prize for this doubles tournament? Are we looking at gift cards? Gift cards. Gift cards, gift cards. And as Gino says, it's as good as cash. Oh, full screen of Rustic. Thank you very much. Love it. Hole 5. Always got trouble everywhere on this one. Trees, water, and sand. It's not the best shot on the planet, but it's a very makeable chip. Can't be too aggressive, or that will happen. So, from bad to worse, although I'm not so sure this is not easier than that chip. It should not be a problem here. Yep. Nice save out of the sand.
Nathan Webb and Craig Sander versus John Whalen and Mike Graham, machine 14.
Nice eagle on this very short, drivable par 4. And the old B-man, 2-stroke lead. Trying to get this shot up this fairway. He's going to probably put a big jolt into this one. Get out of those bushes. Nice clean chip at it. It's a little better. This is a little better. Good shot. A big right breaker. Not so sure about similar distances, but this will be a chip. Mike Arrington. Expect Mike to make this. That ball went sailing. .65-footer. Nope. Low side. Two pretty decent tee shots, and only birdies will be found here. Try to get us through this front nine, then we'll turn it over to whoever wants to take the microphone tonight, and we'll make Justin Taylor happy. Canada's Ryan Tusky. What's that fly, Rye? Watching a little Golden Tee in the Toronto area. Barry, I think? I don't remember. He'll tell me. Pretty sure he's Ontario. No, I'm 99% sure he's in Ontario. I just don't remember exactly where. Need this putt. That's a nice one.
Nathan, don't trust him.
He tried to stop, and then I told him to do one more.
Of course, the pin always seems to be tucked right behind that sand. Maybe a little backspin shot here for B-Man. See if he can't draw this right back in the hole. Little median tee. Median tee, backspin. I expect this to be decent. This needs to go. Come on. Very nice. GSP? No. Good shot. Very nicely executed. It's going to skip, and that will be, I believe, a little chip. Finish this hole out, and I am on my way to dinner with one Chris Longino and a bunch of mobile guys. Here's a chip that's going to miss left. I'm going to let you guys go. We will see you tomorrow. We will have Golden Tee World Championship head-to-head match play. We're going to keep the stream up and running. Just go ahead and watch until we go home for the evening. I'm sure you might have an announcer or two step up and want to talk through some of this stuff. We shall see. But for Chris Longino and everyone at Incredible Technology, I bid you a good night, and we'll see you tomorrow.
for one in there, I might sneak.
What up, man? So, did I handle this? I get it. I mean, I would have checked for myself, but I thought I was being proper by going to the position. I would have done it way
I must feel that thing.
Nice flyby. Hit in the fairway, Paul Jessup.
There it is. Yeah.
Here. I'm also getting on a plane tonight.
I mean, you can bet a lot on her by KO, you can fly first class.
I promise I was listening. Because I'll lose it before I... Perfect.
Thank you.
Somebody says something stupid, you
Can you do me a favor too?
Yeah, what's up?
Don't go to a place called the Mid-qualifier. That water is a straight piece of crap.
Why?
Oh my God, I forgot about that.
4 years ago, at the very last minute, he had a drink water.
I've already just described my night. What? For real? Billy Chadwell.
You gotta let me know what you think. I will.
Well, yeah.
good?
We lost.
Holes, no commentary.
Hey, this is Cowboy Wonder and
Actually, let's keep it because Kevin wrote something.
always keep it for safe.
I enjoyed watching this. Never thought I'd say that well.
I'm gonna hit the restroom real quick. Restroom.
See you mañana. sir. How's it going?
How's it going?
My name's Terry.
Nice to meet you too.
What time is the venue closing?
Midnight.
Okay, fair.
Midnight.
All right.
Badass.
No, we had a
We got
waitress
tons
tell
of-
us 10, and we're like,
Keep on grabbing drinks and keep on playing tea, baby.
I was like, that doesn't sound right.
Thank you.
Okay.
It's like, that doesn't sound right.
But it is right.
No, they said 10. I was like, that doesn't sound right.
Who said that?
One of the waitresses.
One of the waitresses might be leaving at 10 and there'll be just one bartender left behind, but we had the venue till midnight. All in all, at least 650.
Whoa, dude!
Nice. Oh yeah. I apologize.
Use my meme.
Next time you send it to me, it'll be posted up the next day.
I sent you the Price is Right one, and you guys posted a Golden Tee Go on Price is Right like 2 days later. Something like that. She got it right, won the whole thing.
Is it doubles?
Finals of the double.
Double still?
This is finals.
Finals? No. Oh no.
Dude, me and Mike Harrington were partners.
Yeah.
So should be up there.
What happened?
Played
Who?
6 under, 7 under on the front of Auburn. Yeah. Oh, it was a debacle. And then I'm trying
What's up, Corey? Yeah, push it way into the bunker, and then I fucked up the chip into the water. I fucked us up.
I feel so bad.
Oh.
I just Uncle Valle. Was that against Ken or Ryu? Was it Ken or Ryu? How was the stream today?
I'm not saying I can't beat
You too, man. I'll watch it. I'll see you in the morning, man.
Other than that, there's cool. Sounds good. Grand finals is about halfway through as well. So. Shane have one or no?
I don't think he did.
Will you confirm for me?
No, sir.
I know. Are you guys building brackets for tomorrow?
We will be soon.
Do you want to come grab a seat with me real quick?
First
Yeah. Alright, I trust you. Alright, yours. Good. Let me know if you need anything, alright? Good night. See you guys tomorrow.
Who got first? All right, gentlemen. I'll let you. First? First is me. Yeah. I'll be quiet.
Sorry. It was fun, man. I had a good time. We had a good time, man. Good game, Corey.
Damn, dude. It's crazy.
We would, we all would have kept
I was
going.
walking off the stage, about to have some piss. I gotta go.